It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
What's up, Ace?
What's going on?
Are we live?
Ace.
Yeah, we're
really,
on.
of course.
That's the Angry Baby
Angry
in
Baby.
Oslo.
You ever been to Oslo? Yeah.
Absolutely. He's probably sold it out 9 million times.
Doing
Yeah.
Anomaly?
Yeah.
Anomaly? All right.
Now promoting the book. It's been a couple of years, right?
Yeah. Things haven't changed
there you go.
much.
No. Believe me. Same shit.
Yeah.
For Jimmy's birthday, we had you in.
That's right.
To surprise Jimmy.
Yeah, you brought me a cake with, it was a girl's ass with a log of shit coming out of it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
It was slightly obscene.
Yeah, it was great.
Are we there right now?
We are,
Yeah, that's how
Okay.
we
Yeah.
That's how
That's
we
all right.
roll. We got to get that montage together of people that
absolutely
just
have to.
every guest that has said
We
that
don't
to
know
us.
if that's good or bad when
Hey, yeah,
guests
we're-
ask that.
Is this live right now?
Yeah.
Are we on the air?
Do you guys consider this entertaining?
It's basically what they're
man.
saying.
Real professional.
Me? Yeah.
Do you have, what kind of information do you have there?
Oh, well, right now on Amazon, the book, it's #1 in biographies for composers and musicians. It's already #1 in entertainment music, and it's #4 in books, biographies, and entertainers. And it's in the top 100, and it just came out yesterday.
Tuesday,
There you
yeah.
go.
It's
Go
great.
figure.
I'm almost finished with it. I'm probably got like 20 pages left. It's fucking, you did a great job, man.
Thanks.
It's, this is something I wanted to ask you. The opening line of the book, you right, when I was a kid, I used to carry this awful image around in my head, a picture of 3 men tangled awkwardly in high tension wire, 50 feet in the air, their lifeless bodies crisping in the midday sun. Why?
Well, you know, my dad helped build the installation, the electrical installation for West Point. And, oh, you didn't read the book then?
No, I don't. No, I got to the opening line and then I just got bored and I closed it. No, that wasn't. I just, you know, I don't want to just say it because then if I just say it,
Yeah, my dad was working with other guys installing the new electrical installation at West Point. He drew a short straw to go get the sandwiches. He came back and his buddies, you know, got electrocuted because somebody inadvertently had flipped the switch.
so basically, if he had not drawn the
Became
short
crispy
straw,
critters, you know.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
So if he hadn't done that, literally he might have been up there and you would have been no you.
If he wouldn't have drawn the short straw, I would have been a bright idea, I guess. Only.
Wow.
Are you doing book signings or no?
Yeah, I'm doing one at Barnes & Noble here in town tomorrow.
What did you?
After the Today
He's just
Show.
like,
After the Today Show,
whatever.
I'm on the book signing at noon.
What is your relationship now with like Gene and Paul? Because I think you were pretty fair in the book. Like you slam a little bit, but not. It doesn't seem bitter. It seems like it's a pretty honest assessment of what happened.
Well, you know, there's good and bad in every relationship, just like a marriage. So, you know, I mean, I had lunch with Gene about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Did you pay?
Hotel. We just hung out and reminisced. Did you see what he said about me on page 6 the other day?
I heard
New York
audio.
Post.
Is that the audio where he said that you were saluting him like Hitler? I just heard that. I don't know if that's
What?
old audio or is that new?
No, I was on page 6 the other day in the New York Post, and whoever wrote the article was quoting parts of the book where I'm talking about Gene and giving everybody crabs.
Yeah.
This, that, and the other thing. And then they got a statement from Gene. Nobody has it there?
Where is that?
We're
Get it?
not
I
a
think,
prepared radio show.
He said something to the effect.
Sam will find it. Brilliant.
Ace has been an alcoholic and a drug addict for 35 years, but we love him, you know?
Oh, yeah. You didn't he say there's decades of your life that you don't remember or something?
Yeah, probably. That's why I needed help on the book. But, you know, the 35 years is incorrect. It's incorrect. It's a false statement. I've been an alcoholic for at least 40 years. And, you know, proud of it. But recovering at this juncture, you know,
So you are
5 years
sober?
plus.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I celebrated 5 years on September 15th.
Oh, that's great. Any
So,
urges at
life's
all?
good.
Any urges at all? Because I'm sober.
Urges?
Occasionally I get
the first
them.
couple of years are the hardest, and then subsequently every year after that gets easier and easier. Now, you know, people drink in front of me doesn't even bother me.
Do you have any vices?
Any
No?
vices?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I grew up, most of my life was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. So you take away the drugs, you still have rock and roll and sex.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? Like Meatloaf said.
There's quite a few fucking near misses in this book, too.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Electrocutions, you know, human sacrifices.
No, with drugs. Like, there's a couple of times where you, the one I just read was really interesting. You were flying into a foreign country, and you had an 8-ball in your sneaker.
No.
And it seems like you got these really weird premonitions at times where shit was about to go really bad for you.
No.
And what happened on the plane? That you just felt something might be wrong when you landed?
I just had a premonition, man. I was going to get popped, you know, if I landed with that stuff on my body. So I went into the lavatory and flushed it down the toilet, which became a little bit of a problem.
We needed that, Ace.
Oh, yeah, good fellas.
Man.
Karen.
I mean, you know, I'm struggling with my addiction, and should I do it? Should I not do it? You know, what's worse, going to jail or getting high for a weekend?
Right.
But, you know.
You didn't do a little bit of it and then flush the rest of it?
No. I was already so wired just from the dream and the premonition. I had like a nightmare on the plane. I was just happy to get rid of it and get back to my seat before.
Oh, is that what sparked
the plane
it?
was about to land.
That's got to be the most paranoid feeling you could have, to be flying on a plane to another country high out of your mind with drugs on you.
Yeah.
How do you hold that together?
Yeah. More importantly, did they check you when you got off the plane?
Well, when I got off the plane, you know,
So
one of those drug-sniffing dogs actually...
So the premonition was true.
And they examined my shoes and everything. And then I started panicking. Man, was there a second one in there somewhere hidden that I had forgotten about? But
Wow.
Sure, muled it up your ass.
yeah, I never went that far.
That's how I smuggle fruits and stuff into.
Exactly.
Yeah, at some point, you got to be like, all right, you got me.
Yeah. You can't bring fruits and vegetables across international waters.
I was thinking something else.
But I can.
I thought it was double entendre stuff.
Did it, when you talk a lot about the drug use too, and when you were in KISS, like how, people would have thought that Gene and Paul were drinkers back in those days. You would have had no idea that there was such a difference between you and Peter and Gene and Paul. How far into KISS did that start to become like an issue or talked about or some sort of a point of strain?
Well, me and Peter both started spinning out of control. You know, once we all became millionaires, you know, too much too soon. You know, like so many other rock stars, you know, in history. But, you know, I mean, I'm just lucky that, I mean, every day above ground, you know, I'm happy for, you know, because by all rights, I shouldn't even be here.
What's the craziest thing you went out and bought when you were at the height and you had all that money?
Craziest thing
that you look back now and go, what the fuck? Really? Why did I do that?
I mean, I was buying. You know what I used to do? When I was a kid growing up in the Bronx. I never, you know, my parents were like middle class, but we couldn't afford, you know, expensive toys and gadgets. So I would always go to hobby shops and buy the most expensive radio control helicopter, the most expensive radio control boat.
I hear you.
And airplanes, and also, you know, I mean, spend thousands.
Put 8 balls in them
on
and
that stuff.
pretend you're flying into another country.
You know, and most of them are just sitting in my storeroom. You know,
So just weird like shit that you would have wanted as a child, you bought as an adult.
stuff I never could have that I wanted. You know, hey, now I can get it. You know, and of course a lot of sports cars. And, you know, some clothes and...
Did you trash a few cars due to maybe
several, yeah.
drinking?
I mean, God, my DeLorean, I cracked up a 928 Porsche.
Did the DeLorean come with cocaine with it?
That was such a cool car. I remember I used to go pick up my daughter at preschool, you know, and all the kids would come running out to meet the car. The spaceship is here, you know.
Spaceship.
Yeah, because, you know, the gull-wing doors and, you know.
Maybe it was because of the driver.
And the funny thing about that car, that's the only car you don't wax with, like, car wax. You use
stainless
steel
steel.
wool polish.
Yeah, it's like
You know, stainless steel polish. It was nuts.
So I was also enjoying reading the Phantom of the Park story and how much that you thought it was like a goof, and how Gene was like genuinely embarrassed by that because he thought it was going to be like a legit
Holy
horror
shit,
film.
really?
The whole movie to me was kind of a goof, but the whole KISS phenomena was a goof. I never took it that seriously. You know, Gene always took everything so goddamn seriously because he wasn't loaded. And, you know, he was always thinking about money and this and that, and, what else can we merchandise, and, you know, that completely went off the charts. And he completely went out of control. You see, once Kiss got really big, Gene started, in conjunction with our management, started, over merchandising the band to the point where, little kids were showing up at the show, and I talk about it in the book.
Yeah.
And, all of a sudden, my road manager's going, hey, Ace, cool it with the F words tonight because there's a lot of little kids in the front row, that's not what rock and roll's all about.
Yeah, and you felt, I know you talked a lot about how you felt the merchandising went way too far. What was the first thing you saw that you were like, because like T-shirts, there was some publicity stunts where the mayor would wear makeup, like that stuff was made sense. But what was the first thing you saw that you were like, ugh, what the fuck?
Well, the dolls were kind of cool.
Yeah.
But
action figures.
The commercials showed them little kids with them. And, the lunch boxes, but who walks around with a lunch box except a little kid?
I did.
I mean, I've seen a lot of grown men running around with kids' lunch boxes. But it just got completely out of control. And
it annoyed you?
Anything that's been produced, merchandise-wise, there's usually a Kiss stamp on it. I mean, it's crazy.
Do you think that, because you stress in the book a lot about how you felt that the music really took a back seat always to the money and to the merchandising and to the show. And how long into it did that start to bother you? Like, I think the music is suffering.
Well, I can't tell you how many times the following day after a concert, I'd look up a review in the local paper and it would talk about the show more than the music. The music did take a second, Just it was second in a lot of people's minds because the show was so elaborate, but for me, I love the show and I love coming up with, I'm the wizard when it comes to guitar effects, the smoking guitar, the rocket guitar, the light guitar, you name it, I've done it. But it should never, come before the music. To me, the music was always the most important thing, And
the fact that it was choreographed, I was surprised, too, that you... it bored you. You said after a while because of all the fire and the flash pots and all that, you couldn't move around on the stage.
Look, I just did 2 nights at B.B. King's, and we switched a few things around. Couldn't do that in a Kiss show. Everything had to go, because everybody, the pyro guy's got a board and he's got the song list. And if we do a different song and he presses the button, somebody's going to get blown up. It was that crazy. It was like a Broadway show.
That's fucking
Broadway
scary. You
rock
had to
show.
count on that guy.
I mean, we brought in our own elaborate stage, and we brought in our own lights, we brought in our own pyrotechnics, and we had seven tractor trailers at one point.
Wow. Wait, that happened to Hetfield at one time when he was playing guitar, and that whole thing came up, burned up his hand.
I got electrocuted on stage in 1976 in Lakeland, Florida. I was just talking to the interviewer I was with last night over at VH1, and he said there is some type of video footage of me getting electrocuted, but they're still trying to get a hold of it.
How did you get
what's the story? Yeah.
Well, it was before wireless transmitters. So I don't know if you remember the set we used to have where it was like 5 marshals, 25 feet high, and we'd come down a staircase. Well, here I am in platform shoes, so I always have to hold on to the railing. I grabbed the railing, and I wasn't grounded properly, and I got zapped with 220 volts.
Holy shit!
Now, the only thing that saved my life was I got thrown back onto the platform. If I would have gone forward, I would have probably smashed, cracked my head open.
How long before people didn't realize that wasn't part of the show? You know what I mean? Because you guys got so many things, when you get zapped.
It took a while for the guys in the band to realize I wasn't even there, because everybody's doing their own thing, Gene's preoccupied with sticking his tongue out at the girl in the front row, and Paul's dancing around, and flipping it, And finally they go, they look around and going, where's Ace, And so they had to stop the show, and then I had burns on my fingers. I was actually knocked out for several seconds.
I was going to say, were you? How soon did you come to?
Damn.
I think I was. I took about a 5-minute break, and then, our manager Bill O'Coin was there. And he says, "Ace, you got to get back out there." And all of a sudden, the fans and the whole venue started chanting, "We want Ace! We want Ace!" So my adrenaline started pumping. Brought me back to life, and
so you just shook off being electrocuted. That's unbelievable.
Well, I fell the other night at BB King's, because there was no luminous tape on the edge of the stage. I'm doing my smoking guitar solo.
Shit.
You know, I'm going like this. I'm walking to the
You
right.
fell off
My
the
right
side.
foot goes into the hole where the monitor board is, and I thought I broke my leg. Then I looked at my guitar after the show. I had snapped off the Tune-O-Matic bridge, and what had happened, the guitar took the brunt of the fall.
Jesus.
If the guitar wouldn't have done it, I would have broke my leg, and I don't know what.
Did you keep playing or did you stop the solo?
No, I jumped back up and switched guitars and finished the solo.
Is that embarrassing when that happens? I've never fallen on stage.
Well, I've fallen a lot with Kiss, but it was like on the stage, not off. I've never fallen off the stage. That was the first time. It was a little scary.
Why would you fall on the stage? Were you ever under the influence?
I used to fall all the time with those boots.
Fall off his shoes.
I could never. Paul and Gene are pretty good with those. I was never good with them.
What's the most you fell in one show? And did you start getting mad? These motherfuckers with these
I've
boots.
fallen more than twice in one show, but that's enough.
Yeah, that would be. Did it cause resentment with the other members who came up with the idea for the boots?
They got used to it. In fact, if I would fall, they would try to make it look like it was part of the show, and they'd like come over to me and play to me until I, managed to get back up.
Oh, man. Yeah, got to keep the rock and roll going.
In those days, we all covered each other, It's not like every man for himself, towards the end.
What's the craziest thing you ever saw looking out into the crowd? All your Maniac fans that even you for half a second had to step back like, am I really looking at that shit?
It was a lot of crazy shit, I remember the last reunion tour, some Oriental broad was following us around, she'd pull off her panties and write on them, "Fuck me ace," and hold them up. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really yeah. Did you fuck her?
Yeah, did you make her dreams
Did you
come
fuck her?
true?
No.
Was she attractive?
She wasn't bad looking.
If she was hotter, would you have fucked her?
Huh?
Would you have fucked her if she was more attractive?
I'm kind of past that these days.
Oh, was that recently that happened?
That was in the Kiss reunion tour, probably around 2000.
How long did it take you to get that out of your system? Where if somebody held up panties and said "fuck me, Ace," that you didn't give into that temptation? How many decades?
A lot of the insanity with women kind of went along with the drinking and the drugging, and once I got away from that, I got away from the
groupie thing,
the insane behavior. But yeah, I also vividly remember, in the 70s, we used to get shots of penicillin like once a month because the worst thing you could get was like syphilis or something or gonorrhea, But I remember when the AIDS scare came in, and we all kind of were a lot more cautious, except for Gene.
Oh yeah, he just kept fucking.
Oh well, Gene, anything, Gene has two prerequisites for a woman: alive and breathing. It's just like. So,
what was the crab story? Because you guys all got crabs.
Yeah.
I've had them 3 times. I got them twice from the same girl, and then once I think a girlfriend cheated and gave them to me. They're fucking horrible.
Well, in the old days, Sean Delaney used to pack our leather jumpsuits in one trunk. Throw it in the truck and, move on to the next show.
Oh, God.
Gene was infested with them, and the little buggers jumped from one costume to the other. Next thing you know, all 4 of us are scratching, and everybody goes, Gene! But we kind of laughed it off in those days.
You ever have them on stage?
Did you guys have the shaved pube show after that?
I try to remember the name of that stuff we had to apply.
Rid was what I used.
Yeah.
R-I-D, yeah.
Oh, God, it was that little comb.
Yeah, it was terrible. I have straight pubes, like a Chinese person's hair. I have awful pubes. So I finally shaved them completely now, but it was fucking terrible. It's a violating feeling when I had an itch and then you look down and you pull this black thing out and you see leg. It's fucking terrible.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
Then you gotta boil all your sheets and it's crazy.
How many times did you have them? Would you have more than once?
I may have had him twice in my life, but Gene was pretty much infested for several years during that period. On and off.
I love it.
He had infestation.
He should have been condemned
by the Board of Health. They should have put a sign on a quarantine on his door.
Are you happy he's married?
Am I happy? Yeah. When I had lunch with him, I was saying, Gene's going, "Hey, I'm going to tie the knot." I said, "It's about time, Gene." And, Shannon's a great lady. And, she stayed with him all these years and gave him 2 beautiful children, I think he did the right thing.
When you left, it was, you just really wanted out. I was surprised to read that. I thought for some reason, I thought they asked you to leave. I didn't realize that Peter had already left and you they almost begged you to stay in the band and you just didn't want to anymore.
They both asked me to stay, But between all the drugs I was doing, I was living in isolation in this big mansion in Connecticut with a recording studio, and in my mind, if I didn't get away from the band, I was going to die, and it was a tape that kept playing over and over in my head. I'm sitting in my lawyer's office, and I'm going, I got to leave the band, or I'm going to die. I'm going to kill myself. And he's going, yeah, but it's $15 million, Ace. Buys a lot of therapy. I said, therapy doesn't work when you're 6 feet under. I don't want a dirt nap. And
so you guys had made a lot of money, but then you had this other contract where it was going to be $15 million apiece, and you knowingly just said, I can't do it.
It's a $15 million record contract for the four of us, and I ended up walking out, and it was actually cut in half because of me. I don't think they ever forgave me for that.
Oh, they lost $7.5 million.
Oh, I bet Gene wasn't
in the 70s. You know how much money that is?
Fuck yeah, that's a lot of money.
Sorry, guys.
Why did Peter leave?
Peter was fired.
Yeah. What was
Peter?
ultimately?
Peter ran into the same problems I did eventually. With abuse, and he had a car accident, and it affected his playing. And,
were you there when he got fired? Did you guys all sit down, or was it a?
Well, I actually didn't want Peter fired. I figured, let's put him in the hospital and get him cleaned up and give him another chance. But Paul and Gene were pretty adamant that, they didn't want to give him another chance, and they just wanted to move on. So I was pretty much outvoted, so I had to go along with it.
How's he doing now?
Peter's doing okay. I spoke to him not that long ago. I saw him at Bill O'Coin's funeral down in Florida. And he's hanging in there. I heard he's working on a book also.
Is he still partying?
Is he still performing?
No, partying. Is he still partying, or is he?
I don't think so.
Got his shit together. Good.
Yeah, I always found it interesting because it's like you guys put out so much material in the first few years of your existence. Most bands put out an album a couple years later, and you pumped out, what was it, 3? How many albums in the first 18 months? Up to
4
Alive?
albums.
Wow. 4 albums,
That
3
does
studio.
not happen anymore.
Yeah,
No.
I'm sitting with my ghostwriter, and he's giving me these statistics because he did his homework. There's so many people know more about Kiss than I do because I lived there, but I forget the numbers and the dates. He says, "Man, you did 4 albums in 18 months, and between those albums, you're touring extensively." He goes, "That must have been insane." It was. It was just like this roller coaster ride that never ended.
Well, your first 3 records, too, they weren't selling. I mean, they were okay, but you said Casablanca almost went broke because you guys just weren't selling records until Alive.
Yeah. We came out with Kiss, then we came out with Hotter Than Hell, and then we came out with Dress to Kill. And after Dress to Kill, things were shaky. I know Bill O'Coin had extended himself, and Neil Bogart had, put a lot of their own personal money into the band. And if Alive wouldn't have taken off like it did, and become, a huge record, who knows what would have happened.
Why do you think bands take so long today to, we had Tony Iommi recently, and they talked about Black Sabbath, the record. That took, I think 2 days in the studio or 1 day. And I know your first album especially didn't take. Why do bands obsessively take a year now, whereas back then you could do it in a week or 2 months or whatever?
I don't know, it has a lot to do with the producer, Sometimes, in the old days, the band used to get together and just knock it out. Now, you get the producers that bring in there and go, okay, we'll do your part today, and then tomorrow we have Johnny in the studio, and then we have, Bubby in the studio because they're making more money. They're getting a piece of the studio, they're charging a larger fee, and, we did it old school back in those days.
It's been 4 days getting a snare drum sound.
Yeah. Man, I remember walking in the studio 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're still working on drums. Days. Come back after lunch. They're trying to get the perfect drum sound on it. Get every ring out of every.
Nothing worse
skin.
than sitting there and just listening to Oh God! Shut up. Nothing worse than a drum check.
Now everything's canned. You can get samples and get perfect drum sound. A lot of people today when they record an album with drums, they end up replacing the drums with sampled sounds. They just trigger them.
I bet, I'm not sure about this, but I bet in the old days, too, you could just write some songs, throw them on an album, put the album out, and then, you write some more songs, put it on an album. And now it seems to me like the record company probably has some kind of say like, we need more hits, so we need a little more of this. and they're probably more selective as to what they want you to put out as a band than
You
than
know,
in
it
the old
depends
days.
on the type of group. If you're a single-orientated band, absolutely. You know, if you're...
But how
you
many
know,
album-oriented bands are there out there now?
You know, Kiss was
Really
always
isn't.
we always made more money at live performances, and we really weren't a single-orientated band until Rock and Roll Night, you know, and Beth and stuff like that started happening. You know, but
Yeah, it was all about the live show. That's for sure.
yeah, well, I think that's why Alive, you know, took off like a bat out of hell because it was the perfect souvenir for a Kiss concert.
Hey, why did you guys decide to take the makeup off the first time? And how scared were you? Like,
Well,
a
I
week
wasn't
ago?
there.
Oh, you
I
wanted to know?
had quit the group in '82, and then the guys decided to get what did they get? Vinnie Vincent.
Vinnie Vincent.
But for a while, Vinnie had some kind of ankh on his head or something, an Egyptian thing, and then they decided to take it off. And then, you know, they had a.
Did you
had a
think?
nice
Did you
run.
think looking outside that was a mistake when they were going to take the makeup off, like they were killing
No, well,
a
I
major
took
hook?
my makeup off and started, you know, Pirelli's Comet, you know, and that did well. I had a gold album, the first out of the box. But, you know, also, you know, after I had left Kiss, you know, it wasn't with complete creative control and freedom, it wasn't, you know, the ideal situation either because everything was on me. You know, when I was in Kiss, I could lean on those other guys because they were workaholics. And then I realized, wow, it's up to me. If this record sucks, it's because they're going to say it sucks. So, you know, it wasn't the dream that I had imagined while I was still in the band. But, you know.
You're like, I don't got to wear that stupid makeup.
Well,
Make my own
the
stuff.
makeup became a real drag. I mean, imagine having a hangover and then getting a phone call at 8 o'clock in the morning and say, you got to go to a radio station promotion and you got it in full costume, you know?
Yeah,
With a hang- I mean,
it's not
that
even
was-
for a show. It's
It
like,
was a nightmare.
did you half-ass it sometimes? Just fucking like, fuck it.
You know,
Just 1 star.
I was coming up with all kind of crazy ideas. I said, could we get stencils or something? Could we just spray the shit on it? And, you know, it was just like, God, I got to do this again. You know, I talk about it in the book where I'm doing the film. You know, I'd show up on set while we were doing Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park. And, you know, I'd get into my trailer, get into makeup, and, you know, the director would say, hey, we're going to do close-ups on Gene today. We don't need you till 1 o'clock. You know, and I'd flip out, you know.
Sit there in
Yeah,
your
but-
fucking makeup.
But then
yeah.
you took off and fucking went to a King Tut exhibit and then came back
that
and
was the most
apologized.
bizarre thing. I was like all bent out of shape because it had happened more than once, and I lost my temper with the producer and director. I took off, lost my bodyguards, you know, zigzagging through traffic, and then I just said I ended up at the La Brea Tar Pits and there's a museum there, and I've always been fascinated with Egyptian culture, you know, the pyramids, the whole 9 yards, and I'm standing outside going, wow, this would have been a great thing to see. And some broad just comes up to me and hands me a ticket. You go, you need a ticket? You look like you need a ticket. I said, yeah. I go, how much? He goes, oh, you can have it. It was insane. You know, most of my life seems like a dream. It's a fantasy. I don't know.
I bet.
It's just weird stuff that just when I read it, I read it cover to cover when I got the final version. And I said, wow, what a great movie.
Yeah. Who would you want to play you?
Play me? I don't know. Probably somebody who looks a little like me.
Yeah, I guess that would help.
We have to find some guy. We'll have to find. Maybe we can get Scorsese to do it, huh?
The book is called No Regrets too, and it's fantastic. I just wish I had finished it. I'm like 30 pages short. I'm a
What do you think of the
twat.
pictures?
They were great.
Yeah,
They were really great.
A lot of them nobody's seen.
I like a lot of the young photos. You're a handsome guy, and I like some of the fucking outfits that you had on in the 70s. And two things too. I want to say. You said you and Gene were roommates at one point, and that you think Paul was happy that he was with you, and that you said he was disgusting. You said Gene Simmons in the Hotels was disgusting as a roommate.
Dirty.
Like, why was he dirty? I'm surprised to read that.
Why?
Like what did he do that
I
was
don't know,
dirty?
you gotta ask him. You know. I mean, Shannon's nickname for Gene used to be Stinky.
Would he really spit on the floor though? You said he was just hawking loogies on the floor.
Yeah. Well, you know why?
On his own floor.
You know why? Because whenever he breathed fire, he'd be drinking kerosene, and a lot of times he would swallow some of it. So he's constantly trying to. After a show, he's coughing it up. You know.
Spitting down on the crabs.
You're in a Holiday Inn, you know. I'm jumping over crabs and
to that, to burn the
blobs
crabs.
of this and that, and you know, it was all in good fun.
Where's
Yeah, when he burned his pubes off, is that what he did? Jesus.
Yeah, he was just spit the fire on the.
Gene's hair went on fire a couple of times.
Did you laugh or were you worried?
No, I was worried.
Okay.
I was, you know.
Did you laugh afterwards, though?
Well, you know, after we knew it was okay, we thought it was hysterical.
Of course.
You know, Sean Delaney attacks him with a towel, you know, and ends up rubbing off half his makeup.
Who was Sean Delaney?
Sean Delaney was our tour manager in the early days. And he was responsible for a lot of the choreography in the beginning. You know, he worked with us, you know, with our moves, you know. The classic Kiss moves that you see. A lot of them were Sean Delaney's ideas.
Okay, you wouldn't have thought to do that. He said, why don't you guys walk up at the end of the song and all do this or do that?
What's the
Sean was very instrumental with that.
What's the best band that ever opened up for you? Were you actually standing, even at the height of yours, going, "Oh my God"?
The best band, I don't know. You know, we've had some. We've had Rush open for us. We've had
back in the day, they were like unknown.
Bob Seger. Well, they were known, but you know, it seemed like every group who opened for a Kiss tour, after that tour, they ended up headlining because they had gotten so much, exposure. Because all we were playing was arenas. Yeah, I remember after the tour, Bob Seger gave me, a gold record, and a thank you.
Oh, for giving him the shot.
You open up, look how many people you're exposed to. In those days, it was, it wasn't MTV, it wasn't the internet. So, playing before a live audience was one of the best ways to get known.
Do you have information on your signings, too? Because I want to plug the signings before we wrap, because...
on my signings?
Yeah, do you have any... is there a website that they can go to?
Yeah, you go to acefrehley.com.
acefrehley.com, and it's Frehley. I fucking have not been able to spell your name for 30 years.
German. Frehley.
I always spell it wrong.
A lot of people
Everyone
pronounce
says
it
it
Frehley,
wrong.
but it's
Yeah.
Frehley.
I would have
Ace
said...
Frehley freely admits that Frehley is the proper pronunciation.
Oh, it is Frehley?
Frehley, yeah.
That's so odd because no one is going to say Frehley.
No one has ever
Everyone
said
says
Frehley.
Frehley.
Listen to the live record. Paul Stanley goes, Ace Frehley, lead guitar.
I probably think he's saying it wrong. Like everybody.
Oh, did he say it
Why did he
right?
say it like that?
Pretty much.
Oh, fuck, I didn't know that.
Frehley.
Ace Frehley.
Are you going to change your pronunciation, Jim?
No.
I'm just happy you say my name.
Yeah.
You can mispronounce it, It works.
Well, the book is great. Go to acefrehley.com.
What?
See, I just fucking how
You
fast
did.
I just changed.
Nice. That sounded good.
Yeah. And get information on the signings, because I'm sure the signings will be mobbed. And it's genuinely a great book, man. And I learned a lot about... I thought I knew everything about Kiss, because I've been a fan since I was just a boy.
Somebody was saying to me the other night, man, you've been in a lot of fights, they said to me. And I go, hey, I'm from the Bronx, I'm a tourist, Give me a stage where this bull can rage.
If you...
How much? How's that go?
Give me a stage where this bull here can rage. Although I can fight.
Although I can fight, I much rather recite. That's entertainment. What are you going to do?
How great is it? Just doing raging bull lines with Ace. There really is nothing better than that.
Yeah.
You should just hang out and do them all day.
I've
that's just
never
my
hung
fantasy.
out with De Niro. There's one guy I've always wanted to hang out with.
Have you met him?
Maybe. I met so many people in those Studio 54 years. It's just like, a lot of it's a blur. I'm dancing with Lindsay Wagner. I'm hanging out with John Belushi, the Stones, Alice Cooper.
So how many times does that happen to you when somebody just comes up to you like, hey, and you got to be like, hey, I don't remember you.
I have no clue.
I'm good at that.
Yeah.
Not remembering people's names. I go, "How you been, man? Long time no see. What are you up to?" I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
But
there you go.
over the years, you get good at that.
All the fans, that's all you got to do. Just walk up to Ace, act like you met him before, actually shoot the shit with him.
Hang out and talk to you.
Yeah, dude, you invited me to your house. All right, let's go.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I finally got time in my schedule. All right, man.
I said, give me a call.
Yeah.
Give me a call.
Did you really remember my shit cake?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I remember being here and
That'll make Jimmy very
had a
happy.
video camera going and
Yeah.
were you licking it or sitting in it?
I ate the log.
You were doing something obscene with it, weren't you?
Yeah, there was a little shit log, and I felt obligated to eat it out of respect for the chef.
all these years later, now it makes sense. Frehley's Comet. See, Frehley's Comet doesn't make sense. Frehley's Comet sounds like Haley's Comet.
Yeah, I guess
You got it.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
I never noticed it.
God.
I was thinking
I
of
always
the other
thought
day. Go ahead.
even Frehley's Comet I thought was a great name
I
for
did
a
too.
band.
Yeah, I know, I did too, but it
Frehley's
didn't make
Comet
any
works.
sense.
Yeah.
Haley's
Just like
Comet,
that.
Haley's Comet. Then at the same time, you have Frampton's Camel. You got Richie back was rainbow. You know, it was the 80s.
Yeah, but we didn't say
had comets, rainbows, and camels running around.
Ace, is that why you came up with the name? Was it like Haley's Comet, Fraley's
Well,
Comet?
you know,
or?
I was a spaceman, and I thought it really fit. You know, I was actually somebody came up, showed me a picture, an actual great photograph of Haley's Comet, and it was the first album cover, if you remember correctly.
Fraley's Comet. Wow.
I never would. Frehley's Comet to me was fine. I never
How
would have
many
connected
years?
it.
And he finally.
I just thought it meant
it's like
Comet.
revelation.
All the pieces in the puzzle finally
Yeah,
fit.
finally.
I thought it was Comet just because he was blazing up and down the fretboard.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right.
Right.
No, I knew it was a play on Haley's Comet. But
No,
I
you
just-
didn't.
I,
No, you
of course
didn't.
I did. I know a lot about space.
He's yelling.
It was supposed to be called Ace's Asteroid, and he said, "Fuck that." Am I correct? No.
You know, I like it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, man, very much.
Thank you, Ace.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Eastbound and down. Danny McBride in studio. What's up, sir?
Not too much. How you doing?
I like that you continue to do our show.
Yes.
I was
I really
thinking
like that. I like that.
Yeah, he's one of the few famous people that comes back.
Loyal.
Yeah.
Kind of famous.
The famous boomerang. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you're very good, man. You have a great career going.
We lose you guys eventually. Eventually, but he's hanging in there. Danny's hanging
Maybe that's
in there.
why we lose people, because we immediately sabotage you with, gee, us? Why would you be here with us?
Yeah. And then they start to think about it and go like,
Hey, you know, you're right. Why am I with you losers?
why did they
I-
put his face on?
I mean, now there's a controversy around your new film. It's called 30 Minutes or Less. You know, the controversy is because of the pizza, the real life pizza disaster. Did you know that when you were doing this, or did the writers just not know it? Or I mean, I don't really care either way.
What about Domino's pizzas being delivered in 30 minutes or less? You get it for free? That controversy?
Yes.
That's great.
And
Very
because a lot of people are
controversial
saying that
subject.
sometimes you won't get your pizza due to the actual
People
deliverer
get
having
upset
a
about
bomb
that.
belt on his throat. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I can't speak on behalf of the writers, but when I got the script, I guess I had just kind of forgotten about that thing that happened.
Yeah, I didn't put it together either until just right today, because it's different, because I don't know, it just seemed weird that it's a chest bomb and not a neck bomb. That actually made a big difference, because
Right.
it was the thought of having one around your neck
Seems
like really
a little
sick.
Yeah. The chest is kind of acceptable.
Yeah,
sure
I don't
is.
know why.
Bomb vest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who are
Jimmy,
you playing this? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, you walked us through the original story just
Yeah.
before break, and it was horrific.
Yeah, the video is really awful. This is
Yeah.
a comedy, though. This will be better.
Of
and
course.
And you should be able to make fun of
This will be better. It's two
This'll
different
be
things.
better.
No, but I
One
mean,
was a real news story, and this is a comedy.
but it's
that
cool.
we're going to
though.
laugh at, because Danny McBride's in it.
Who are you playing in it, Danny?
I play the guy who masterminds this really terrible plan and kidnap Jesse Eisenberg. Me and Nick Swartzen do.
Oh, Nixon? Okay.
Nick makes
good.
the bomb that goes on Jesse, and we force him to rob a bank so that I can get money to pay a hitman to kill my dad. So it's a very simple, easy plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick is a funny
Flawless.
guy, man.
Love Nick.
He makes Adam Sandler movies tolerable.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Danny's not saying no.
How about
You're out of that. Don't
not
worry
a
about it. You don't have to say anything, Danny. I know he's gold in Hollywood, but I personally have never gotten the Adam Sandler thing.
how about Aziz?
Aziz is Jesse's best friend in the film.
Okay.
And, Nick and I are the bad guys. Jesse and Aziz are the good guys. So most of my stuff was with Nick. And I'd never met Nick before this film, but we got along swimmingly. He's a funny
really
dude.
funny.
Cracked me up.
Yeah, we've had him on a couple times. We love Nick.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to see just another one of my friends taking off in the movies. Him and Aziz. It's always good to see. Well, you fucking languish from 6 to 10 every morning. Your friends just taking off in the motion picture industry. Nothing makes me happier.
And you get to be woken up at 5:30 by Kenny every morning.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love to just...
Our Kenny, by the way.
Yeah.
Not
Club
Kenny
Soda.
Powers, yeah. Club Soda Kenny has to wake up Jimmy, and he's a bore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse was good in Zombieland. The same director?
It's
from
the same
Zombieland?
director, yeah, Brendan Fleischer, yeah,
Because
yeah.
that was, I like the way Zombieland looked.
This movie has the same sort of like it has a nice tight like pace to it. It's handled really well. Yeah, that was one of the main reasons I jumped on when I read the script. The script's hilarious, and just seeing what Ruben did with Zombieland, it's like you knew that he could kind of handle the comedy and the action and kind of combine them into something.
Yeah, and put some morbid shit in there and still keep it funny.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that kid's hilarious. And fucking Zombieland was running around.
How much talk was
with
really
his rules cardio? It's just hilarious. So I'm just stating funny shit from another movie.
Well, we haven't seen this yet. Usually we get to see the movies before you guys come in, but for this one we weren't able to go to the screening, unfortunately.
How much real talk was there about you taking over for Carell? Was your name? Did your name just get thrown in there by a publicist, or were you actually really?
No, I don't. I would read about it just as like anyone else would. I would just see it in Entertainment Weekly, like, oh, they're considering me for The Office. Wow,
right?
Yeah. How great is that? You didn't want to come out and just go, no, they're not, because that would be self-destructive. That's the kind of thing I would do, and I would go, no, they're not at all, and then immediately take myself out of the story like an asshole. Boy, Nick's mustache is funny. 30 minutes or less. This is how dumb I am. I was at Comic-Con recently, and we saw that 30 minutes or less thing, and I had no idea. We were across the street from the poster. I had no idea that I know 3 out of the 4 guys that are in it.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, maybe that's my problem. I don't network properly.
No.
Fucking Nick's mustache is horrendous. I really like it.
That's a good one.
Oh, what a terrible 70s mustache they gave fucking Swartzen.
I like sporting one.
Yeah, it's pretty tight. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Why does he look frightened?
He's standing next to the bomb.
I think he is frightened. Yeah. From the trailer, he looks frightened most of the movie because of the bomb.
How is Jesse Eisenberg? Because he was so good as a complete social misfit in Antisocial Network or Social Network. Jesus, I sort of.
That's your tour.
Yeah, I know, and I didn't do that to be funny. I just made a
yeah.
mistake. Believe me, that name is done anyway. That fucking dopey, dated name my agent came up with. Fucking
really,
ties in a tour name to a movie. Why don't we just call it Apocalypse Later, asshole? We were just touring a bunch of comedians, and my agent's like, call it the Antisocial Network, so we went with it. But then we're like, the fucking movie's over. No one cares anymore, you dope. But how much different is Jesse in this than that?
Well, he's not creating any social networks in this movie at all.
He's obviously not a billionaire, right?
He's like a pot smoking pizza guy, so he doesn't have any ambition. So he's the exact opposite of his character in the Facebook movie.
Do you, this is a corny actor question, but when you go in and do something, do you say like, all right, I'm figuring out who this guy is, or are you pretty much just go in there and just start being yourself? And how do you analyze a role when you do it?
Yeah, I don't take it that seriously.
You don't, right?
I just show up with the lines memorized.
All right, he just finished his line. I know. I was
my turn to talk.
It's my turn.
My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. Your turn. Your turn. My turn. My turn. Your turn.
It's gotta be the worst thing an actor can think is my turn to talk.
Now it's your turn. You go now.
Yeah, I'm so bad that I'll rehearse pauses and facial gestures like alone in a mirror. Like, what do you mean? Put my arms out. And meanwhile, the
arms
scene,
out, wide eyes.
Yeah, and then he doesn't talk in the pace or cadence you think he's going to.
Mr. Fabersham.
Fuck. See, yeah, you're always off book when you go in. That's actors talking. It means you have it memorized. Yeah. It just means you have it memorized.
You've been off book, Jimmy?
It's impressive.
I know. They want me to go in today for a fucking audition for a Nickelodeon voiceover.
Nice.
Nice.
You do voices?
Yeah, I do. But not for that network, I don't. They're not going to hire me for Nickelodeon.
Why not?
I'm too tired. I'm going home, going to bed.
You're not even going to go to the audition?
Not.
Jesus.
No, I'm getting a massage. I'm going to fucking do something on my stomach that humiliates her and makes me feel good. And I'm going to nap. I'm not going on the audition.
Nick Swartzen would go to the audition.
Nick wouldn't have to. Nick's offer only at this point, I'm pretty sure.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, Nick doesn't want to. Maybe he does. You don't audition, right? Would you read for something if, like, it's a project, like, say, that somebody you really love is doing, like, and they have everybody reading for it? When's the last time you read for something? I'm talking a lot.
I've never even had to audition for a movie before.
Holy
shit. Really?
God, is that nice?
We just made the Foot Fist Way and then just started getting work off of that.
Right.
Unbelievable.
That's great, though.
Have you seen Foot Fist Way yet?
No.
I know we talk about it every time Danny's in it. It's a great movie.
I've heard it's great. Will
Ferrell
Ferrell
really
loved it,
is.
right?
Yeah.
Will Ferrell discovered you through that, right?
Yep. We were in a sex chat room and
nice. You both realized the other one's not 13 and you had to laugh.
and then he goes and does Due Date, Tropic Thunder, Pineapple Express, Observe and Report, which we've told you. Me and Jimmy love that fucking movie. Way more than
who
Mall
are you in
Cop.
Observe and Report? I don't. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's my favorite comedy of the last, I don't know how many years. I fucking howled in the movie theater at that fucking movie with Ray Liotta. I hate your fucking guts! God,
he's scary, isn't he?
You're in
He's
that,
awesome
dude.
in it, yeah.
Not many people have intimidated me over the years. Ray Liotta, when he came in, He actually looked at me at one point and go, "What's wrong with him? Is he sick?" I was just mesmerized by the guy. He's fucking intimidating. Man.
He really is.
Cool.
Jody Hill directed Observe Report. He's the guy. He directed Foot Fist Way, and he's one of the creators on Eastbound. So yeah, he's a pretty sick sense of humor.
That's such a great comedy. And again, not that Mall Cop's bad. It's just not my sensibility. But it hits a broader audience. But that Observe and Report is everything the fucking comedy should be. It was ballsy. He's fucking banging her while she's got puke on. It's like that's hilarious.
That was great.
Hilarious. It's so
Anna
funny
Faris,
that movie, man.
I love Anna Faris.
And the skateboard in the face is great.
Dude, when Seth takes how fucking hard did he smash that kid's face?
Yeah, with a skateboard.
It's everything you want to do with a skateboard. You want to just cave someone's head in with it.
Absolutely.
Wow, I love that. I forgot you were in that.
That guy who runs Nude, the Flasher, at the very end of the movie is like one of our friends we went to film school with, and we were like, we really need somebody who will go full nude for this movie and has a comedy dick, and Randy happened to have all of that, and he said it was the greatest moment of his life.
Comedy dick.
Yeah.
Has he done anything since?
No, he hasn't.
That's even better, right? That's so great.
No, comedy dick would be a fucking small, horrible dick. Like Ken Jeong is an awful.
Yeah.
Oh, his dick is the worst ever.
Did you know he was a real doctor?
Yeah.
I didn't.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I just wanted to stop the conversation with a boring tidbit about myself. You told us? Accomplished.
Where are we at with Eastbound?
We're actually shooting right now.
Nice.
I go back today. Will Ferrell comes into town tonight, and so we film with him all this week. And
nice.
Yeah, we're having a blast. We're about halfway through shooting the third season.
Wait, you're shooting in New York?
In North Carolina.
Oh, so you're going back?
Flying back.
Okay, I got you.
That's got to be great, though, being able to just work with your friends and shit. You know?
It's the best. And to be able to do it down there, too, where you're just, there's no direct flights from Los Angeles to Wilmington, North Carolina. So that one layer was enough to make all the executives not
Buffer,
want to
right? Just keep them away.
They gotta get on a fucking prop. Yeah, exactly.
Aren't they the worst?
Damn, that's nice.
They just ruin everything.
Overthinking shitheads.
They ruin shit in movies. Useless.
Overthinking everything and trying to rationalize their own job.
Do you fly private yet?
No, I have, but it's always been because I piggybacked on someone who gets to fly private. Yeah.
Oh, I never have. How is it?
It's cool. Every time I get on one of those planes, though, I just think of La Bamba. I'm just thinking,
All right, yeah.
You'd hit the ground a lot faster, though.
Yeah, you think so?
You wouldn't even get Payne Stewart.
You wouldn't even know. Those guys knew, man. They're in the air realizing, oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's true. Payne Stewart's people probably didn't know. It probably just lost cabin pressure.
That's the creepiest flight story ever.
It really is.
Payne Stewart.
Catastrophic pressure loss where they were just frozen.
They were dead, and the plane just kept flying and flying.
The fucked up thing is they got a couple F-16s up there to check it out, and when they were looking, they saw them through the frosted windows just frozen.
Oh,
it's like Ghost Plane or something. That's a fucked up thing. Hey, why don't you make a comedy about that? Fucking funny, motherfucker.
Yeah.
How long did the plane continue to fly? Do you remember?
Still going.
It's still going. They don't know how to get it down.
It went pretty far. I think it turned like north or northwest.
It was up there a while after they got
that was 99. Fuck. Where did these years go? By the way, I have no idea.
When does Eastbound and Down come out?
I think it's going to come out either January or February of next year.
Oh, that's not too bad. We don't have to wait too long. Good.
How many episodes?
This is 8 episodes this year.
Yeah. Is that usually 8 or 7 episodes?
We've increased it by 1 episode each year.
6, 7, and 8? Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah,
that first season.
Sneak him in there, get a nice long,
one more.
That first season when it was only 6, we're like, oh my God, we need more of this.
Yeah,
you were killing us.
This next season is pretty insane. I mean, it's been wild. We've been able to get away with everything we've wanted to. And
wow, that's
Can you give us a few examples or a little something here?
Well,
a couple teases. What can you tell us?
People die this season. That's a new thing for Eastbound. Death. Yeah. That's fun. And, we always kind of saw this as something that would be 3 seasons long. So we're trying to execute that and finish this thing with a bang.
See, there's something to be said for that, the simplicity of only a few, because The Office, the British Office, 6 special. Fucking extra 6 special. That 6, 7, 8 special would be great. You guys should close it out with a special.
Is it
Someone
tough?
has no idea what they're talking about, just kind of giving suggestions to the star of a successful show. By the way, was the title of that fucking boring dissertation.
Is it tough to do that knowing you got something so great? Eastbound and Down is just a great show. Is it tough to cut it off short like that?
You know, like we never really thought anyone would even watch this when we started. So for us, we kind of had always committed to this idea of a short order of them. We do love doing the show and like we have a good time with the characters. So, you know, I'm not sure if once the show's over, if maybe we'll try to like make the character live on outside of the show, or maybe we'll just come back and do another season a few years from now. But we're definitely kind of trying to end the story that we set out to tell in the beginning.
You got to have a lot of fucking confidence, I think, in what you do to be able to stop doing something that's still working and successful.
Yeah, that's
like, oh, I'll just do a next project, and you're like, oh, really? You don't consider that winning the fucking lottery, you dummy?
Well, there's a lot of guys that tried that, and you never heard from them again.
I know. That's
What's
why
his
I got to
name
say,
from MASH?
you got to have a lot of confidence.
Oh my God, McLean Stevenson.
He was the
hey,
biggest
Hello
one.
Larry,
Yeah.
come on. He did Hello Larry.
He
after
goes,
that. It was great.
I'm ready to move on. Oh boy.
You know how sad he must have been when they killed him off? He probably thought he'd come back for specials, and then he read that he goes down the Sea of Japan. He's like, what the fuck? I was kidding, guys. It was a contract ploy. I was just trying to get a little heat around myself.
He wanted it. He probably approached them with an episode where he walks up on the beach with a life jacket. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm okay. Got like cartoon. He's only cartoon burned. You know, some black on his face. And, hey guys,
Yeah, no, like that's not going to work for a real.
huddle. No, stay away.
Good for you guys ending the series.
Do you write? How much of the writing do you do for Eastbound?
All of it, yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, Jody and myself write the whole series, and that's the other reason why we keep it short is because it's just, you know,
Sure.
it takes about a year from the time you write to shoot the whole thing to edit it. So, yeah.
When you write something, do you see, like so you have 6 or 7 or 8 episodes you're doing. Do you see kind of where you want the beginning to go to the end of the season, or do you kind of constantly change that as you're going?
We write it like it's one large movie, so we keep every episode open. We just basically write like a 250-page script and like break it into, you know.
Oh shit! So
30
you know
minutes.
how things are gonna end
Yeah.
and go, and then you.
Oh, that's a pretty
fill in
smart.
Fill in the blanks.
But are there ways, now when you go back and do that, do you kind of have to go in and like balloon tie episodes at the end just to kind of make them...
For sure, yeah. You'll come into like episode 6 and set up something that, you know, wasn't there, so you have to go back and open up 1 and 2 and figure out how to make those, kind of set that up. And yeah, it's very painful and, you know, long and boring.
It does seem very that's the work part, I guess.
Yeah,
huh?
that's the work part.
Wow.
Do you always write in script form? I'm so weird. Like, I'll put something in script form, but I have to actually fucking handwrite dialogue in a notebook for some reason. It works a lot better for me.
No, we're not like Russell Crowe in A Beautiful Mind. We're just...
Oh, did he do that? Well, let me explain what that was. That was a nobody desperately trying to think that he has the same process as somebody in season 3. Oh, yeah, I do notebooks too. Oh, really? Oh, good. I'm on the right track. God, am I a flop?
He just oozes with self-confidence, doesn't
Accuracy. Nothing worse than false self-confidence. But that's interesting, though. I would never have thought to do it that way.
Yeah.
To write it as a full script. Because you think of shows like The Wire, The Sopranos, they do episodes, or do they write the entire arc for each character and then put it together?
Well, for some
Maybe
of the
I'll ask
shit-
somebody from that show. No, I'm just going to promote a film. I'm asking about how other people at HBO have done things.
I want to ask Danny about, the Beastie Boys video there.
Oh,
How
yeah.
much fun was that?
That was insane. I mean...
What'd you have again? I mean, yeah,
It was everyone from me, Seth, Elijah Wood, and then there was Will, Jack Black, John C. Reilly, Orlando Bloom. I mean, there was, Ted Danson, Jason Schwartzman. I mean, every
Ted
day.
Dance.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Unbelievable. Yeah, you guys figured out that whole viral video thing and where you don't have to deal with the executives. That Funny or Die site is great.
Yeah,
that
they
you're
got a lot of good
and-
stuff on there. And,
Yeah.
the Beastie Boys video was so surreal, though. Remember Seth and I exchanging phone calls after we had got asked to do it. And then both of us are just there, just tripping out the whole entire time. It was like every hour a brand new star comes on, and we're just there watching.
Jesus
them.
Christ.
What was the video? What did you do in the video?
It's like a continuation of the Fight for Your Right to Party video. It picks up right after the party's over with.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's an acted piece, not a music. Okay.
It's like mixed in. It's like Thriller, you know?
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, just like Thriller.
Ola Ray. Remember Ola Ray? She was the fucking hot chick in Thriller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was kind of being date raped before the zombies saved her. That makes any sense. You know, he slipped her a Mickey, and then the fucking dead people came.
Mickey. Irresistible.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, see, yeah, that's the end of the video.
What a great idea.
It really is.
God damn it. That's a fucking creative, good idea. What's that? 30 minutes? That's a long song.
Wow, this is 30 minutes long?
Yeah, it's like a little mini movie.
Wow.
Holy shit.
That's a short.
Like Thriller.
You guys got a video on YouTube, 3 million views for a 30-minute video.
Yeah.
Wow.
How did you get 30 minutes on YouTube? I thought you could only do 10 minutes.
Well,
It's the Beastie Boys.
And they're stars. They're not regular Joes like us.
Oh, they
call up YouTube and go, hey, guess what? We're going to give you 30 minutes.
You're like,
Take
take
it or leave
yourself.
Make sure no one else is allowed to upload for the next 2 days.
or we'll put it on something else.
Yeah, sure.
I wonder if that's also so movies can't be pirated and uploaded full.
No, they just want to save their bandwidth, or people would just be uploading nonsense all the time, right? 30 minutes or less. We haven't done the movie justice. We should talk about this a little more.
Well, it's with Danny. It's with Nick Swartzen, who's also very funny, and of course Jesse Eisenberg, who's great, and Aziz Ansari, who's on fucking Parks and Recreation and selling out theaters, and he's hugely popular. I like to drive a fucking pen into my hand like Luca Brasi as I'm describing his resume.
Bothers you a little bit?
Nah, it's yes and no. It's like you always have a love-hate thing because it's like they are funny guys, so it's like I'm happy to see funny guys getting work because it like gives you faith. Like, all right, at least it's funny people working and not shitheads.
Yeah.
Like when you see shitheads succeeding, it stinks. But it's funny guys in the movie. It's like, all right, well that feels fair.
But I think Aziz uses notebooks too. He writes in notebooks too.
He does. He's a little weirdo because I see him all the time at the Comedy Cellar, and he'll actually have his headphones on. He fucking works. He's not lazy, and he'll sit there and jot things down from his headphones, and for the next set, like I did years ago before I just finally realized it's over.
But we love doing radio.
I do. No, I actually do love doing radio. I'd say actually to really convince myself. Fucking liar I am.
This business gets no respect. Is our problem, Daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really is.
We're the shit of the entertainment business.
Yeah,
we really are. It's just
it's where
no
other
respect.
people come until they get really successful.
Yeah.
Then they never again want to set foot.
Or
here.
when Hollywood's done with them, then they go into radio.
Yeah.
So
on the way up and on the way down.
Yeah, that's
where
we're really not making him want to come back.
No, I know. Isn't that
I'm
terrible?
going to apply for an internship. Are you guys?
Oh, we're not allowed to have any.
We're not allowed to have them because of an incident. Yeah.
Oh, it's nice.
We're a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah,
that's what we are. We have very big celebrities come in, and then we say negative things about ourselves, and naturally they don't want to come back.
We're just busting balls.
It's like being on a first date and saying to a girl, "Rape, schmape."
That's ever been said seriously?
I would hope not. Yeah, by some defense attorney. He's a fucking public defendant. He doesn't want to take the case.
Ever.
Rape, schmape. Come on. So, all right. So, 4 very funny guys, and Jesse plays the guy that they strap the bomb to.
Yep.
And so the thing is, he's a pizza delivery guy. He goes, and you and Nick grab him.
Yes.
And you want to force him to kill your father, or get money to hire an assassin?
Force him to kill the father would be the easiest plan, but instead we force him to rob a bank so I can pay a hitman to do it.
Is it explained why you don't just force him to kill the father and then blow them both up?
It's not, no. But that would have been a good. They should have used the notebooks and figured that out.
Figured that whole thing out.
That probably would cut out a lot of the funnier parts if he just went straight to the murder of the
I
father.
don't think Jesse has the murderer instinct in him.
Yeah, a lot harder to get somebody to kill someone than to rob a bank.
Yeah.
Oh,
under duress.
There you go. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
So I almost said to him, so what happens? Meaning, how does it end? And I realized what a dumb thing that would
Please
be.
just spoil it for everyone. Could you just do that?
You realize Larry King wasn't as bad at what he did as I thought he was. Or I almost fucking asked that question. So seriously, does he die at the end? All kidding aside, goddamn fool. They're dressed in a gorilla and an ape. Which one is you?
I'm the ape. Nick is the little chimp. Yeah,
It's a chimp, yes.
Did you actually have to film those scenes, or was somebody stand-in?
That's actually us in 100-degree weather wearing monkey masks
But they could just put anyone in there. You're a big star now.
Yeah, well, not anyone has those hands, Or
Yeah.
That's
People
true.
would be like,
that physique.
I could tell. I could tell.
I would hate this, especially if you drank coffee, then you have to smell your own breath on the inside of a fucking monkey mask.
Oh yeah. They get pretty rank by the end of the shoot.
They do, right?
Yeah, it's pretty smelly.
Wouldn't you hate to wear somebody else's fucking monkey mask? How awful would that be?
Right there where the mouth is, your nose would be just smelling.
Somebody that has that fucking sweet plaque breath all the time.
They actually only had one of each of those masks, and so there, when the stand-in would have to come, they'd set the shot. They would put the mask on, and there were definitely a few times where they hand the mask back to you and it's just soaking wet.
Oh, fuck that!
I'll put it back on.
Why do they have to wear the mask? Couldn't they just wear a hat that says G and C?
You got to really see how the light hits the monkey's nose.
Oh, it was for that? Okay.
Oh, yeah. See, you just don't think of that stuff.
I would have made them hold it. Just fucking hold the thing in
Smash
front.
it against your face.
Yeah, just stand there and hold it. Absolutely, you're not putting my thing on.
To be in a major motion picture?
I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd share condoms to be in a movie. I'm fucking kidding. It's easy to talk shit when you're here. Like, oh, well, yeah, come on, Danny, why would you tolerate that?
Exactly, man.
That's actually a really cool fucking. Is that the poster for it? That's the trailer. Is that the poster for it? I don't know. Aunt Jim, is it?
Aunt Jim.
Stupid question. Sorry.
Jimmy is fucking. You're a disaster today.
He's hurting on himself now.
I'm literally.
Really
I had no sleep at all. I was playing chess till 2 in the morning on fucking chess with friends, and I couldn't sleep.
That's. I remember when you used to tell horrid stories of prostitution and. Now you play chess.
Yeah, I was playing with a transsexual who was fucking me.
Oh, okay.
Which was so hard. See if he was cheating.
Still sitting on the bishop.
I suspected he was fucking getting text advice from another friend. So is there anything we're missing with the movie? Because I don't want to not. I honestly don't. I don't want to sell the.
I'm looking forward to it.
It is really, really funny. It's an awesome movie. It, Ruben, a lot of his inspiration for this are things like Dog Day Afternoon and Heat and all these crazy bank robber movies, and throwing a little comedic spin on it. So it's definitely something that's you haven't seen before.
Do you guys have? Do you guys have? Is there anybody there that has like a sunny vibe? Maybe there's a Leon in the fucking barber chair.
Yeah,
Leon.
No.
You're not dying, Danny. You're killing everyone around you. You can do Leon Shermer all day. So, all right, it comes out, the fucking...
week from Friday.
You never want to sell a movie
less.
short, but it's like, I don't know what to ask about it without giving it away.
I know.
That the cast is
That's
good.
why we like seeing the movies ahead of time, then we could kind of...
I'll post it on YouTube tonight for you guys.
That would rule.
In 30-minute increments. Is that fine?
Yeah, 30-minute increments. Yeah, I'd
You
watch.
married, man, Danny?
I am.
Are you?
Expecting a child in 8 weeks.
You know if it's a boy or girl?
Boy.
Nice.
Do you have a name picked out?
We have a few names picked out, and we stopped telling people because the first few just you tell them to your friends, and they kind of give you that oh, really?
They're fucking assholes.
Yeah.
Soda.
Yeah. Soda's a great name.
People are just assholes. They can't just be happy for you. Like, that's a nice name. Does it hurt to say it's a nice name? They always got to go, oh my God, really?
Yeah, then you start feeling self-conscious.
Right.
But is that them being assholes, or is that like friends being honest with you and like preventing yourself and the kid from having 20 years of humiliation?
How about when it's too late, the kid's already born, and you tell someone their name? Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what you went with?
Yeah. Exactly.
You got that?
Yes.
Who did that to you?
A few people in my family.
Family?
And then some lady in the elevator goes, that's a dog's name.
Oh, what a bitch.
I want to fucking strangle her.
Wow.
She's a
Some
lonely
people just
bitch with a
say
dog.
shit.
Yeah, they just say shit.
That's a dog's name.
So you're obviously going with a little different name.
Hepatitis. Is what we're
Nice.
looking at now.
See, that's great, because if you want him to watch something, you can go hepatitis. See?
See, he's quick, Danny.
Well, he does good. Hepatitis. Hey. I mean, I could do the same joke a third time with B. Fucking redundant asshole. We got it, Jim.
Right on, man.
What was the name that got rejected, though? Was it named after somebody? Were you looking to name him after somebody, and the people were like,
That name is still on the table, so it technically falls in the rule that
Sure.
my wife has said that I'm not allowed to
Yeah,
tell
that's fair enough.
people.
Did you guys debate? Is it hard when you want to name? It's your first child.
Yeah.
Now, did you immediately suggest Daniel?
I didn't suggest my own name ever. No.
You didn't. So you didn't want that.
No.
Is it hurt feelings when one of you suggests something that means something? Like, well, that's my grandfather's name, or that was my uncle's name, and the other person is like,
yeah.
Yeah, you got to just watch it. Yeah, exactly. You have to tread lightly. Yeah, I know the different names of her relatives, so when those names come up, I know, like, all right, well, we'll just work on this a little bit more subtly to get that out of the list. Yeah.
But
We'll change the spelling.
Yeah.
Is one person going to win, or is there, like, with you and your wife, did you both agree immediately, or is there...
No, man, right up until the last second. We just
You kind of batting it around?
Yeah, I got a 14-month-old.
Oh, congrats.
It's awesome. These guys don't like hearing about it, but it's the
That's
most
not
amazing
true.
thing ever.
Yeah,
I don't mind hearing about it.
I'm fucking with you guys.
Whenever I hear about it, I'm just like, whoa, thank God I don't have to fucking do that because I can't. I don't have to change diapers or,
Oh, this time period has been nuts when you just lay in bed and you just see like the stomach moving.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Alien.
I do that alone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking horrible body.
Fucking roast beef sandwich in there.
Do you really feel you put your ear to the stomach and stuff? You hear it kicking?
Oh yeah, it's nuts. You can feel it. You can feel it moving
bizarre,
around.
dude.
Yeah, it really is. And my wife has only put on like 15 pounds since she's been pregnant. I think I put on like fucking 30 pounds. I'm eating for 3. Yeah.
So now you got the room all set up that you're gonna have the kid in?
We're just getting it set up now. Yeah, we finished shooting the show, and then like 3 weeks later, the baby's due. So I've been talking to him a lot through her belly, telling him to hang out in there, don't come early. Chill.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you already feel a bond?
Totally.
I guess it's a dumb question to ask a parent, but I've never even come close to having kids. And it's like, but now is a good time to do it. You're making money. You're successful. It's like,
Did you do the 3D imaging?
We did. That stuff's pretty nuts, isn't it?
That's fucked up.
It's a sonogram.
We
right?
haven't talked about it yet.
It's different than a sonogram.
No, it's a 3D image on a TV. You're looking at.
See them, yeah.
You're looking at, in my case, my son. I'm like, what?
It's almost like an MRI looks,
But he's smiling and he's laughing in there and doing all sorts of shit. He's already a human being.
He's in a vagina.
The kid's laughing. Yeah, no wonder he's happy.
Exactly.
When they pop their face out and get hit, they're like, what the fuck is this nonsense?
He's itching his face. The one we got, he's itching. It's fucking
That's weird.
bizarre.
Can you watch them move like that?
Like claymation.
Yeah, they move. This is what it looks like.
Let me see, Travis.
That's 3D imaging. Imagine that as a video. Just fucking.
Oh, but look at this. He's got his tongue out. He's rude. I wouldn't want to see that. What a bad boy. What are you doing? You're showing the movie again, Travis. We're trying to see 3D imaging.
I'm going to show you a video.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to see the video of this shit. It's unbelievable. That's
ultrasound.
No, that's
ultrasound.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's ultrasound.
I know. What are you doing?
That's
3D.
There you go. That's one.
I don't know what's happening here.
Look at this shit.
What's it doing? It's moving. Ew.
Wow. It's Avatar.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah, that is just strange,
How
man.
boring is it in there, though? You're all cramped up.
Yeah, but you're just napping.
Yeah, you're
So
just
cool.
chilling out, man.
The lady who did ours was like talking about my son's pecker the whole time. She was like, "Isn't my life pathetic? I sit here and rub things on bellies to make boys' dicks hard." And it was this thing where we were
Holy shit.
Yeah, she dropped that in there. We were just me and my wife were like, "Wow, this lady."
The kid got a
is
rod?
Awesome.
It's his first handy.
Wow. What fetishes he's going to have? Fucking sonograms. I can't get an erection unless you just rub this thing over my stomach. It's a long story.
When you see your kid for the first time in the belly, they always go, "You want to know the sex?" And as soon as you say yes, they go, "All right, here's the dick."
Wow.
They go right for the fucking private area and say, "There you go."
Well, that's pretty much
It's a
how
boy.
they do it.
That really is the only
I
way.
know,
How else are they going to tell?
But instead of
look at
that,
that.
maybe they just say it. They're like, "Okay, you want to know?" And all of a sudden this dick pops up on the screen. Like, "Oh, I guess it's going to be a boy."
Do they show you or do they tell you?
They show.
They show you.
Oh, they don't tell you, boy or girl?
No, they go, "All right, here
Were
you
you
go."
kind of happy it was a son? Was your wife kind of want a daughter, or you guys didn't? Everyone says they don't care because you kind of have to say
We
that.
were cool with whatever, but I was the firstborn in my family, so I kind of wanted to weirdly just replicate that. So I was hoping to get a boy.
Get the boy out of the way, and then it doesn't matter. I think.
God, they're creepy looking in there.
Actually, I don't want a girl.
It would be great if
That's my nightmare.
it'd be great if they said it's a daughter and you start screaming, "What the fuck? This is bullshit! I'm not interested. I don't want." Make a big scene in the fucking room.
When I found out I was a boy, one of my friends was like, "If it's a boy, you only have to worry about one dick. If it's a girl, you have to worry about all the dicks in the world."
Wow, you know what?
Great way to look at it.
You know, it's funny too about naming things. I've always been bad about. I've made gender errors my whole life. Believe me. My first cat was a Manx who was a boy, but I thought it was a girl, so I named him Susan. But then it turned out.
Wow, this makes total sense.
Turned out it was a fucking boy, so I had to name him John. And then I found a cat outside who I thought was a boy, so I named her William. And then turned out it was a girl. I've made gender errors with both of my cats.
Yeah,
that's actually the theme of the show that
and
I'm writing.
out the window of your Saturn too. Apparently,
oh, please, of course, exactly. At least I didn't pay one of the cats to blow me and pretend I didn't see fucking scruff on the side. How awful that is. To hand over $50 to realizing you've been duped. I'd love to fucking just yell at a tranny. "Can I speak to your manager, please? This is not what I was promised."
Duped.
Yeah.
False advertising.
That was humiliating.
Hey, before we let you go, K-Swiss, you enjoying that campaign too?
That campaign is a lot of fun. You know, when they came to us with that, Jody and I were very apprehensive about it. We're like, well, I don't know. There's not really a point of reference for where this has worked before.
Right.
And they gave us these scripts, and it was like just as filthy as our show was. And so, it was just a fun way to kind of take the character outside the show and just be able to have some fun with them. And we shot the new ads right before we started shooting this season, so it was a nice way to kind of get the feet wet again, get back in there.
Right.
What's K-Swiss?
He's doing a whole campaign with K-Swiss as Kenny Powers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You'd love it, Jim.
You should check them out. They're great.
You do some edgy stuff, though, man. Everything you don't do any soft comedies. Everything you're in has got some balls to it, which is nice to see.
Until I have this kid. Yeah.
And it'll be all about, like, it's about the children now.
Why say fuck when you can say friggin'?
Can I ask you about that? What do you feel about comedies in general? I mean, are we starting? It seems like we're starting to move, toward edgy again. Finally.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I like comedy. I mean, I like to see rated R comedy. I like to go in there and know that anything is on the table. I feel like when it's a PG-13 comedy, not that there are not good PG-13 comedies, there are, but you kind of feel like you're going in there and you know that they're only going to be able to take it so far.
Yeah, I like a nice R.
And
X.
For a while there, they got rid of the whole comedy genre, and it was rom-coms. That's where the comedies went.
Yeah.
There weren't fucking movies for just, I hate to say it, but just guys.
We talk about those where the guy and the girl are back to back, leaning with their arms crossed, looking at each other like, all right.
Yeah, we know what's going on with you.
And she's like, oh boy, I know you. And then they'll meet. They'll have to like each other for some reason where they're not really liking each other.
Right.
And then they'll really like each other. And then something will break them apart, and then they'll realize how much they like each other. Back together, movie's over.
But for a while, that's all they were making. They didn't have a down and dirty comedy.
I don't think Matthew McConaughey's ever taken a picture facing another woman on a movie. But let me tell you. Oh God!
There you go.
Launch that
There you
cover.
go.
I actually want to make a movie cover like that where the guy and the girl are back to back and call the film The Beheading. And then it's all about a fucking horrible kidnapping, beheading gone wrong in Mexico. Nothing to do with the cover at all.
Oh, look at that one. Oh, I'm proposing to you. Oh, boy, I'm scared of this. Oh, you're good. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get back to making.
What's
down
the
and
cover
dirty
for 30
comedies.
minutes or less?
Oh, you don't want to see it. They're back to back, and
I got a bomb.
Oh boy,
He's gonna blow himself up.
safe to say that's not what you're going to see with 30 minutes.
Vince Vaughn and Reese Witherspoon.
I'm Reese Witherspoon. Yes, the Four Christmases.
Four Christmases, yeah.
They're facing away from each other. They're wrapped in a big bow, kind of like chained together, like some nonsense is going to occur.
There's going to be some fun.
Oh boy, the breakup.
Oh, the breakup. Oh boy.
Looks like they got problems.
Those must be the most uncomfortable shoots.
But meanwhile, here I am attacking movie box fucking covers. And to do a movie, I would do whatever. I would take a donkey dick in my face and smile.
Oh boy!
Looking over my shoulder and it's fucking leaking stuff on my. you.
We'll get you on to Eastbound if you'll take a donkey dick in your face.
I'll take one even if you don't.
Okay.
If you just get me on the set to watch, I'll take one.
These aren't just jokes. He will absolutely do this, Danny.
Yeah.
All right, Danny McBride, a pleasure, obviously.
Hey, you guys take care. Thanks for having me back on.
Thank you, man.
Anytime,
See you
brother.
soon.
See ya.
Take it easy.
This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
Rather be a New Jack Hustler.
Oh yeah. That means one thing. Ice-T is in the studio. I was ready to say in the house, and
I'm in the house.
I would have sounded really, really old school.
Yeah. When the building.
I'm reading in the prep sheet. I never knew this. You were in the Breakin' films.
Yep, that's where I was. That was my first time being in movies.
What did you do in Breakin' or
Rap.
Breakin' 2? Oh, okay. You had a small part.
Like, when Shabba-Doo and Boogaloo Shrimp and them were in the club, I was the guy on the stage, and I was rapping. It was kind of like a featured background person. I didn't have lines. I just rapped.
I think I did know that, actually. Maybe I have heard that before.
I haven't watched the Breaking movies in a while.
I thought Beat Street was a little better. I mean, from my,
I do too.
my
I do
experience in white suburban North Brunswick, I have no idea which one was more realistic, but I preferred Beat Street.
And we want to say good morning to Coco,
Yes.
too, of course, who's
Yes.
here with Ice-T.
I'm here.
And,
yes, bright and early.
I was just telling Ice-T that usually we like to see the show before you guys come in, and we didn't get an advance copy, and then you said quickly that it's a comedy.
Well, we went to shoot the show. 8 years ago, they came at us to shoot a show. Coco did this thing called Hip Hop Wives, and they wanted to do one. I was like, nah, reality show to break up the marriage and everything. I'm not with it. 10 years, 8 years later, they kept coming. They kept coming, and finally I said, look, we'll do it under one circumstance, is that you really shoot us. You get us, and you don't twist it. You know, because my relationship is important to me. If we fight or whatever, we'll do it, but don't add anything.
Fake drama. No
fake drama.
Or like assisted reality.
Assisted.
Or edit it in a way to make it worse than it really was.
Right.
That crap.
They after the first show, they said, "You guys got a comedy." You know? And I'm like, I'm funny. And then we started to look at the scenes, and I'm like, kind of funny, you know, when you look at it. Yeah. So it came out as a comedy, and we shot all 8 shows. I've seen them. We're very happy with them, and I'm very critical. You know, I'm protecting myself. I'm not gonna lie, but I didn't touch one frame of any show. I just said, let it go. It looks good.
Oh, there's nothing you wanted out. You were fine with all of it.
I mean, you know, I'm in control of what I do. I just, like I say, I just don't need a twist or something put on there. You know, so they got the tone of it, and I'm very happy of it. So it's a reality show I'm proud of. But Coco will tell you, it's like we broke the trend.
Well, I believe we broke the trend because nowadays everything is a train wreck, you know, and it seems this is really a housewife show. And you see, this is if you lay across every network has like a housewife show, including housewives of this, housewives of that, housewife, and it's like they seem to be unhappy.
You
know, and this
In a mansion.
And this is the
In a
one,
mansion, right.
and this is the one housewife show where I'm very happy. You know? And I've proved that we can be together for 10 years and still be happy. And under the circumstances that I work for ICE, you know, I'm his assistant. So I'm not just the housewife that stays at home. I'm the cute housewife that is his assistant.
She's like my Sharon Osbourne. She keeps me together, holds it down. You know?
Who's the boss, though? Because Sharon certainly runs that operation.
Well, I'm very organized, anal person. You know, I'm
Don't say anal on this show. All these guys just got erections. Who said that?
That's your brain. Okay.
Listen to Opie and Anthony. I know what goes on in this.
He's reading the room. Coco said anal.
Pretty accurate. Why do you make it so easy for us?
But I am. I'm very much of a perfectionist, and you know, he needs that. His life was so unorganized when I came in, you know, and I just slightly organized him, and here he is. You know, he's still.
I mean, I guess if you say who's the boss, at the end of the day, I'll have the final say. But I don't. My job is not to override everything she's doing because I have her in charge trying to make things right. So we got to balance it out. You know, some guys just don't want their woman to have any say. So I'm like, well, then there's only one person running the show. I mean, I appreciate having a partner because a lot of things. And as an artist, I can generate money. I'm just not into crossing the T's and dotting the I's. You know, that's just not my thing. So I want to do the art. And I would watch this Osbournes, and I'm like, would Ozzy have a mansion if it wasn't for shit? I mean, does he even know he's on TV? You know, and I'm a big fan of Oz, you know. And when he does his thing, can nobody touch him? But that's his thing. Now, paying phone bills, I don't know if that's what Ozzy
Ozzy's not a receipt saver.
right, exactly.
We'll write this dinner off.
I can't see him saying
that's
that.
probably not Ozzy's thing either. You're right, but that's what she does. A lot of artists, but I hope you watch the money because a lot of artists, especially with royalties, musicians, get fucked by the companies and by people because they don't watch the trail. It's hard for
I've
musicians.
already done that. I've already, you know, lost the money because of that. Fortunately, I've been in the game 25 years, so I've gone through that zone of wasting money. I had 15 cars, you know, giving all your money to your friends, and all. I've been through that. And
business managers and managers or whatever that don't look out for you.
The whole thing.
Wow.
But fortunately, I've been able to sustain, and you know, now that I've gotten on Law and Order, I've been on there 12 years. I've got my books tight and everything. So I survived the. You know, the coming of age of a celebrity where you usually, if you don't make it past that point, you're through.
You know what you just he just described MC Hammer, who we had in here. And he couldn't keep sustaining it, and that's the problem with MC Hammer. So he gave all his money away as he was going, but then all of a sudden the money stopped coming in. And then he was in deep trouble.
There's a guilt that goes along with success. You know, when you making it and all your friends aren't, and you want to help
bring some people up.
And you know, you can't even come around your neighborhood in a new car because everybody's still broke, and you want to see your friends come, and you want to go on vacation, but you don't want new friends, so you bring your friends. It starts to cost a lot of money, you know. But after you've done it for a long enough time, now my boys is like, ICE already paid us. He did more than he had to do.
Can he live?
Around, right? Let him live. Let him live. He doesn't owe anybody nothing, you know. So I've made it through that growing period of fame. And people that come from nothing, they understand that. You know, you got your family. And it's not that they're asking for it. You feel guilty in a way to say, I won.
Because of your success, you mean? Or like you have what they don't have? And it's like, yeah. You start to feel like, I'm obligated to do something.
Yeah.
And then there's some that will. Sugar Ray Leonard was in the other day, and in his book, he's talking about the people and how they just don't stop asking you for money. Family, friends.
Well, you just got to say no after a while.
It's hard, though, right?
It's hard. It's hard, but after a while. And then you say no. You say, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm that. You tell them, look, I got to pay taxes. I got this. I got that. And they go, and I can tell my friends, look, man, I owe $1 million, and I got to do this, and I got to do that, and I'm having this. And they go, okay, I get it. Yeah, it's bad. But can I still borrow $5? It's like no matter what you say, they're like looking at what they see, and you're on TV. You know, I mean, how can you not?
Right. Yeah.
By the way, you missed. Let me tell you, everybody, what they missed. Ice-T said you're on TV, and 3 desperate faces looked up.
Turn around. What?
He was speaking kind of metaphorically.
Yes.
Like us.
We've had a wild 2 days. So
yeah, it got a little crazy.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about going pretty much from gangsta to mainstream over the years. You successfully pulled that off.
Yeah.
Were you catching any flack when you first kind of started going mainstream about like your street cred and people going like you sell out and shit like that?
Only time I ever get it is from the square. You know, like the cats from the hood know. They're happy to see me successful.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? They know that, you know, when you're in the streets doing that, you're doing that because those are the options that are open to you. As new options open, if you don't take them, you're a sucker. You coming from the ghetto complaining about not having an opportunity, then you get an opportunity and you don't take it, then you're a sucker. Now, you got corny people on the sideline. Oh, he's lost his street cred. You know, what the fuck do you know about street cred? Any damn way. You know, I mean, my street cred is bulletproof. I've done whatever has to be done to get the street cred. That's why I just put out my new book called ISIS Road from South Central to Hollywood. And it shows the transition. But, you know, those who say don't know, and those who know don't say. I'm far from a cop. Trust me. Just trust me. You know, I'm a good actor.
Yeah. I love that explanation.
You put out, by the way, the book, right? Pimp. You put out. Didn't you?
I wrote the foreword to Pimp by Iceberg Slim.
Right, but you kind of re-released it or whatever.
Yeah, but you know, because I admired Iceberg, and that's where I got my name. But then at some point in reading the books, of course, at first I wanted to live his life. Then I realized he's a writer. At some point, it hit me like he's a writer. So if I really want to be held forever in people's hearts and in their minds, I need to document the game. It's not about being the biggest hustler on the street. It's the one who wrote about it. That's who gets to, you know, last forever.
It's an amazing book. I've read it twice.
I've read it too. Love it.
From when was he alive? In like the 40s? He was.
And we just did a movie on his life too. We did a documentary on It's Not Done. But you know, that's what my music was meant to be, like documentation of the game.
Are there photos of him? And who is the guy, the other one who had the cat, Miss Peaches? Who is that? The tall bald pimp who I think he got everything from. That's the guy I want to see a photo of.
Oh my God. Damn.
It's probably been a while, right? But
yeah. I'm trying. I'm supposed to know that name.
I don't know it either.
Yeah. Well, see, probably his name was Mac. That's a good name for a pimp, Mac. You know. But you know, that's what it is. So if you read my book is kind of like in the same sense. It shows the growth and it shows all the different channels I went through in music. And yeah, then how do you end up on Law and Order?
Right.
How did that happen? But you know,
that was a great run.
Hey, I'm still on it. You know, I just re-signed for another couple years. So,
nice.
You know, I'm able to do that. Then I'm over here doing my rock band, playing Cop Killer over on this side of town. And I'm, you know, it's just those people that really know me, when they watch our TV show, they'll laugh. They'll go, yo, that's Ice right there. Because I'm comfortable with who I am.
Some of the music you did years ago, does it kind of seem silly now, all the fuss that was made of it, when you look at what's going on in music today and on the internet and whatnot?
Yeah, well, you know, come on. I mean, everything seems silly in retrospect. It's like the news is real stupid, period.
Yeah.
You know, it's like every time it went, breast implants will explode on a plane. Oh, you know, every time something, I'm like, what happened? Did pit bulls stop biting people? That was like happening for a while.
That was the big story.
Yeah, like the big stories just rotate. So I was just one of the big stories.
Right.
It's all stupid. I mean, considering what's really going on.
Yeah, you know what? At the time, it was such a big story, and everybody was totally hating you. And it almost seems nostalgic and kind of funny now that there was such a fuss made of, music.
The president was after me.
Oh, yeah.
But now I have something. How many people can actually say that the president of the United States of America spoke their name in anger?
You and Kanye West.
Yeah.
You really are.
But even when Kanye came out and said the president doesn't like black people, I'm like, have you listened to Public Enemy? It's like, this is not a new comment,
Right.
This is new. But Kanye, he said something at the time, and when you look down there and you look at New Orleans where he was, and he saw those people sitting out in the street and the floods. That's how it seemed. It didn't really look like anybody cared. I don't think Beverly Hills would have been floating around that long.
Yeah, he spoke his mind, and then Michael Myers. Yeah. Mike Myers was next to him at the time, and his face just like he looked at him like, why am I getting dragged into this?
He just wanted to read a few lines and get off the stage.
I've never seen such a pretend that didn't just happen face. He just stared straight ahead, hoping everything would go away, and he'd wake up and he wouldn't be there.
You see any of the other PE guys?
Oh, definitely. I just did a movie. I just finished directing a movie called The Art of Rap, where I interviewed a lot of MCs from back in the days, Chuck D, of course.
Yeah.
And it's more of a movie about how you rap, not the money, the girls, the cars. It's like the art form.
Right.
So we're going to have that out later this summer, too.
What do you think changed about, because you listen to rap from, the Run DMC and the way they were, and the way it is now, lyrically, it's a lot different.
It went pop.
You think it got more pop?
No, it's pop. It's pop music now. Now what you're doing is you're listening to what you're hearing on the radio. It's pop music with a rap delivery. See, you could rap. Anybody can rap, but that's not hip hop. Hip hop has a special sound to it. It has a special vibe to it. But when you're doing a pop record and then you just happen to rap, that doesn't, Pink can rap. There's a lot of people that can rap. So it's lost its soul, if you ask me. But I say that meaning I want to inspire the soul to come back. I'm not saying it like a hater. I just want the kids to bring the soul back. I'd love to see an 18-year-old Public Enemy group come out right now, young kids, or a new KRS-One. Because no matter what we do, we're old now. We're older than them. We're the parents' age, so the kids don't want. So they need somebody from their generation to come out and rock the world.
What happened to KRS-One?
He's still out there, but since we live in a pop culture, if you're not on the radio, then people don't think you exist. You have to be on the radio. The little girls right now, they if it's not on MTV, then it must not be good. And then MTV doesn't even play music anymore.
No.
One last thing. I was talking to a 21-year-old girl the other day doing an interview. She said, Ice, about music. And I said, well, I made my money in music when people went to the record store.
Yeah.
She said, what's a record store?
Wow.
I swear to God.
Yep.
And I said, like Tower? Oh, no. Like Warehouse? Oh. Virgin? Oh, FY? She said, like Best Buy?
Oh, shit.
And I said, well, they're trying to sell microwaves, really.
and Best Buy is even pushing kind of the music out. You go to Best Buy and try to find something. They don't care. Nothing's in an alphabetical order anymore. It's just kind of just thrown around.
It's all electronic delivery.
You ever think you'd see the day that there would be no bookstores and no record stores? Dude, in our lifetime? Are you crazy?
Dude, I got people, because I'm from the music business, every day an artist walks up to me, I want to get put on. Ice, can you help me? And I ask him, I say, well, what's the last record you bought? And they give me this blank face. I'm like, so this is the industry you're trying to get into.
Yeah.
Now you ask why I'm on television.
Right.
God damn, yeah.
But you can't get. I went to get the Ozzy box set.
Of course you did.
I know. I did.
Of course you did.
Every discussion goes back to Ozzy. But I tried to. I went into Best Buy. Yep. They didn't have it. It's like you had to order it or go to a specialty store in Jersey. You can't get any type of specialty stuff like that, unless it's the Beatles or somebody that's going to sell everywhere.
Yeah, it's crazy. Wiener's on TV. What's the hell with that guy?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I think he's just trying to live up to his name, right?
Yeah, the Wiener thing.
That was not that impressive a dick. I'm sorry. It just wasn't.
No.
All smoke and mirrors.
No, it was the fact that, he was, he's a politician. He was lying.
So what does that do? A politician lying and showing porn pictures of himself.
They're all doing it. It's like everybody is doing that shit. It's just, you don't want to see it.
When you say politician, immediately I think creepy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm with Ice-T on that.
I think lying sack of shit. And, creepy.
Doesn't matter.
I think helpful.
And it doesn't matter what side, so
absolutely.
Across the board for me. Hey, Coco's just sitting there looking all beautiful and all.
Looking all beautiful.
And we got a reality show, I know.
She loves sitting around the men when we chop it up,
I do.
That's how a woman learns. Like, let the men talk. They'll release a secret.
Here we go.
Ice he could sit here all day and just chat. I don't think he even knows that he's talking.
I love talking to the homies. I love when I'm in a room full of real live cats. It's fun. If now I'm with some squares, I'm ready to quit. I'm like, okay, enough talking to you guys. You're draining my cool.
I got an observation. I always felt like Ice-T was really scary. You're really likable.
Well, I'm likable until you cross me.
All right, but this is the first time we've met you. I mean, what I've seen like over the years, I'm like, man, he's intimidating.
No, I'm not.
But you're a very likable guy, sir.
You know what it is?
I think I've lightened him up too.
Yeah, she lightened me up.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The most dangerous cats I've ever met are the most likable cats.
Yes.
Man,
they're the kind that smile and they laugh with you and show you the pictures of their kids, and they'll take a dinner fork and pull your fucking eye out of your head. It's the guys that act tough all the time. They're the ones that are insecure and they're trying to show it. So I'm very calm, but if there was a problem, you'd be glad I was here. You feel me? I got that other side, but people always say that. It's like, well, you're not mean. I'm like, well, you're not my enemy.
Right.
Yeah, why should you be? Right.
I gotta breathe. And like Coco said, I got Coco. What I got to be mad about, right?
Yeah.
Coco, you have a picture taken down recently on TwitPic.
They're always Coco
knows how to use Twitter. Her twit pics are ridiculous.
Yeah. What was the photo they took down?
Well, just recently I balanced a can on my butt, and it was in a thong because on my if you follow me on my Twitter, I do thong Thursdays
at Coco's World
and Titty Tuesdays. Yes. So you get both T and A. If you're not into asses, then you're going to be in boobs, either or.
You're like, damn, I got to wait a couple of days.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
is Wednesday?
Well, it used to be Wet Wednesdays, but I can't keep up with it. I gotta do two, and then it was like Freaky Feet Friday. So you show like shoes and people that are into shoes.
Oh, foot fetish guys, right?
Foot fetish guys. Yeah, I tried.
What did you do the one for Spartacus? What was that?
Spartacus is a Testicle Tuesdays.
My dog.
That's my dog. He's cute Spartacus on Twitter. Yeah, and he does Testicle Tuesdays. PETA got at me.
Why?
Because they're like, we want you to be the face of PETA along with Pamela Anderson and Charlize Theron, blah, blah, blah.
And
they're like,
off.
Can you please neuter Spartacus? Because, that causes diseases in their lifetime, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I'm trying to breed this little guy,
I want to know what guy can ever cut another thing's nuts off. I don't care what you're I think the voodoo of that.
There's got to be some kind of karma that goes with that. And
he would love his balls.
But you know what? To go back to my Thong Thursday, I get upset that people can have nude pictures up. Not like I need to have nude pictures
Frontal
up.
Nudity.
But then I have a thong on. Which I'm usually in when I'm on the beach. So it's not even anything outrageous. Yeah. And they take them down. Like, literally, I was balancing, and actually they were booty shorts that looked like thongs, to tell you the truth. But I was balancing a can on my ass, and by the way, my mother took the picture for me. See, the story goes,
family values.
Wednesday night. So it's Wednesday night, and I go, geez, Mom, we're eating pizza on the counter. Geez, I don't have Thong Thursday picture. I don't know what I'm going to do. I try to be funny. And she's like, oh, well, I'll get a camera, I'll take the picture. And I'm like, well, I want to do something funny. I look around the room, I look down, I see a Sprite can. I was like, let me try to balance this on my ass. I've never tried it before. People had asked me to do it, but I've never tried it before. So I squatted down. She got the camera. Yeah, and I actually can do it. Now it's a trend. now everywhere, TMZ picked up on that, and everybody, all girls are now trying to balance a can on.
We're doing TV interviews, and people are like, well, do you think Coco would balance the can on? No, dumbass, no.
Yes.
That was just one night, her and her mother, stupid.
I never saw that photo. Not that I'm really hoping we could see it.
I'm going to put it back up.
Okay,
I got a new Whosay page. If you guys know what a Whosay page is, it's just for celebrities and athletes who can actually put anything they want on, up on there.
Oh,
wow.
And
that's handy.
so I'm going to repost it soon.
It's a famous picture, I think, so far. That's been your most famous.
Why can't we do it today?
I know. I'm not wearing the right stuff.
We have someone that works for the show that loves Coco's ass.
Oh,
I'm gonna guess it's either Danny or Mars.
Oh yeah.
There you go, the picture.
Oh, there it is.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's on television.
Wait, where does it?
Where did I come in?
That's Apple
That's
TV.
CNN.
Oh, Apple TV.
It's a national situation.
It is.
Apple TV.
It's Apple TV. We just popped it up for
Travis is amazing in there.
Yeah.
Danny and
Very good.
Mars especially love Coco's ass.
That's
Holy shit!
I've never looked because she's a married woman, but I'm here. It's
None of
very
us are
lovely.
complaining about it, trust me, but Danny and Mars especially love it. Can't get enough.
That is a nice
But-
getup.
Coco, your ass.
Wow.
See, and that's not showing too much, honestly, guys.
No,
I'm
it's not
trying
bad.
to. I mean,
They should have
come
taken
on.
that down. I got to tell you, your
Twitter's
ass,
afraid of booty.
your ass comes up in discussion a lot on the show.
Really?
As the go-to ass, yeah.
Really?
It's the go-to
Yes,
ass.
I'm
Yeah,
serious.
It's funny, Coco, when she, we got together, a lot of women are like, oh, she has a fake ass. And I'm like, fake ass? We never even heard of fake asses before, right? She's like, I got breast implants. That's cool, but a fake butt? And, I told her, I said, well, just take that as a compliment. They just look at it like it's impossible. Right. It could be real. But it's real. I would have blown out any type of, anything that was back then. It was fake.
Well,
and I'm a brother. I mean, I could go with the booze, but I need real meat.
Can we talk about the fake ass for a second?
Yeah.
Is that possible? Wouldn't it be a pain in the neck to sit the fuck
No,
down?
it is possible.
girls
People
do
are
it
all
actually
the time.
doing it.
I've actually seen it, touched it, and everything.
Is it uncomfortable to sit down?
Well, that's the thing. Okay, I might be a hypocrite when I say this, but yes, I got my boobs enhanced at 18 years old. I'm against the butt implants. And people go, well, you did that. Why would you be against that? But seriously, think about it. I'm not sitting on my chest.
Yeah.
It's like your butt
totally
is
different.
the main key on your body. You're constantly doing something with your legs. And I've seen a lot go wrong. I've seen one droop down.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it could be as natural looking.
But they got the implants in there. They got the shots or whatever. It's just it's
They're
nasty.
creepy looking. They don't look.
Yeah.
There's something off
seen
about
it?
them.
I mean, when I say
You don't bang. I don't bang your boobs. I bang your ass. You know what I'm saying? Now it's good to have some meat back there because I don't want to break a pelvis or anything when I'm in motion.
Some padding, right?
Yeah,
right.
but-
It tells me Ice-T's an animal.
I'm a man. Oh yeah. Are we going
Tear
to
that shit up?
Yeah. Well, we have this thing that people been asking us how we keep our relationship together, and we have this thing that we call the sexual code.
Okay.
And I think every man, every woman has a sexual code. Now, the code is whatever it takes to turn you the fuck on. Okay? It might mean you might need to see a girl in a wetsuit and figure skates. I don't know what the code is. The question is, are you willing to tell the code, and are they tell the code, and are they willing to accommodate the code? And we all have a code, and the thing of it is, usually when you're just dating, you're afraid to tell the code because it might be a little too kinky.
Right.
But once you understand the code, it's going to be good.
And you could be a bunch of codes. It doesn't have to just be one.
Yeah, it could be a bunch of codes.
It could be a long list of codes.
Could you give us one of your codes?
Yes, Jimmy.
I like when I'm having sex with a girl and she talks about how she's fucked guys who are better fucks than I am and have bigger dicks than I do.
And that turns you the fuck off.
Well, it's just such an it's such an easy thing to find. But yeah, I like the humiliation of it because I'm so jaded after all these years of porn. It's like I'm so numb that I like two girls. But it's like I would rather hear about her telling me how she would rather be fucking somebody other than me because that's taboo.
And that just makes you explode the three-way orgasm where you fart and you come and you get a headache.
If she says it right, it becomes the four-way because I shit as well.
Four-way.
I talked about the three-way one time on Twitter, and people were like, "Are you what? A headache?" And then some people was like, "Man, I know what that one is." Well, you really think you're gonna die when you're extreme. You're like, "Ah, I love you.
Another code.
Some gasket's gonna blow somewhere.
Right. Toes are about to pop off like rockets.
Today is Code Friday. I like if body scent is good, I like no deodorant. I like a little smell under the arms. That can be very sexy. Or feet.
See, look, I think you might have hit one of Coco's toes.
Oh, Coco likes that.
I don't need deodorant as long as the chemistry's good. If the body chemistry,
yeah.
That's nature telling you that you should be or you shouldn't be.
I give up one of my codes. I go into stalker mode right before we get home. So, like, right before we get ready to come in, we've been out all night. Then I'll say, walk in front of me. She walks. I let her open the door.
He wants to be
I
like
want to
he
be
doesn't know
behind
me.
her and follow her into the house and kind of like, because you got to think when you're with your girl all night, you don't really get to see her because she's right with you. Everyone else gets to admire. Right. So I'm like, just walk ahead, and you walk into the door, and then I come through the door, and I'm evil Mick.
Yeah,
I'm that guy.
Yeah, you get to be creepy guy at the party.
I get to be creepy guy from the party that followed her home. Exactly, and that's it works for me. That's just one of the many codes of the ice.
Yeah, there are many codes, and they can be physical too. But for me, they're more mental because you can't create. It's usually mental.
You're more mental.
But then also with your girl, they have to find out the code, and they have to work on it to become the best at it, so you don't look anywhere else.
By the way, when is your show on? It's Sunday night.
Yeah, you just sold the show.
Yeah.
You just sold the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Everyone is screaming, what is Coco's Twitter? It's Coco's World.
It's Coco's World. Go check it out.
For the losers out there, you can follow me, which is Final Level, FINALLEVE.
Why not Ice-T? Who has it?
There was some gay dude in Arizona that had Ice-T.
Really?
Yeah, when I went on Twitter, I didn't go on Twitter. I wasn't the first person. So I went there, and there's some guy on there saying, like, Ice-T stuff like, I'm cool. Keep it hip. And I'm like, all right, you can just have that world. If you want to be me so bad, fuck you. But and my production company is called Final Level Entertainment, Final Level Productions.
Okay.
I think we're all trying to get to the final level. Plus, I'm a gamer, and that's what we try. Nice. So I just said, well, there's a chance I'll promote myself.
What's your game?
I play Call of Duty right now. I'm a character in the new Gears of War 3.
I love Gears of War. Yeah.
I play a character named Griffin. That's coming out. That's that talk about money. Now, I didn't get any of this money. I just got paid to be in the show. This game has sold over 1 million pre-sales at about $100 a pop.
It is amazing. There's some game franchises where, like Call of Duty, that are just instant moneymakers. Yeah. It's amazing. Rockstar Games that put out all the Grand Theft Auto.
I was in Grand Theft Auto.
I was in.
So were we.
In 4 in Red Dead Redemption.
You guys were?
Yeah. I'm the guy. I
sell
the guns in the gun store.
I'm the main guy at I'm the last guy in San Andreas.
Right.
Yeah.
San Andreas. Oh,
I was the cracked out.
Right. Yeah.
Mad Dog.
Mad Dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this
great,
in this one I'm Griffin, and I also did a body count song for the game. For the Horde mode.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. Hey, we're all together there in the games.
Listen, man. Hell yeah. I love gaming, man. They're cursing all the time with these goddamn little bastards shooting me, knifing me. Yeah. I hate those son of a bitches with the knife. Come around. You're all, armed for bear, and you're going out there, you got your good weapon, and you just hear, and then you just see some asshole running away from you. I hate that. I hate that.
He's a gamer.
Yeah.
She loves the fact I game. A lot of women don't like the fact their men game. Coco has a great answer for it. She goes, at least you know where they are.
Yeah, that's true. And if you've seen a lot of female gamers, you ain't trying to hook up with them. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm talking a fat pig, 1520. They're not exactly attractive.
Well, they're saying you guys got stuff to do.
Yeah,
so.
they're busy today, man. Ice-T and Coco, yeah.
This was a great interview. We've been on a lot of interviews. They're like, Ice, you're a rapper. Coco, you've done a lot of modeling. Thank you. Good. Nice meeting you guys. Bye.
Fuck that. We like hanging and talking. Believe me, if you guys were able to come in earlier, we'd love to talk to you more. And
we'll come back.
And we would love to
please
have
come
you
back.
Absolutely.
After you guys see the show.
Well, and Coco's got to come in with the proper attire for Nash.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get Nash shot in here.
I think if she did it for anybody, she'd do it for this show.
Would you do it for us next time?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
And I would love to talk some like old school shit with you, NWA, all that era. That era it fascinates me.
Go to YouTube and hit The Art of Rap, and you'll see the trailer for my movie. It'll be what you want to see.
Fantastic.
And,
When is that coming out?
It'll be out this summer. It's editing right now.
So it's close.
Yeah,
good.
it'll be out this summer. But I can't. I mean, I got so much stuff. I only can promote one thing at a time.
No, you're a busy guy, man.
Come back when that's ready.
Okay,
absolutely.
Listen, but they're promoting their reality show, Ice Loves Coco. Baby Got Backstory. Premieres Sunday, 10:30 on E.
Yeah, right after the Kardashians, right?
Yeah,
it's a great spot.
The Baby Got Backstory. That was a preview. They've already shown that. So it's just Ice Loves Coco, and it's a spin on I Love Lucy.
Right,
that's what it is.
Oh, nice. A little different though, huh?
Yeah, a
you guys
little
are
bit.
sleeping in the same bed.
Yeah, and Lucy can balance cans.
I've seen that.
All right, guys, this was a pleasure.
See you Monday
weekend, and blah blah.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
We got Elijah Wood outside the studio. Bring him in. Elijah. Just met him literally a minute ago.
What's up?
How are you, sir?
Very well.
Yeah. Busy? Well, they got you all over the place?
Not so bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Not too bad?
No, not so bad.
You got to be used to this by now.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He's like, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, a little bit.
We were just. What were we just watching?
That's Jimmy, Opie, Anthony.
Yeah,
that's me.
We were watching.
Travis, don't
What's up, Travis?
He doesn't
I like the way he looked
matter.
at Travis, and you only introduced Travis out of obligation, which I kind of like.
Because he was in my line of view, and it's like,
I know we're going to talk about Wilford, which is on.
Are you the whipping boy, Travis?
Yes.
Okay.
Slumped in the corner.
I'm getting the order of.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to talk about Wilford in a second. But quickly, we were just talking about you coming in and stuff, and we saw a scene from The Good Son.
Yeah.
We forgot you were in that.
Yeah.
Because you've been around forever.
Yeah.
And you were Macaulay Culkin's brother in that, right?
Cousin, I think.
Cousin or
He was
something?
The victim.
Yeah.
And then
that was horrible.
And you guys are throwing the dummy over the overpass.
That's brutal, man.
It's so
It was a real brutal movie.
It's kind of an intense scene.
Yeah.
Like it's all like small stuff right before that, and then they throw the body over, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah. And Macaulay's all
into
it and everything.
Because
really
it goes from smoking
creepy.
cigarettes to creating car accidents.
Stuff that a lot of us can relate to, maybe throwing snowballs at cars or something.
Or
Next thing-
shooting bolt guns.
Yeah, next thing you know, you're throwing a dummy into traffic. What the hell?
How did you make that transition from really you were a child actor into you're doing roles now, they're adult roles that you have been for a while now. Do you remember when that transition happened, or did it seem natural, or was it like, hey, look, I'm doing adult roles?
I don't know if I mean, it's just one of those things where I just continued to work. So I don't know if there was like one film that did it, or if there were a series of films that just suddenly were more adult. I think.
Do you remember the first movie you did though, where you were like, okay, I'm not really playing like the little kid here? Although even as
I would
a
have
kid,
said The Ice Storm would have been a transitional film, because that was like, it was a teenage role, but it was this subject matter was so adult.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, you know what it is with your whole career too, though. Even as a kid, you weren't playing like kid roles.
Yeah,
they were like some of those movies. Radio Flyer was insanely intense to watch.
Yeah. Movie.
You know, that was one of those like, holy Jesus, this one.
Yeah, there was always some sort of maturity to either the subject matter to the characters.
Yeah,
right?
except maybe Back to the Future 2.
Right.
Okay, that one, just a kid playing a game.
Right.
Love that one. It's like, hey, look, there he is, playing a video game.
That was the first movie I was ever in.
Yeah. That was.
What was that like? What year was it?
God, in 89?
Yeah, probably 89, something like
It's a
that.
hell of a start.
Yeah, I know, right? Jesus.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was so awesome. Because
How'd you get that? Did Spielberg see and just go, yeah, he fits the bill for a Spielberg kid?
I just auditioned. It was the tiniest little role, so I just auditioned for it. And yeah, it was nuts being on that set, like having seen the original film and then being there in the future. Like it blew my mind.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know how I could process that. It was so awesome.
What'd you do? Like just start doing commercials, I guess?
Yeah.
As what was the first one?
My very first job was a Paula Abdul music video.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It was for Forever Your Girl.
E-Rock.
E-Rock loves Paul Abdul.
Yeah, he's a big...
the guy in the booth.
No, he's right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's over here
Yes.
today.
There you go. Hey, what's up?
I didn't see him in the studio.
Paul Abdul. Do you remember him in Paul Abdul's video?
Now that he said it, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was that black and white video. David Fincher, funnily enough, directed that.
Wow.
Before he started making movies.
Eric's very strange. He likes Paul Abdul and Weird Al Yankovic. That's his music.
That's your jam? Those are your jams?
That's pretty much
jam.
it.
You get in the car for a road trip and it's
making mixtapes for chicks.
Right. Cold-hearted snake style.
Yeah, good for Elijah, beating him up.
Yeah, exactly. Even he hates you.
Trust me, he deserves it.
So, doing TV, that's kind of new, though, for you, right?
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And from what I've heard from actors, it is a totally different vibe doing it. Do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, the pace is so much faster.
Yeah.
You know, we shot 13 episodes in 10 weeks. We were doing like 8 to 10 pages a day. Some as many as 6 or 7 scenes a day. It was a lot. It's just a faster pace.
That was like the whole thing is like one. It takes the time of one take in Lord of the Rings, I'm sure. Right. It was just like as long as it takes to do an entire series.
Yeah,
much different pacing. We should talk about Wilford, though. You want to tell the people what it's about?
Yeah, it's a weird show.
Yeah, it really is.
It is. It's a weird show, and it's not easily defined. I mean, it's essentially about a guy who befriends his neighbor's dog, but he sees the dog as a man in a dog suit. And we find my character Ryan in a moment of crisis. He's essentially trying to commit suicide. Hilarious. And he fails and wakes up the next morning, or doesn't wake up. He's going to go to sleep, and he gets a knock on his door from his neighbor, and his neighbor's like, "Can you look after my dog?" Reveal man in dog suit, and sort of from there on out, you know, he spends the next day trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And then ultimately, at the end of the episode, sort of accepts this dog in his life, and recognizes that nobody else sees him, only he does, and it's going to be some kind of coping mechanism for him.
But everybody recognizes the dog as a dog.
Yes.
It's not an invisible friend.
Correct.
It really is. Chicks react to it like a dog.
Yes.
And the dog is just a pig, which is great. He does exactly what he puts his face in tits. I mean, there's some really funny scenes.
Yeah, the scene with the waitress is hilarious.
It's and there's one scene, I don't remember what, I watched all three.
Too,
the dog's always stoned. I like the fact they're showing that on FX. The dog is always
FX
high.
is great, man.
The language is great. You don't miss the word fuck. You don't realize that it's like, it just feels like an HBO show.
Yeah.
With the language. And, the dog is really, was he fucking the big stuffed animal in one of them? It's hilarious because he keeps turning the stuffed animal.
There's so much more of that as the series goes. He develops a very intense relationship with that stuffed animal called Pear.
I think that maybe I was watching it last night. I got my thing late.
Stains on the.
He's talking about how much he likes eating out the asshole of a possum. Yeah, there's some really funny things.
You gotta love FX, man.
Yeah,
that's why they're kicking ass on the networks and everything. It's because it's real language. You don't have to sit there and go, "Oh, really? You're spoon feeding this to the children?"
And they take risks. I mean, the concept of the show is strange. It's weird. It's very surreal. It's not easily defined, and they gave us full creative control to make the show we wanted to make, and not have to pander it to an audience to explain too much, because we don't explain a lot.
Right. Yeah. It's like, why is this happening? It's like,
we never explain it.
We're hoping
Deal
for
with it. Yeah.
Me and Jimmy are hoping for some kind of reveal eventually.
I'm sure it'll happen as time goes on. You'll learn more. But I feel like there's something we don't know.
Yeah.
And you get that feeling watching it, like there is more to this.
There's something deeper going on here.
And he obviously wants to hook up with the dog's owner, who's this beautiful girl.
Right.
And the dog is kind of cock blocking, which is great. It's very funny. The cock blocks the dog throws.
That's actually how the whole thing started. Jason Gann, who created the character of Wilfred, it initially started as a short film, and he was stoned with a friend of his. And they were talking about how their female friend had a dog that was cock-blocking her, prospective boyfriends. And, giving the boyfriend shit. And so he created this sort of humanized version of that dog, Wilt stoned. And they're like, wait, this is a really good idea for a short film.
Well, there's one scene, I don't want to give away punchlines, but there's a very funny scene where the dog tells his character that she has a flaw, and he's like, I don't want to say what it is.
Oh, Jesus!
And the dog says,
"The dog's an asshole."
I'll say it's only one line in one of the episodes, but the dog says, the dog is getting anesthesia or whatever, and he goes, she's
passing out. Yeah.
He's passing out, and the dog says, she has a dick, and then passes out. It's fucking funny, man. It was really great. They didn't soften it up and make it dog dialogue. The dog is like really an asshole friend who does dog things, and then you only remember he's a dog when he talks about chewing the asshole out of a possum, or he's humping somebody, or somebody's reacting and petting him. There's a very funny scene where he takes the dog to the beach, and the dog's just being a total douche on the beach. There's a lot of really, really funny scenes, and it is bizarre, so it's engaging to watch because you don't understand what this relationship is, but it's funny.
Mm-hmm. How'd you get into this?
I read the script. I was sent the script. I was reading a couple of different television scripts, just kind of interested in television. It's changed so much, in the last 5 years.
It's definitely more acceptable and accepted to get into. And
it's that, and it's also some incredible directors and writers and actors have moved to television, and it's an interesting medium now for storytelling. In some ways, more consistent than film in a way. And so I was just interested to see what was available. I'd never really taken a look at it, and this was one of the scripts that I read.
And a lot of it seems like the funniest
thing I'd ever read, really.
A lot of, like you just said, a lot of people that probably would have been shut out of TV 15 years ago because NBC, CBS, ABC, or whatever, the few networks use these writers in the same fucking cornball beginning, middle, and end to an episode, and now all these creative people have other outlets. Like you might be able to do the show on a network, but it wouldn't be as funny because half the jokes wouldn't be able to play.
Yeah, you're totally right.
They would have to cuten it up.
Well, they would be so anesthetized,
Yeah, the suicide attempt, they would be like, I don't know if we should.
It's too dark.
Yeah, it's too dark, and we don't want to show sadness, and
and we don't want to offend people, and
making mockery of him taking a bunch of pills, and it's just great. It's just great. His fucking sister's annoying and always yelling at him and kind of hot. His neighbor's a fucking complete. It's a very funny scene where he hangs out with the neighbor and they porn out and watch hardcore porn together. It's some funny shit, man. They're really kind of a weird homoerotic relationship with the neighbor, but the neighbor's not gay. He's just creepy and fucking invasive. Yeah, there's a lot of very, very funny, funny things with but the dog just sets him up to get fucked every time. Metaphorically, the dog sets him up to have problems. It's like a really weird, aggressive relationship. Like the dog loves him, but also wants to see him just be ruined.
Fail.
Yeah. Like the dog talks him into shitting into the neighbor's boots. There's a lot of very, very funny things. I won't give any more away, but it's worth watching.
It's a very strange show.
Dude, Elijah. They did that in the fucking in the pilot episode where the dog shits in the neighbor's boots, and he's like, well, come on, there's one more, and he talks him into shitting into the neighbor's boot. Like, what a great thing to put in a fucking pilot.
And Elijah's character enjoyed it.
Yeah,
he was very happy.
The dog kind of frees him in a way from being this really sad guy. The dog is kind of a balance.
See, that's the whole point behind any of those things. Like, there are these ridiculous scenarios that Wilford tries to put him into that are seemingly harmful to the character, but ultimately what they're about is getting Ryan to live outside of his comfort zone. Because what led him to suicide was essentially like living a path that was not his own. His sister told him what to do, his dad told him what to do, and he ceased to follow his own path.
Right.
And Wilford's like, fuck that. Shit in the boot.
Yeah. Basically. Steal the guy's pot. The guy's big pot plants. There's a lot of drug joke. I like the fact that they're smoking pot and it's like they're not sanitizing it like television would do. And that to me is what, and it's on right before Louis.
Louis' show's incredible.
Yeah, it is very good. It's fucking, he's brilliant. I mean,
incredible. I mean, that first season, it was so interesting because it sort of found its legs 3 or 4 episodes in.
Yeah.
And just became something wholly unto its own, like indescribable, nothing like it on television.
Yeah.
And this new season, I saw the first episode from the new season, and it's fucking incredible.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes FX great, is they let Louis, because he knows what he's doing.
He has full control on the show.
Yeah, amazing.
But he was ready to walk. He's like, nah, I'm not interested in doing it that way. I want to do it this way. And they gave it to him.
Yeah.
He wants to edit, direct, write. Everything.
He's literally writing it as he goes along.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to submit scripts.
We know Louis.
It's amazing.
Well.
I know.
He comes in a lot. Yeah.
He's got to have great photos of FX executives.
Absolutely.
What's that?
He wouldn't even show the executives the finished product.
No.
He goes, don't you worry, I will deliver, and then you'll see it for the first time. And
it's a real credit to
they decided to go for it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And the fact is, and they said, it's not a tremendously expensive show to do. That's why Louis, there's so much money wasted in television, and the fact that Louis knows how to do it. He's been doing home movies like these little shorts for years at the comic strip parties, fucking 15 years ago.
Oh, really?
He'd be showing these little weird videos he made. Louis was always the guy doing that. And nice, it pays off.
Yeah,
he certainly did for him.
So funny. Easily, I think, one of the best stand-ups in America.
He's great. He's absolutely great.
Extraordinary.
I want to ask you about doing Lord of the Rings. It took how many years to film all those?
It was 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
Now, you were pretty much
months of like actual being in New Zealand for like a block of time.
Yeah. That's a lot of time. Now, obviously, it worked out pretty well. I mean, very successful movies. Would you ever commit to that much time again? Because it seems like a lot of career time, and it is kind of a gamble, not knowing if it's going to pay off. But you're out of the loop for a while.
Yeah. It was never anything I was worried about or considered. I mean, I think I recognized the fact that they were essentially setting out to make the Lord of the Rings, which is an incredible series of books, and it was going to be unprecedented. And the fact that Peter Jackson was directing it, I never really thought twice about it. It was such an incredible opportunity. I knew, regardless of how it ended up being received and turned out, I knew it was going to be a unique experience for me and a sort of defining experience either way. And it turned out to be fantastic, and the films are great. But it was just, I was 18 at the time, and it was the most incredible opportunity I'd ever had. So it was just, there was no question in my mind that it was something that now, would I
dedicate
take a similar kind of, it really depends. You know? I think it would depend on the filmmaker and ultimately what the material is, but that was a very special circumstance.
4 years on doing like Smokey and the Bandit 4. No. You'd say like no.
No. But it was a special circumstance, you know? The whole thing felt extremely unique and like being given an opportunity to take an adventure, you know?
When I watched, because I watched every bit of the DVDs, the making of, all the behind-the-scenes stuff with Weta and everything.
A lot of footage there.
Oh, my God. It was like, all right already, Anthony, what are you doing? Like, I'm almost done. Another 3 DVDs and I'm done. But just an amazing amount of work that went into that. And it really is the only way it could have come out that way.
Yeah.
When you look at a book like that, or a series of books like that, and realize somebody's going to try to make a movie out of it, you really got to go, because it seems impossible. But he really pulled that off. Amazingly. Yeah.
It was a pretty extraordinary feat, you know, when you consider how many people were involved in the making of it too, and like the ultimate collective effort it took. It was just mind-blowing, like down to the guy like making the chain mail, like sitting in a room.
Yeah, that's it. Like all the authentic costumes that went into
blacksmiths that were making
real
swords.
Blacksmiths that made the swords and everything.
Yeah,
he really wanted that.
It was a sort of Herculean effort, but it also felt like it couldn't have been done anywhere else, and I think we were all very aware of that at the time. Like if it had been done in the United States, it probably would have been double the money, and the atmosphere surrounding it wouldn't have felt the same. It really felt like a family effort, even though it was this massive film. It's so funny talking to people about it, because they're like, you know, you're used to huge films. Like, yeah, it was huge, but it also felt like the world's largest independent film. It was very much a local family effort in this small country, and we felt very tucked away from Hollywood and the rest of the world, in our own little world, making this, you know, Middle Earth come to life.
Did you spend a lot of time with them? Did you see the Maoris, I'm sure, when you were there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever see Once Were Warriors?
Oh, dude, that movie's incredible.
It's fucking amazing, right?
Amazing.
Great flick about New Zealand and the alcoholism in the Maoris. It's fucking...
Really?
Yeah, but it's about one family being broke. But I always think of that when I think of New Zealand. That's all I know about New Zealand. So I just wanted to interrupt with my bit of knowledge. Bringing nothing to the conversation except just getting my voice on the radio.
It's a really powerful film.
Oh, fuck, man.
It's almost like the Native American experience here to a certain degree.
Yeah,
you know,
he's a big soap star over there. The guy who played Jake the Muss, and there's certain things in the book that happened that he wouldn't do, so they had to change it and put Uncle Bully in.
Interesting.
Well, you know, it's 1994. I'm acting like big spoiler alert, but you know, the daughter is raped. 13, she's raped by the uncle, but in the book, I think it's Jake who rapes her. But
oh wow!
All right, just figured I'd completely destroy the conversation. I did enjoy Wilford a lot, though.
I did. Yeah, Wilford's going to do all right.
Conceptually, it's great.
Yes.
When's the last time you auditioned for anything? Like, because you're obviously, as they say, offer only. I mean, you don't have to.
No, I still audition.
Do you really?
Yeah. I auditioned for something the other day.
God, that depresses me because I'm terrible on auditions. And when I get it,
auditions still make me really nervous.
I'm sure they make everybody else nervous too when he walks in. Imagine
he
getting a call back and he walks in.
Man. It's either me or Elijah.
Your name is Fred Bentley. You're from Ohio,
right?
Or does it go to Elijah or Fred Bentley?
I think I did pretty good. Walks out. I think I did.
Fred Bentley's good, man.
You gotta love Fred Bentley. Check his IMDb. It's great.
Yeah. Wow. All the roles he almost got.
That's odd that you still get nervous though.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think I was also out of practice for a while because I wasn't auditioning as much.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of auditioning more now. I mean, I think the atmosphere around film has changed a little bit, and people are auditioning for things when they didn't necessarily used to have to. I think. Wow. I don't know what that's about, but.
What do they? How do they break?
I have to say, like auditioning for something and feeling like you've genuinely earned it. It means more. It feels like an actual
then if you just
achievement.
get tossed the role because of who you are or
totally.
past work,
Totally.
How do they tell? Like, is it awkward for them to ask you to read for something? We know he'd probably be great, but we have to ask to. It is kind of asking somebody to do something.
I shan't.
A lot of guys would, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess the only way I would know that is just the atmosphere of going in, and oftentimes I will say like. I'll do a reading and they'll be very thankful. I'm like, no, thank you for having me. Like, it's not a big deal to come in.
For coming in. I'm trying to get a job here.
It's my job.
Yeah,
that's what I'm supposed to do.
That's real fame right there.
Does your agent bring you stuff, or will they say, "Look, we'd love Elijah to read for this. Would he be willing to come in and read?" Do they send you scripts and go, "Would he read?" That's great.
Yeah.
Because my agent will call, my manager will call, do you want to go in and try? Should I try to get you in for this? The last audition I did wasn't good.
Did you bomb?
Fucking horribly. It was from,
what happened?
It was,
it's an awful feeling, isn't it?
It certainly is. It was for the,
you walk out and you're like,
just missed.
No.
It was for the Alec Baldwin Meryl Streep movie, which to me did not look like appealing. And the role that I was reading for, I was wrong for. But I was like, it's Meryl Streep, you have to read. It's like, but it was for the hotel doctor, and I'm like, you fucking, to my manager, I'm like, I'm not a hotel doctor, you fucking, and I go in, and I'm so bad. I'm just disastrous, and the girl is sick. First of all, it's hard to get on camera, as you know. It's harder if the producers are in the room, but on camera, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
And I'm bombing.
Mr. Faversham?
Dude, I wasn't even that good. I would have been better if I went, I was fucking, and I said, I stopped. I'm like, look, can we just restart this? And she goes, no, just keep going. We'll piece it together.
Meaning, get the hell out.
Meaning, you've wasted enough of my time already.
No.
But I couldn't even be mad at her because I was giving an abominable read. She did what she should have done. I was wasting her time.
Yeah, she let you off the hook, basically.
She fucking ushered me out.
Just doing you a favor so we can get you out of here.
Exactly.
Get you out of your misery.
The hotel doctor. Yeah, I never should have read for that. I should have just said no.
Hey, I want to ask Elijah about Victoria Falls, which has nothing to do with acting and stuff. But you went across that in ropes?
Yes.
And you were the first person to do this?
Apparently. Yeah.
What does that mean?
You remember Jack Osborne's show, Adrenaline Junkie?
I know.
He was on it, and he did. It's a stunt, really.
Yeah. Yeah, he had that show, which I think he still does, where he basically has people go to different parts of the world and they basically do sort of like adrenaline activities. And he asked me to come down to Africa, so it was an awesome. I'd never been to Africa before. And one of the activities that we did was they pulled a line across the Victoria Falls. There's a giant gorge. And we basically harnessed ourselves in and pulled ourselves across.
Holy crap.
It was amazing.
How high up were you?
I don't actually remember.
But I mean, like, you weren't 20 feet off the water. You were high.
I was high. It was actually the part of the season there where it's the lowest water, like the tide. It's not a tide, but the lowest amount of water coming off of the falls.
Oh, wow.
So we could actually stand on the falls. It was mind-blowing. And pulling ourselves across, it wasn't harrowing in like a bungee jumping kind of way. In fact, in some ways, I wasn't even nervous. It was adrenalizing, kind of pulling myself out there and just looking at the vista And I ended up just sitting there and taking photos the whole time.
Wow, you stopped in the middle and took pictures? That's cool.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome.
Then again, if you've seen Cliffhanger, there's no guarantees. I mean, fucking equipment breaks.
Yeah.
Great scene, right?
I think I'm far too trusting.
Yeah.
So I didn't even really consider those options.
Yeah. But was that great when she's fucking hanging there and Stallone grabs her and there's a great shot of the canyon?
Oh, yeah. Couldn't hold
I did
on.
a gorge swing, too. Have you guys ever done a bungee jump or anything like that?
No bungee jumping. No.
Skydive, anything like that?
My girlfriend and I fought because in Vegas, we fought because I didn't want to go up into a 51-story glass elevator because I hate heights so much. And she's like, just come on, do it. I'm like, you go fucking take the elevator. I'll wait. And this castrating, rotten monster just screamed at me until I took the elevator. Fucking horrible. So I don't know. I never bungeed. It scares me.
I want to hear about the swing, of course.
Yeah, so the gorge swing is like a bungee jump, except you're not on a bungee. It's just a normal cable. And I did it twice. Once with Jack, we did a tandem jump, which, dude, it's intense enough on your own, but when you've got double the weight, it's so much faster. And we did it backwards, so you're not looking.
No.
But the first time I did it, I'm standing and you're looking at this giant gorge in front of you. And they tell you to jump, and everything in your body is saying, nope, this is death. This means death. And the free fall, I don't know how many seconds it is, but it feels like an eternity. It is the most intense feeling and horrifyingly scary. Well, there it is.
Oh my.
Is this actually you doing it?
There is just footage of me doing it.
The guy, he's doing a handstand.
I didn't do that.
Okay, that's not you doing the handstand.
That's unadvisable.
Oh, gorge jump is
unadvisable, yeah.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, no way.
I would never do that.
Wow, yeah,
Well, what's it attached to? It's something going across to the middle?
Cable,
It's a cable. So then what happens, why they call it a swing, is basically at the end, it goes taut, and once it goes taut, it turns into this lovely little swing, which is...
And they lower you or raise you back
to get
up?
to a very peaceful thing.
Yeah.
And I immediately felt like I wanted to do it again, and then I regretted it when I was back, facing my back to the gorge, doing it backwards.
Wait,
which was an absolute nightmare.
When you do that, do they lower you into the water when you're done, or do you get pulled back up?
There was no water below us. It was just rocks.
But you go to the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Because going back up would scare me more. Being hauled back up would, because you're losing ground. At least when you're falling, you're getting closer to the ground. That would scare me more.
See, that's the most dangerous part, though.
No, I know, but
closer to the ground part.
Yeah,
that's scary, man.
Yeah, it was scary. We also did a 2.5-day rafting trip down the Zambezi River too.
With Jack?
Yeah.
Why does he do that? Why doesn't he just stay home and just talk to Ozzy all day? That's what I would do. That's all I would do is just talk to Ozzy.
Jimmy's a huge Ozzy fan. Huge fan of Ozzy.
An adventurer.
Yeah. We had Jack in here recently. He's doing well.
Yeah,
he is, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
It's amazing.
Did you see the documentary?
So much. What's that?
The documentary? Did you see the
He did one on his father, right?
Yeah,
no, I haven't seen it.
It's fucking great.
Is it? I'm a huge Sabbath fan.
Yeah, me too.
Jimmy is the consummate
Jimmy's
Ozzy.
No, but I wouldn't have brought it up unless he mentioned Jack. But it's amazing, a guy with such a great career, and I mean you, like would take these chances to.
Well, he wants to live.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He just sounds like he likes a little
Just
adventure.
stay in front of the cameras all the time.
Right.
That's it.
No, I'm not
Keep
saying
working.
you don't live and enjoy life, but I would never.
Did you get the bug for adventure filming in New Zealand? Because they're all about that.
They are.
They have a lot of bungee jumps and gorge swings and all that stuff.
I did some of that there, but I didn't do a bungee jump. They also do, you can jump out of planes and stuff there too. I didn't do a lot of that. They have this thing down in Queenstown. It's like a jet boat. Where it's a very fast jet boat that they drive around in these sort of like little rivers, and it's very frightening, and you get very close to the rocks, like dangerously close.
That sounds creepy.
Yeah, I did that. That was pretty awesome.
No, thank you.
No adventure for you.
No, I like being out there, but nah, that's too fast. Would you do that? The jet boat in a river with the rocks flying by your face?
I'm a car guy. I'll do things in cars, but I won't.
I did that in New Zealand. There was a what is it where it's off-road racing? What is that called? Rally cars?
Yeah, they do rally cars like doing the Baja down in Mexico.
So
that kind of thing.
I got to do a ride in a rally car, and that was the most intense experience.
Yeah, they'll shake your kidneys out of you.
Well, dude, the thing that blew my mind was how much control they have, but how it feels like you're out of control the entire time.
Yeah.
Like it's all about the skid, and we were near like the edge of cliffs, and the guy had control, but it literally felt like it was constantly just out of control.
I'm sure if you got behind the wheel, it wouldn't be as in control. That's how I was feeling.
Correct. That is correct.
That's how I felt. I did the NASCAR thing over at Pocono Raceway, where you go around with an instructor and kind of get the feel of the car, and then they put you in the driver's seat, and you take one out at like 140 miles an hour, 150. And when you're with the guy and you're in the passenger seat, you're kind of like, wow, this thing does stick to the road really well. Like, he's going around these curves just flying.
Yeah.
And then you get in the car yourself, and like I said, everything tells you, I'm not supposed to cut the wheel going this fast. Yeah, and you do it and realize, oh, yeah, this does kind of stick. Then you got to come out right next to the wall. And that stuff, though, I love doing. That's fun for me. But I would never parachute. I would never bungee jump. But something like that, I love it.
Dude, that sounds awesome.
It was so cool.
I would love to have an opportunity to do something
Pocono
like
Raceway.
What were we talking about yesterday? In Vegas?
I was just thinking that my ex did it. We went to Vegas.
Oh, yeah, you were petrified.
I wouldn't do it.
Little scared Jimmy.
I really am. But my race car driving is, I don't wear condoms. I mean, we all have our thing. Come on, healthy.
Death defying.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever it is, it works. But we went to the Stratosphere in Vegas, where you fall. I imagine you would do it. It's.
I think Elijah would do it. Yeah.
I don't think it's as scary as what he's already done. To me,
the decelerator. Yeah, they use a decelerator.
You see this, right, Elijah?
Yeah. Will you jump? Would you do that? Will you jump? It's probably about a 900-foot drop where they just kind of lower you off the stratosphere.
Yeah.
You would do that?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. So he's not afraid of heights.
He's probably been in decelerators and rigging and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't really scare me. That
would horrify me from that. It wouldn't scare me if it was like a certain height.
Did you do that?
No, my girlfriend did.
Oh, okay.
No.
Again, the castrating. Yeah.
His girlfriend does all the manly stuff.
Yeah, she wanted. No, she knew I wouldn't do it. She knew not to ask. She's lucky I paid for her to do it. But no, the elevator was the thing I did. I was like, brave boy in the elevator.
The elevator.
The glass elevator at the Rio. We saw Penn and Teller. Fucking total pussy I am. It's humiliating. What is this ride?
At least you can own up to it.
I know. Yeah. I'm aware of that. That's, by the way, that's where you go. Yeah, she did that too.
What is that?
It's where they hold you over the edge and they drop you.
No.
What? She said it wasn't that scary.
Oh, that's over the edge of
Stratosphere.
That's scary.
Yeah, I know. It's horrifying.
What a strange place Vegas is.
Yeah.
It really is just an odd place.
It is such an odd place. I was just there for the Beatles, the Love Show, their 5th anniversary, and I actually got to DJ the event after, but I hadn't been to Vegas in a long time, and I hadn't really spent time there as an adult.
Yeah.
It is a very odd... It's such an odd city.
Weird mix. Like, there's kids there.
There's so much ingrained sadness. Yeah. Like, it's such sadness. You know, at like 5 in the morning, you're walking around and they're old women smoking, sitting there at the fucking slot machines.
The slot machines just hoping for the big win.
Oh, my God.
You ever take the ride 2 blocks off the strip? You want to see real sadness?
The old strip?
Not even, man.
Like the actual town of Las Vegas?
Oh, yeah. A mere 2 blocks away. It is really sad.
I'm sure.
With the horrible motels and...
Well, the whole city, it sort of survives on the fact that it's all about...
Losing your
house. And it's a city built on hotels and gambling and attractions.
So people have to lose for them to sustain the city. So... There's just, like you said, this underlying
Dude, and they come
sadness.
in droves, and it feels like a lot of it's Middle America and European tourists, and it's just a bummer.
Just hoping to make that big one and forget about their problems.
And in the midst of it, there are these Cirque du Soleil shows. So weird.
It really is built on misery.
It's a show that, it's a place that can be enjoyed for sure. And I think like 36 to 48 hours... Go to some great shows, have some great dinners, and get the hell out.
Do you gamble? I don't gamble at all. I don't go to work, so I have fun in Vegas because I don't gamble. I blow $200 in the week on video poker.
Gamble little.
I would, I didn't do it when I was there. I would love to. Like, I've never done blackjack at a table or poker at a table. That would be awesome.
Yeah, it's hard to stop.
I'd want to be able to play with somebody that knows what they're doing.
Well, this guy does.
That's fun.
You play?
Yeah,
he's
yeah. When I'm at casinos, the thing is, I don't.
That's cool.
I don't like make it a point to go to casinos just to gamble. I go there like if Jimmy's playing at one of the casinos, I'll go, or a concert's on that I want to see, and then I'll go and I'll gamble and do that. But
high roller
to jump in a car and just go, I want to gamble. I'd be broke.
But when you're there, you're all in.
Oh,
he's in the high roller
there,
section.
If you're going, you go.
He spits on the floor, and they allow him to return. Like, if that doesn't tell you how much he's gambling.
He has a pillow that he gets to scream into.
Yeah.
I was being much too loud one night.
I think he's being a little too polite how he's discussing this with you.
Yeah.
And my buddy Keith, he's a cop here in New York. He's my security guy.
Nice.
And he grabbed a pillow and he's just like, here. Because I would lean over sometimes and punch him. I go, 21 dealer, what is that crap? You can't win with a 20 at this table? 20's not good enough at this table. Like, that's me. I'm just going nuts.
It's his sickness. It's a good time. Every codependent around him is like, go ahead, please, just win. Please win. So we don't have to pay for our own dinner. Please. We have to get a lot. He has to wrap. So
yeah, we got to wrap.
We want to get the plugs out, too.
Busy guy.
You can follow him on Twitter. It's at Wood Elijah, one word, Elijah. Wood Elijah is the word.
Oh, cool.
And Wilfred, I really enjoyed this.
I liked it too there, Elijah.
Thanks, man.
I think you got something here.
And there's some really, really fucking edgy stuff in it, and I love where they went with a lot of the jokes. There's nothing cutesy about it, and for shitting in the boots, they won me immediately with a shit in the boot moment. Very funny.
You can always score high points with shitting in boots.
You can though, because you don't see. I've never seen
the pilot, man.
I've never seen that in a show before. It was fucking funny and it was aggressive, and
I'm excited to see where the show goes. You know, we did 13 episodes, and over the course of the season, it felt like the scripts were getting better. I love all the scripts, and they're very funny initially, but it started to open up conceptually to play at a lot of other levels, and I feel like what it becomes at the end of the season, I'm really excited for people to see where it goes.
I think that's what a show has to do. You start off here, you let everybody get used to the characters, and then you start to build on it, and like you said, expand. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, man. It's actually very funny.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Fun.
All right.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Thanks.
Elijah Wood.
You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony, Sirius XM.
That's a biggie, too. Look at Tony Bennett. All class. Mr. Bennett. Look at this guy just dressed to the nines.
Hi, Tony.
What a gentleman.
Hey, thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Bennett.
How are you?
See you.
Welcome to the show, sir.
Pleasure.
Tony looks great.
Yeah, you look great.
Thanks so much.
Like $1 million bucks.
You know Stephen Wright, great comedian.
Hey, Stephen, how are you?
Nice to meet you. Pleasure
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. And that's Anthony and
Opie.
Hey, Tony.
Young Sam.
Pleasure to meet you,
Jimmy
sir.
Norton, comedian
Nice
extraordinaire.
intimate room here, huh?
Also,
Yeah.
this is nice. Kind of small. We would have liked a bigger studio at some point in our careers, thinking we've been doing this for now almost, 18 years together.
I like that it's intimate.
You like the intimacy of it all?
I do. Years ago, I started out, all entertainment was intimate,
Sure.
Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis and Frank Sinatra, all the great artists that when they first started out, we only worked in nightclubs that had only 750 seats. It was Liberace who said, I'd like to play Madison Square Garden. And they said, are you crazy? And he tried it, and it worked. And every business executive ever since said, wow, what a business. Let's go into big stadiums.
Right.
And the whole music world changed, and entertainment changed in the big stadiums.
Wow. Did you guys know about Liberace back then? Like, would you guys talk among yourselves and go, I think...
No, yes.
Start it off. You guys knew.
Knew what?
That he was gay, gay.
What? You're mumbling.
Did you know he was gay back then or no?
You're mumbling. What are you saying?
Did you know Liberace was gay back in those days? Or was
everybody knew he was gay.
They did know, because the public people...
But he was a great piano player. A lot of people didn't realize that.
Yeah.
He was highly competent.
But people didn't know in the public. A lot of people had no idea. They just thought he was flamboyant. And I guess it was something people in show business all knew from being around him.
I don't think it was show business. I think he was ahead of time. Now it's, accepted.
Right.
Someone is that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In those days, it was like, wow, that's different.
Your first hit was 1951. Like, it's amazing to me, that longevity. Like, that was like 10 years before the Beatles, 12 years before the Beatles. Like, you've been famous for a long...
Since the 50s.
Wow. How much has Vegas changed?
Completely.
Yeah.
It was much. It was great originally. The underworld built it with the Mormons, and the Mormons owned the land, and the underworld came in. And it was by the underworld, I mean Jewish and Italian
businessmen.
You know, and they invented this tremendous idea, and it worked.
Right. Did you like the way the underworld, let's just say, the way they took care of talent compared to...
Absolutely, much better than the big corporations.
They are, right?
Yeah, the big corporations are big, but they're uncreative. Everything has to pay for itself, like even the dining rooms, the rooms have to be filled up and all that, whereas the underworld was just pretty relaxed about, hey, we're making a lot of money, you know, so let's just let everybody have a good time.
Yeah. So do you miss those days?
Telephones were free. All lunches were free. It was a very relaxed kind of thing out there.
I bet you got a lot more personal, like, service as far as... I guess now it's got to go through channels and management and board of directors and stuff, where it probably in the old days it was, you know, one guy saying, yeah, sure, make sure Tony's got that.
Well, you know, you're absolutely right. I mean, I remember very clearly I was playing in a big nightclub there, and I wasn't doing business. It was before my big record of San Francisco, and I felt so bad that I wasn't doing business, and I went to the big boys that own the nightclub, and I said, I feel very bad. You don't have to pay me this week. They said, get out of here. They said, don't worry about it. We come in, we're listening to you anyway. You know, there's just a few people. Then all of a sudden my record hit of San Francisco, and it got packed and everything like that.
Yeah,
but I mean, they were very nice about, you know, come on, just go and entertain. Don't worry about it.
Now, we may someday ask you for a favor. This day may never come. Jimmy goes, huh?
The
bad Godfather reference.
That's actually a good one.
The music business back then too. It's like, has that changed for the better or the worse? Because it seems like artists are kind of harder to screw over now than they were back then. Like, I think record companies took advantage of a lot of artists. Isn't it harder to do now, do you think? Like, is it better for the artist now or no?
Well, it's better financially. You're playing big stadiums and everything, but it's not as creative. The original music of the 50s and before the 50s was a tremendous era. When you get to the 20s, 30s, and 40s, way before my time, but you had Irving Berlin, who was Mr. America. You had George Gershwin. You had Cole Porter, who was better than anybody. You had they came out of silent films, and when talkies came in, you had Fred Astaire introducing all these great songs written by those great men, and Broadway. And there was a higher level of great popular music that will never go away. The corporation will say, well, that's old music. This is new. We're going to sell you something new. But it's not as good as those songs like Night and Day, or They Can't Take That Away From Me, or Let's Change Partners and Dance. Those songs will last forever. They're part of... We've actually fed that music to everybody. I perform all over the world, in Asia, in Japan, in China, Australia, in Europe. And everyone in the world loves the music from the United States. They love those songs. So that's what we've contributed to the world. No other country's ever done that. No, I mean, what's the number one song in Germany? What's the number one song in Norway?
No,
right?
Yeah.
But in our country, we just gave the greatest popular music to the world, and people love us for that.
Now, are you also, because I get teased a lot, but I'm a legitimate Lady Gaga fan. Like, I like her, and I don't like her to be ironic. I really think she's good, and then people have said that you like her as well.
I think she's fantastic.
Oh, good.
I met a lot of performers in my life, and there's something about her that's very, very intellectual and very spontaneous and very talented. She sings beautiful. She plays great piano. She knows how to dance. But more than that, she reinvents herself almost on a nightly basis. I've never seen that. Usually if someone is good, you say, boy, she's good, or he's good, and they're good, and that's who they are. She keeps changing herself all the time, and she's very creative.
And you did this, the CD coming out now. It's called Duets 2, and we played the single before. A great thing you did with Amy Winehouse, which
Body and Soul.
She has such a great she had a great old school.
It's not old
sound.
It's great. See, when you say old, I'm telling you that music is not old. It's great, and it's always going to be good.
Yeah,
in other words, if you hear Nat King Cole today, or Frank Sinatra, they've been gone for 22 years now.
Yeah,
Nat King Cole. Yeah.
Now, 50 years from now, you'll listen to that record. It's not going to sound old because they did it right.
I should say, yeah, maybe old school is the wrong way to say it.
It is a wrong way to say it.
It's more, I should say, a great classic or vintage sound. Like, you don't hear that in a lot of modern performers.
That's
type of, like, Billie Holiday type of a sound.
She has an old soul.
Yeah, maybe that's
like
what
an
it
old
is.
soul, possibly, right?
Yeah, I mean that in a complimentary way.
It's much more intellectual music. Everybody knew how to read music in those days. You know, there was an army of musicians that all lost their jobs and had to go into mathematical jobs of some kind, you know, insurance salesman or something like that. When it changed, it was a major change in music, and for the worst actually, because the music was at a very high level. You know, the great bands of Duke Ellington and Count Basie and Stan Kenton and Woody Herman. They had tremendous musicians that all really knew how to read music like the back of their hand, you know, and they just understood it. And now it's, I asked Jimmy Durante many years ago, about 47 years ago, I said, what do you think of rock and roll? He said, well, they play 3 chords and 2 of them are wrong.
Are you, did you reach out to all these artists and say that you wanted to play with them? And the response has got to be, it's got to make you feel good that everybody in the business wants to work with you. Everybody wants to.
It's a wonderful honor. My son was responsible for creating this album, and he reached out to all of them, and they said, yes, let's do it. We did the first album, a duets album, and it sold millions of records. And as a result, Sony Columbia just said, come on, you have to do another album like this. And the second album is very promising. It's not even out yet, and it's already #1 on Amazon, and it's #1 in Spain and the Netherlands and all over Europe. And it's just on pre-orders. Wow. That's without people even hearing the record. So there's something very promising about it. I'm thrilled.
You've been performing obviously for many years. You still have such a passion for these songs, singing them. Are there ever nights where you're like, oh, you know, I'm gonna do San Francisco again, or
no.
Do you have that strong a passion for these songs?
Well, you know, I'm surrounded by just 4 great musicians, great jazz artists, and every time we perform, they're so creative that they change it every night. It's never the same show. It might be the same repertoire, but believe me, every night it feels like a different, like we're just starting out for the first time. And they're very creative jazz artists that improvise every show, no matter where we're at.
And what do you do to care for your voice? Because you've been blessed over the years that you still have your set of pipes, and you know, other artists over the years have lost the ability to hit some of the notes. And what do you attribute that to?
Well, good training, you know. After the Second World War, I came out and joined the American Theater Wing, and because it was the good war, as Studs Terkel in Chicago called it, we were just given the best teachers in New York City. And the American Theater Wing was so good, it became the Actors Studio.
Oh,
and all those great teachers really taught us well about how to preserve your voice and the repetition of taking care of it. And it works.
Because it's obviously worked, because, you're one of the few artists that just sound amazing so many years later.
Oh, yeah. You can't even tell.
I know.
Thank you very much.
How do you stay young, Tony?
Well, I don't know about staying young. I just accept my age. I don't regret it.
Yeah, but you're still performing on it.
I always say life is a gift, and just enjoy every moment. We're all going through it.
You work out, and
no one's gonna beat it.
Right.
No matter how you
all.
feel now. Once you get old, it's not like the end of the world. You're still alive.
But there's things you're doing. You're working out and eating right and all that.
Oh yeah, I play tennis.
Yeah,
3 times a week. I exercise and eat good foods, and I have a wonderful wife who takes care of me. Everything's great.
I hate going to the gym. Like, I mean, I know this looks like it was actually built in a gym.
I could see that.
But even Tony knows I'm in awful shape.
Tony's in better shape than you, Jimmy.
He totally is.
It's really hard to motivate yourself to go out and be healthy. It's like you've reached such a level of success. To motivate yourself to stay healthy and to keep producing, I think is even more impressive because you're already there.
Thank you.
Like, you can't get any more famous than you are, and you still continue to put out music.
Produce.
Well, you're only as good as your next show.
Yeah.
Not the last one. It's the next one.
Are you still doing a lot of live shows every year? Do you still love going out and doing gigs?
That's what I do.
Yeah, you do. You stay on the road.
I like it, too. But I don't like working big stadiums. I like working nice, intimate, like my idea of a great place is Carnegie Hall. You have beautiful
nice
seats.
little small place
civilized
like
for the
Carnegie.
people. It's
It's a little place.
It's small, but it's 2,700 seats.
Right,
I'm sorry.
right.
No,
I hate to be traveled by
it just
2,700.
goes to show how huge Tony Bennett is.
Yeah.
When people
Carnegie
would
Hall's an
die
intimate
to play
space.
Carnegie Hall, and it's like, a little room, Carnegie Hall. That's bad.
Hey, we unfortunately got to wrap up with Mr. Bennett, but we do want to promote duets too. You got everyone:
very nice. Thank
Katie
you.
Lang, Michael Bublé, Carrie Underwood, Willie Nelson, John Mayer, Nora Jones, of course, Amy Winehouse. Lady Gaga is on the album.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we don't have her track here, unfortunately. Sheryl Crow, Faith Hill, the list goes on and on.
Mariah Carey. It's a tremendous list of people. And the Amy Winehouse, I think the proceeds from that are going to like the Amy Winehouse Foundation, which is really nice.
That's exactly right.
And she was getting her shit together when you guys got together, right? She looked pretty healthy, everyone is saying.
She was healthy the day that we recorded, yes.
Yeah. It's just a shame.
Nice downer note there, Opie.
Well,
Thanks.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's
I have one more question, and it's not even that. Did you really perform at the opening of the Triborough Bridge?
Yep.
It is true.
Mayor LaGuardia.
Wow.
I was a little baby. I was a little,
little
5
kid.
or 6 or 7 years old. We marched along, singing along together. Everybody in Queens, it was the first time that we walked over the Triborough Bridge into Manhattan.
Oh, wow, man. And you were there. And now, how much does it cost?
And I was just going to say, when you opened that bridge, did you ever think it would cost $300 to drive across it?
Yeah, they said it was going to be free.
Oh,
yeah, well, see what happened?
They do.
certainly did.
Well, you're a legend, and we're very happy.
In my own mind.
Other people, too, I think. Tony, thanks so much for coming in, man.
Thank you
You've
very
been
much.
fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Tony, good.
Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I think something is happening. This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
Mr. Shatner has just arrived.
Oh, there he is.
The great William Shatner has just arrived.
Agglomeration.
How are you, Bill?
Guys, how are you? The Opie and Anthony. It's
been a while, sir.
It's been
the Opie and Anthony channel. I can't believe
no one's supposed to know about that.
That's okay.
Shatner, but that's okay if you're announcing it.
Yeah, of course it is.
Opie and Anthony channel.
It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened yet.
It's barely a show, and here it is a channel.
That's true, right? Barely a show. It's yeah. I guess. Did he just make the official announcement?
I guess. Yeah.
I was doing some recordings back there before I came in the building. They wouldn't let me in the building, first of all, and then they finally let me in the building. The first thing I do is, would you say the Opie and Anthony channel, please?
Nice.
Why wouldn't they let you in the building? You're William Shatner.
I know.
God's sake.
Maybe that's why.
I left my bag that I carry around in this car that's taking me around. I didn't want to schlep it around.
Yeah.
So I left my identification. So the person from the publishing company is holding up my book as identification.
Yeah.
Well, and the woman says I read it. I don't want him to get.
I would have just given that retinal scan, much like you did in The Wrath of Khan, where you just looked into it.
My eyes were a little bloodshot from.
Yeah, in order to get the information for the Genesis device.
Yes, that was very complicated. This
happens every time.
Although with a laugh after that was worth it.
I like to think I could sit and talk with Bill about
we can. About the
anything,
Opie and
a little bit of
Anthony
everything, and Star Trek does come up every 2 seconds with me.
I've never seen an episode of Star Trek, not one.
What are you, crazy?
I just haven't. I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you?
I would like to.
There's something wrong with him. It starts with the language.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, what's that accent? Anybody with that kind of accent won't watch Star Trek.
We only just got TV in Australia, let alone Star Trek.
Really?
Hell no.
What do they got? Skippy the Bush Kangaroo?
Very popular show to this day.
I remember that one.
Jesus, how do you remember that?
That was an old.
Is that a real show?
It was,
that was Skippy the
It was
Bush
basically
Kangaroo.
like Lassie, but it was kangaroo based. and so, like, you'd have this kid called Sonny who'd fall down a well, and Skippy would come out and go, and they go, "What's that, Skip? Sonny's falling down the well." Now, the thing is, they always used to get Skippy to point the direction, and they could never get the kangaroo to do that, so they used to just fucking go into the bush, kill another kangaroo, cut its arm off, and there'd be some cameraman poking this dead limb.
Suddenly the laughter ebbed out of the room.
What happened? How do you know that's true?
That's hilarious, though.
That's not
true.
really.
Which is a great segue into your book, by the way.
Yes.
It's you're a funny dude. It's called Shatner Rules, and I didn't read the whole thing because we had I was reading another biography, but I've read the first couple of chapters.
One eye with on the one book and the other eye on the other.
I know, I'm not a good multitasker.
We've had a lot of authors in lately, Bill.
I love the writing in this.
Thank you.
The first one's about the Comedy Central roast where you got roasted, and it was funny because you put some comebacks that you should have said there in this, and you don't seem to take yourself seriously at all, which is great.
Well, there's not much to take seriously about. You got to handle your material, and there's not much to handle here. No, I'm joking. The laughter ebbed out of this. This cutting up the arm of a kangaroo.
I'm just glad it's not just me. To be honest with you. Thanks for making the Skippy story look good.
You and I should unite on publicizing this book. So the book it does carry some of those. I mean, somebody yesterday said I'm getting a seat on the subway because I read the book in the subway. I start cackling out loud, and people move aside.
Kind of move. They think
somebody's crazy, and then they sit down in the subway.
When I think of you, what to me the best definition of you is the SNL sketch you did where you kind of goofed on, it's a show, get over it. Like, that's how I kind of view your personality, and I read everything kind of hearing it in that voice.
And that's kind of
chapter 2 is to be a Shatner, you must know Shatner. And I kind of finished that where you just list a bunch of facts about yourself, which are interesting and fucking hilarious. Like, I don't know why I like the one about your first movie, which you said, what was it called? I can't. My first film, in a 1951 Canadian film titled "The Butler's Night Off." I've never seen it. And I don't know why that interested me so much. You've never seen the first movie?
So much I haven't seen of my. I avoid watching it.
As you should.
The book is funny, and the book attempts to say, and there's a group of guys. I'm telling your listening audience here. There's 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 8, 9 guys in the room here, and
one woman short of a rape.
Of a minion, and everybody's got a voice. And my book, I don't know how I'm going to relate this, is the concept behind the book is to say yes to opportunities. So you guys have all said yes, you're going to be here. We're having an adventure together just by the very fact that you're here. My book says say yes. To opportunity, yes to life, and that's the basis of the book, and everything is told, hopefully with humor, but with that idea in mind.
That's a pretty good philosophy to have. Very unlike the character in the Twilight Zone that kept putting the penny in the machine, and his life was pretty much being dictated by every little slip that came out. He goes, should we leave? Should we leave now? Should we check if the car's repaired? Very different.
But what a great science fiction concept, or horror concept.
It's fantastic.
It's a great, the writing, the writer who said, I was doing this machine. Wouldn't it be marvelous if somebody's life was dictated? That I'll write that script.
Yes, and you know what else was great about that? There wasn't any weird, scary thing in there. The whole thing, it wasn't supernatural. It was just somebody's paranoia and them getting caught up in something.
Right.
Yeah.
But it made a Twilight Zone.
It was a very,
and struck a sort of universal note.
Yeah.
It's around more.
Unlike, of course, there's a man on the wing. You know, I was like that one too,
and that one too. I mean, surely that stemmed from if we were meant to fly, we'd have wings,
right?
Now, who did that first? Was that you or Lithgow who did that first?
Who'd what?
Oh,
you or John Lithgow?
Shatner
I'm
did.
kidding.
Stop it!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Jimmy, you know what? I don't even care if you're kidding. You don't insult Bill Shatner like that.
No, his little smiley face looking up at you. You don't know whether he's kidding. You don't know whether he's real.
Can I say another great thing that I like, and I want to ask you about this? It's another funny fact. Number 12. I once got into a fist fight on stage during the Broadway run of The World of Susie Wong with Australian actor Ron Randell. For 50 years, he's ignored my challenges for a rematch. Coward. Editor's note: Mr. Randell died in 2005. It's fucking funny,
when he heard me issue that challenge, he died.
It's great, man.
That is awesome.
Did you really? But what spurred the fist fight? I've been wanting to ask you that for a week.
He used to clap me on the shoulder somewhere after opening night when the show's supposed to be frozen. When he had a laugh on some line, and he'd clap me on the shoulder like, "Hey, hail fellow, well met." If the laugh was good and loud, he would just be a tap. But if he missed the laugh, either in rage or frustration or thinking it was my fault, he'd hit me hard. So after a while, I'd say, "Ron, that seems becoming all about my absorbing your punch." And he was an Olympic swimmer. Had been.
Oh. All Australians are.
Yeah, apparently
he never let up. And I kept asking people, will you ask him to not hit me so hard? Stage manager, Josh Logan, the producer, everybody. And finally, one day, after months of this, I said, if you hit me again, I'm going to hit you back. So he took that as a challenge. So he hit me on stage.
Wow.
So I hit him back on stage.
In the middle of the show.
In the middle of the show.
Oh, what a great show.
And then, when the first act curtain came down, he came charging over at me, swung. I ducked, and he hit a prop guy in the face.
Now, did the crowd think that was part of the show?
Right. Yeah. Well, we just kept going. And what I didn't write about, because what happened after that was, finally, the curtain came down, and everybody left the theater, including me. And the next evening, we all went to our dressing rooms, 7:30, 8 o'clock. And those dressing room doors are kept open by a wedge because it's a fire door. And so to keep them open, they're wedged. I'm in my dressing room, and in he comes, and he's looking for a fight in the dressing room, in a 12 by 12 dressing room. That's like being locked in a cage with a mountain lion. The stage manager got between us. Somebody kicked the wedge out. The door shut, and there were 3 guys in a small room.
Oh shit!
And I had a picture, a mental image of his jugular, and I was going to go bite him on the jugular. That's where I was going.
Maniacal.
They finally kept us apart.
Now, did you ever make up with?
Oh yeah.
You know how much history would have changed if like, say you would have bitten his neck, and then they just threw you out acting because, you can't hire this guy. He bites the neck of the other actors.
Yeah.
Like how different life would be.
Well, I might have been hired. Let's get him to bite somebody on the neck.
True,
I've seen Bill deliver a karate chop, though. That probably would have taken him right out. One of those quick, boom, boom.
Yeah,
like that. Yeah.
Quick pork chop too.
Yeah. I mean, whatever kind of chops you need.
Do you really suffer from tinnitus?
I do.
Which, by the way, funny line. For many years, I've suffered from tinnitus. That's where I pulled that out of. Now it only flares up when I don't want to listen to all those questions about Star Trek. It's fucking great.
You know what tinnitus is?
It's when you had that ringing in your ears, right? Where'd you get it from?
Well, I got it from an explosion, but sound engineers have it, rock musicians have it.
Radio people.
Radio people have it.
You got it from Walt
Armed forces have it a lot.
What explosion?
Explosion on set, actually. The doors were shut. They should have been cracked because of the air charging, and they didn't. And ever since then, it's gotten worse over the years.
And when it's funny. For your roast, you asked Leonard Nimoy to come, and he said no. He couldn't handle it. Right?
He knew more than I did.
I
hadn't really seen it.
Oh no!
Did you enjoy it?
That's like Frank Sinatra's roasts and Dean Martin.
Right.
Hey, look at it, funny, and It wasn't that at all. It's really,
very insulting.
It's really mean. Did you see the Charlie Sheen one?
I did, yeah. I thought you were very good on the Charlie
Thank
Sheen.
you.
We had a couple of friends that
but that's like
were part of the roast.
What?
Patrice O'Neill and Amy Schumer are friends of ours.
Well, first of all, it's very funny.
Yes.
But it's like an intervention.
Yeah.
And it occurred to me, why not have an intervention and shaming people? Look what you've done to your family. Look what you've done to your friends. Look what you've done to yourself. You lost your job. You lost all the money. And the person is like cowering and feeling so badly, they think I got to go get a drink. Right? I mean, that's what an intervention is. Why not do it with humor? You're a funny guy. Look what you've done, and mock them with humor, so it's less an attack and more an observation.
Right.
Yeah.
So you seem to have a pretty thick skin about stuff like that. Like you're not easily.
I am. Don't say anything mean.
Yeah, I don't know if I could handle having one about myself. I think that was people.
No,
that
would
be a little terribly thick.
But wait a minute. That isn't like you're locked in a room with 8 guys here with a microphone, and you think nobody's listening anyway. Yeah, this channel. There's 1,000 people in the audience, and there's all these people on the dais laughing. He's getting it. His turn to be whacked. And then it's awful.
It looks very uncomfortable at times, and you have to kind of sit there and laugh. But yeah, you got
the audience, or the person there?
I would think the person there would have to.
The person there is gritting their teeth.
Yeah, you got to make believe it doesn't bother you.
Oh yeah, it doesn't really matter.
You got to be good at acting.
It can only be done in America. The British couldn't do it.
There would be a fight.
No. In the end, they'd just be polite to each other. They would just all in with, "No, I'm not going to say that. I quite like you."
But the British get skewered in their papers.
The
tabloid papers.
Yeah.
As bad as ours are, the English are just
way worse.
Well, their mainstream papers are like our tabloid papers. It really is kind of. I like the nudity in it, though.
Yeah.
The wonderful thing is just have tits on page 3.
For no reason.
Like it's part of their rights. They've tried to take them away, and the English are just like, what? And sometimes in some of the papers in the Sun, they'll have like Jenny with her tits out, and then a speech bubble saying what Jenny thinks about the war in Iraq.
That's very funny, but I don't want to get push this book too much, except to say that it's a great read, and I urge your listeners to. It debuted, or it dropped Tuesday, and next Tuesday, but you can get it now. My record is
which we played Iron Man from, which you're getting a lot of.
Hey, listen, I came up in the elevator to the Opie and Anthony channel, and some young man with his hair combed up with a lot of brass and leather.
Jose.
Was it Jose? The spokesman for heavy metal?
Yeah.
I heard your record. It's great heavy metal. We need heavy metal. I said, well, if I get on the air, I'll talk about the energy that was necessary to do this song with Zakk Wylde.
Yeah.
20 of the greatest musicians alive today are on Seeking Major Tom. But for the moment, Zakk Wylde is. Have you ever had him up here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. All right, so you know what an
Jimmy's
extraordinary individual he is.
Yeah.
And what a fabulous musician.
Amazing.
I mean, apparently he went. I didn't know this. He went from being 130-pound skinny guy playing for Ozzy, right?
Yeah.
And then he went from that to this muscled-up dude with tattoos and a long ponytail. Where that transformation took place, I don't know.
Right.
But I was in a studio and watching him lay down his tracks for Iron Man, which in this arc of what happened to Major Tom after the Bowie song, what did happen to Major Tom when he stepped out of the capsule? I speculate in all these songs. Walking on the Moon, Space Cowboy.
Okay.
You got it? So
There's
then
a
he
theme
begins
to
to
it, then.
die, and he begins to hallucinate, and we go into his background, Bohemian Rhapsody. We get to the Twilight Zone. And finally he goes to heaven. He imagines heaven with the Sinatra song, Querying God. How could you let this happen? And goes to hell in Iron Man. So I tell Zakk Wylde, this is the concert. He says, I want to be part of it. And I go up to his studio, and I've laid down my track. I'm doing Iron Man, Iron Man, Iron Man. I go up to the studio, and he is a madman with this extraordinary fingering of his guitar and the voice and the energy, the pure energy, the artistry of Zakk Wylde. Well, I fell over. I had no idea. I had to go back to the studio days later and lay down another track to match the energy.
He did the vocals, right? That was Zach singing?
I'm singing with him.
Right, you are.
Backups and then...
one of us was doing the backup to the other at various times. It was, but my eyes and my vocal cords were opened at the concept of heavy metal. I had no idea.
Yeah, Zach's very good, yeah. And so you listen to his guitar tracks and
his vocals,
and you had laid the vocals down already. So you were kind of like, oh boy, I gotta.
That's exactly
right. Step this up.
This is I've done nothing. I'm the weak sister.
I phoned it in.
Exactly. I had no idea. Heavy metal's foreign to me. I guess you have to comb your hair up and wear black leather. And I got a headbanger award, an honorary headbanger award from Revolver magazine for this number. And the one question I kept getting, what the hell are you doing here?
But he even called it a number. That's old school. That's what Ozzy introduced. We're going to do a number now. That's old school.
What else do you call it?
A song or this one, but Ozzy calls it a number. That's the way you should address it, as a number. So you have to get a little more metal based than you think.
And Mr. Shatner's 80, right?
The what?
How old are you now, sir?
37. 38. That's where I think I left off. I stopped thinking about in my own mind. I stopped about 37.
It's just amazing.
Yeah, you really did.
First of all, you don't look your age whatsoever.
Or act it. You're an amazingly healthy energy.
You're able to keep up with Zach Wilde. Are you kidding me? That's pretty crazy in its own right.
Well, that's, I think, DNA.
You don't think it's good living?
Well, it's that too. I haven't abused myself too much.
Yeah.
Now, do you drink or do you eat unhealthy, or are you fairly regimented?
I probably I don't know you and your habits, but
terrible.
Terrible. Well, then I'm regimented.
You used to be a smoker, right?
What?
You were a smoker.
A long time ago. I gave it up a long time ago.
Because I remember you doing when you did the cover of Rocket Man, and you had that cigarette. You looked cool.
We played that earlier. It was
cool.
I was trying to do some.
That's the reason why I took up smoking.
I was glad I was able to help you between all those sawbones of the kangaroo.
They were cutting off kangaroo arms.
Right. I needed to cut off their tails. They live. You cut off their tails because they eat them, and they grow a new tail.
Kangaroos?
I don't know that.
I know certain reptiles.
Isn't a kangaroo a reptile?
I don't know.
Maybe you're thinking of the gorn. I think the gorn is...
I'm throwing that out there as a possibility.
Ed knows more about Star Trek than Mr. Shatner.
Of course I do.
No, is that Star Trek
more about Star Trek than
Shatner knows that.
He doesn't know this
I just
stuff.
never stop.
I don't think he knows this stuff.
I never stop with the Star Trek references.
Well, let me tell you about another Star Trek thing that I've done. Now, wait a minute. You're going to love this.
All right.
I directed a documentary I called The Captains. Okay. Now, it was released on Epix television, and it's going into the theaters in Canada, and it's coming out as a DVD here October 20th in a couple of weeks. Ooh. DVD of The Captains is really sensational. It made its premiere on the aircraft carrier, the Intrepid, one summer's evening this past summer, while the sun was setting and the skyline of New York was lighting up. A huge screen on the landing deck and 1,000 people watching this film. It's all about the actors. It's all about the actors, the human beings who played the captains in Star Trek. But it's about their character. It's about their soul. It's about what we have in common, what we have as differences. Something marvelous happened in this documentary. It has an arc and a meaning, and it's funny and it's soulful. And there's even an interview with there you are, 80 years old.
George Takei.
There you are, 80. With
George Takei, Leonard Nimoy.
The musician.
A musician. Oh, shit. Zach Wilde.
In which we... it'll name a company in a second. He's a good buddy, and now I can't think of his name. In which we sing the interview.
Oh,
okay? It's so much fun. It's a DVD called The Captains, and it's coming out October.
You keep so goddamn busy.
He's written...
how many? Yeah,
30 books.
30 books.
You're going to love this.
30.
Star Trek. You're going to love this. after that documentary and the success of the documentary, they said, what else do you want to do? I said, well, I'd like to examine why people go to conventions. Why in this particular case, people go to the Star Trek conventions.
Yeah.
So I went to Vegas, where they were having the largest Star Trek convention of its kind ever. 20,000 people. And I shot a documentary on why people go to conventions. I had written a book some years earlier called Get a Life, in which I discovered through interview that they were going there to see themselves, to see each other, to partake of each other. That's what I discovered in the book. What I discovered in the documentary, which I'm calling Fanatics, and it'll be released in a few months, is that they're there out of passion for each other, passion for the subject, but another deeper meaning. Joseph Campbell wrote a book called A Hero with a Thousand Faces. Had the theory, and it's obvious that it's a fact, that every culture has its mythology, starting from way back, even before the Greeks. Mythology. Star Trek is this culture's mythology. The actors who play the captains are their heroes. They partake in the ritual of the mythology by going to the conventions, by wearing the costumes, by getting the autographs, by getting the doodads, by what you are doing in your passion for Star Trek.
Just remembering lines and scenes.
What you are doing by that he means
participating in the ritual of the mythology.
Yeah,
and it's an honorable thing.
Yes, especially while languishing in alcoholism.
It's also 20,000 people trying to lose their virginity. So
in one fell swoop.
Wait, are you
lying on the floor, writhing?
Hey,
well, the book. Should we plug everything?
Yeah. Well, I want to play another song off his CD too.
What song are you going to play? You know,
I was
going to
ask you.
I haven't heard Twilight Zone. When I recorded, I thought, this could be pretty good, but I haven't heard anybody play it. Why don't you play,
we'll play
Twilight Zone?
And you know what? You got Warren Haynes. I love the Warren Haynes.
I mean, just read that list of musicians that are on
Warren Haynes knows how to play.
I mean, my God. Sheryl Crow sings Mrs. Major Tom. Lyle Lovett, Brad Paisley. And then you go on, but Peter Frampton, John Wilton, Wayne Kramer, Michael Schenker, Ernie Watts. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on.
And also Zach. And I love the Iron Man version. I like the fact that you sang it. I thought it was cool. And there's on YouTube.
So much.
On YouTube, you can see clips of him go, "I am Iron Man," trying to get the opening. And
you know what that clip is? That clip is me in the first.
Right.
The first when I laid that track down first, and I'm trying to find the music, and I can't find it. I couldn't find it because I wasn't doing it right. Only when Zach showed me the way was I able to do it.
Yeah, it's
and Zach sounds like Ozzy.
Yeah, he sounds great.
For a minute there, I thought it was Ozzy himself. So
very cool, William Shatner. Thank you so much for coming in. We always love having you on, man.
Absolutely.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Yeah, we're busy now. We got Tom Sizemore in studio.
Yes.
Welcome, Tom.
Hi, how are you? I'm writing a poem right now. Excuse me.
Are you
writing a poem?
No,
a poem. You don't seem like the write a poem kind of guy.
I am, though.
Yeah?
Believe it or not, yeah.
Yeah?
In touch with your feelings and
I feel
stuff?
like New York City is really hot. I'm glad I moved.
That's a pretty good poem.
That's more of a haiku.
No, I wish I hadn't moved. Last night I said to my manager, Charles Lego, I can't think enough for everything, but I said, God, I never should have moved out of here. And then this morning we were walking over here and we got the wrong directions and we ended up Central Park and it was really hot.
Oh, yeah.
And I went, oh my God, I wish I never, why am I here? It's just New York has that thing. It does to you.
Yeah, you lived here initially?
Oh, yeah, I lived here for a long time. I lived here from 84 through 91. I lived here. Then I had an apartment here through 98.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
You want to move out to LA out of necessity?
Well, you got to.
Well, that's where...
you kind of got to go there unless you... I don't know. You don't have to, but... I got taking the bar in, Washington State and trying to practice law in New Orleans. So I can't do it.
I got to ask, how you been since Celebrity Rehab? Because we all saw you on TV there. Wow.
I never really saw it except for a little bit. I asked my brother, I said, tell me about the parts where I look good. And he went, well, there aren't any, so...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you...
He said, well, tell me the parts where I seem like I got my shit together. He went, there aren't any.
Those either? Oh,
I said, well, tell me about the parts. He said, Tom, that's goddamn, it's a train wreck, man. Okay,
Tom,
dude, don't watch it.
You made for some good TV. Holy shit, you're pretty fucked up.
I don't know what good TV. I don't necessarily being well.
I mean, it was entertaining from where I sit. And I certainly
you're a real asshole.
And I certainly thank you. By the way, and I certainly hope you're doing okay.
I'm joking, Opie.
Yeah, I know.
I'm 2 years and 117 days clean today.
Oh,
because of
shit.
that.
Because of celebrity rehab.
Not just because of celebrity rehab. I mean, it was
just time.
The icebreaker.
Right. Yeah,
so
that was it.
It was the first step. I was tired of it. I had called Drew before that show and was begging him to take me into treatment. It got bad, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. It was so public, and it seemed to have come out of nowhere because everybody knew Tom Sizemore as, wow, this guy's a really good fucking actor. Great career, great movies.
The press,
and then out of nowhere,
the TMZ Life We Live Now. Mm-hmm. And they are they're the shot callers. Whatever they print, everybody runs with it.
Right.
Yeah, it's true.
They could say that mongoloid serial killers loose in the Empire State Building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're going to evacuate it.
Right.
Yes.
And maybe tear it down.
Right.
Now, because they go first, everybody follows.
Right.
And because of the internet and this great information highway of bullshit, which is largely about sex and bullshit, because I call it sex shit, and you have a bunch of bullshit. Mm-hmm. And it's ugly, and it's... listen, I've been out of the game for a while, and I did not know that we were living in a world where every goddamn move you make is documented.
Yep.
And if you're a celebrity, and you're someone they don't like, or you've had some problems... Listen, I did a Joyce till I was 35 years old. Wow. Okay, so it's not all I ever did with my life. Yeah. We're talking about 7 years of my life that, for whatever reason, have been made my life.
Right.
So the other 42 years of my life, I guess I didn't do a goddamn thing. You know, so they can kiss my ass, and they're liars. I'm not a liar. Whenever I've been asked if I'm doing something wrong by the police, whenever I was having problems, I said yes. Except for the prosthetic penis. I admit to that mistake. But I thought I was clever, and I realized I wasn't.
That was a good one. God damn,
I got to tell you the truth. I was lying then that was my penis. I tried to say I had two of them, and that's why I was popular, and they didn't believe me. Oh my God. But that was 2005.
Yeah.
And since then, I've been at least, you know, if someone said, "Look, it was obvious I was having enormous problems," but I'm addressing them,
right?
And unlike F. Scott Fitzgerald, who didn't have a second act, for all you nitwit kids out there, I'm in a bad mood right now. For all you nitwits under 30 out there, there's a guy named F. Scott Fitzgerald. He was a writer. He wrote books. You ever heard of those? Fiction. The Great Gatsby. And he claimed there were no second acts in American life. And he meant this, that if once you made a mistake in your life, if you were a celebrated person, you wouldn't get a chance to be a celebrated person again. Unfortunately, F. Scott Fitzgerald, I think he died at 35.
Jesus.
So he didn't live to know if there was a second act in American life. And I hazard to say that there are second acts. Witness Mickey Rourke and Robert Downey Jr. And countless other people that we don't know of that aren't famous, that have problems with addiction or problems with all kinds of things, depression, etc.
Have you since you quit? Have you picked up anything else? Like, because I play
the guitar really badly.
Is that more of an addiction?
I played it once I played guitar for like 7 months in a row. Like almost all day.
And you're still not good at it?
I still not good at it. I can't even play a bar chord yet.
Tom,
I'm just getting into these.
Just so you know, sober, right to your left and to your right. So they understand what you're talking about.
Oh yeah. So
why are you?
Well, the habits. It's the
theism. It's the addiction. The addictive behavior just goes.
The rituals. It's the rituals. For me, like, you know what blew my mind is when I decided I'm not going to do this drug anymore. When I went to bed and when I got up, I tried really hard not to do it, and then I did it. And I'm very willful. I could, you know, I could get things. If I said I'm not going to do this or I'm going to do that, I would do it. But I couldn't do that. And I knew that a long time ago.
Wow.
I knew I was in trouble because I was really, honestly, did not want to do it, and I could not do it.
Yeah.
And then that was really ashamed. At first, it was just, oh my God, I was afraid, and so I was still enjoying it. And then the shame factor kicks in. When you're, say I got a couple people in my family were just like, don't believe in this addiction model, or like, you're fucked up, man.
Yeah, get your ass straight.
And they think you're lying.
They think you're lying, and you're fucked up, man. There's something fucking wrong with you. You know, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You weak fucking punk ass bitch. No. I got talked to like that. Mm-hmm. And you know, your mother hasn't slept in 3 years. You motherfucker. You want to do this shit again? Once you can hang yourself.
Jesus.
You know, I'm from Detroit. I'm from Blue. You know, they didn't mean it literally, but they were disgusted with me.
Right.
And because of I did some of those things. You know, I was doing drugs, but I didn't do a lot of things I said I did. And whatever. Addiction is a disease because I know it is now because of Dr. Drew. And do you believe it's a disease?
Oh yeah, of course.
I have a genetic predisposition to narcotics, to any kind of mood altering substance.
I find any addictive behavior. Yeah.
I was going to say mood altering behaviors. Sex is an addiction. Food is an addiction. TV is an addiction. Money is an addiction. A lot of things.
Is Twitter?
I don't Twitter, and I don't text. Text is for broads. I don't get this texting thing. I got out of rehab. I didn't know what texting was.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
texting's for broads.
It may be so, but once I realized I can take pictures of my cock with a cell phone, once you can send cock photos,
like
texting gets on a whole new meaning.
Brett Favre and that Anthony Weiner. That's a really smart thing to do. I'm going to do that. You got a cell phone on you?
I do. I'd love a photo of your cock out of respect.
Why are you? That's called taking pictures of your cock. I'm talking about texting. Texting's an addiction that this whole country's beset with.
Yep.
Now, I texted briefly when I got out of rehab, and I realized that the information that I was being shared was totally innocuous and could best be relayed, whatever was important in it, which was usually nothing, in a phone conversation, which would be far briefer, and all you had to do was hit one number.
Right.
So I don't understand that. I do think that people don't want to live anymore. They want to do this. They want to talk about life. And it's a really bizarre
instead
addiction.
of getting out and actually doing something.
I got into a text war with somebody once.
That never happens.
Seems like you text a lot for a guy that doesn't text.
This was when I first. I don't text anymore. Here are my standard responses now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. I'm kidding. No, yes, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Call Charles. I'm not home.
I get that, and people get mad at you if you only text a couple words. But that's all you need to do.
I get back from certain guys like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?"
Yeah, exactly.
And I go,
"If you want to talk,
I'm not home."
Yeah.
Oh, but you're on the phone, guys. I actually learned.
I'm not on the phone either. I hate phones.
Oh, you do?
I never had a cell phone until 2004.
How do you like to communicate? You just one-on-one in person?
Listen, Abraham Lincoln did fine without phones. I mean, what has to be the real important.
Until he got to the theater.
Maybe someone would have warned him there, Tom.
If his guard hadn't been drunk, if his guard hadn't been texting the guy at the bar to bring him some more booze and hadn't fallen asleep, then John Booth wouldn't have gotten by him. Dr. Conrad Murray, he's not a criminal.
Yeah.
In any event, I don't text.
Okay. Can I?
What was it? What were we saying? Something else.
Addiction.
I can handle things on the phone. Usually, the really important shit that has to be communicated to you, Opie, in your job, for instance, by your wife or girlfriend,
right.
They're going to get a hold of you no matter what.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true. They have beforehand when there was just one phone in your house.
Well, in 1985, when all of us were alive here, living in New York, when I was and you guys were, we didn't have cell phones.
No.
Did we get to our appointments on time?
You can't picture life without it anymore, though. I can't picture life.
I did.
You had a cell phone in 85?
I had the first.
You were a criminal?
Like, one of the big ones.
Yeah, he did.
How big was it?
Yeah, he's Canon. He had a fucking car phone.
Canon. Mannix.
Listen, we got Jimmy Fallon on the line. He just wants to promote something really fast.
Okay.
And Tom Sizemore's here. We want to talk to him about
Hawaii 5-0, don't we?
Yeah, of course we do.
Love it.
Jimmy.
Sorry, this is the operator speaking. His line disconnected.
The operator speaking.
Who's Jimmy Fallon? Yeah. Jimmy Fallon.
Fallon?
Oh! See, I've been out of pop culture for a minute.
Did we lose Jimmy then, I guess?
Yeah, I guess
he was on hold for a while.
Yeah,
he's doing Pink Floyd week on his show, and he just wanted to promote it real fast. Sorry, Tom.
Jimmy Fallon. He's on
SNL.
Is he Jimmy Kimmel?
No.
That's the sports writer. I mean, that's the talk show host.
Yeah. Yes.
Jimmy Fallon.
He's actually funny.
Jimmy Fallon's a talk show host from SNL.
Oh, I know who he is.
Yeah,
he's funny too.
Yeah, that's great.
Talented guy.
You know, it really is. How hard is it to get back into getting a gig like you got on Hawaii 5-0, which is, I mean, huge show, great gig. Was it hard to convince people, look, I'm not fucking up? at this point?
I guess so. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it was difficult, I would gather. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you have to. You have to. I mean, these guys are sober.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You think I'm sober?
You seem sober, but I don't know you're drunk. So, but I'm
not drunk.
Yeah,
I'm not drunk.
But you seem sober. Like I wouldn't. I don't know you, but I would believe you if you said you're sober. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, no reason not to.
You can see it in the eyes.
Yeah.
Usually you can see it in the eyes.
Yeah, the eyes.
The pupils are too big or too small.
Yeah.
And they flicker.
Oh, really?
Generally speaking, that's how you can tell.
Yeah.
The cops will put the light in your eyes.
Oh,
and you
yeah.
can tell. And that's why they do it.
Yeah.
And mine are proper. You can't tell it to a studio executive. You think what I just did with these guys. That's not going to get you a job, okay? It's not that easy.
But you are a good actor, too, so.
No, but you can't do it to a studio executive. What I had to do was, and I not to get sanctimonious, but my manager and agent, Charles Lego, and Cynthia Booth, just kept pushing on a job called Exit Strategy, which was a pilot. It was the most highly anticipated pilot of this season, with Ethan Hawke, and I played the second lead ultimately, and it wasn't picked up for whatever reason.
Was it a military thing?
No, it was about black ops who go into, let's say you were working for the CIA and you were spying on, the Soviets or whatever, and you got made. We would go and get you and have an exit strategy.
Oh, okay.
I did well in the show, and my Heather Caden, who I'd like to thank too, and Peter Lenkoff, but Heather Caden has been my champion. She took my scenes from Exit Strategy and she took them over to Peter Lenkoff, the exec producer at Hawaii Five-0 over at Paramount, and she's at Fox, and she took my scenes over there and showed them to him. After the show wasn't picked up, I didn't know she'd done that, and then I was asked in by Peter Lenkoff, and I was hired.
Did they offer it to you, or did they ever ask you to read it?
I read for Exit Strategy, but I didn't read for Hawaii 5-0.
Are you insulted when they ask you to read, or no?
No, not after what I've been through. No.
Okay, because it's not. They're just seeing is he ready to work?
I saw the episode of Hawaii 5-0. That's one of my favorite shows. I watch it every Monday night. I watch it. Me and my wife, Hawaii 5, and Mike and Molly. Let's not forget that. She makes me
I want to thank everybody on that show, Alex and everybody, Jimmy, Scotty, and all the people.
But when he came, when he came on, it was like one of those moments where you don't see him. You see the back of his head, and you're like, who the fuck is that? And then he's doing this thing with his finger. What the fuck? And then it turns around, it's like, oh, shit! Tom is on fucking... You know what I mean? Because I'm a big fan of the show. So it's like, this fucking Sizemore's on fuck. So it's like going to get fucked up. Because, you're one of my favorite actors. You're a fucking great actor.
Thank you very much.
It's now that... that show's legit when they start getting those people on the show.
And Billy Baldwin, who
he's coming on next week.
Next episode, he's on next week, but I'm not on the next 2 weeks, but I'm on the following week, and I'm going back to do another one, and I hope some more. But Billy and I have a great episode together, and that's the 5th episode of the season. You'll really like it if you like the show.
Yeah, he's coming on next week, right? Yeah.
I don't know if Billy's on next week.
Billy's on next week, yeah.
Yeah, and he's my ex-partner. Yeah. I don't want to spoil it for you. It's a cool little arc.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Can I ask you an acting question? How do you do it?
I said no.
It's a no.
I said no.
No, I said no.
I've been in prison.
It's a no. It's a no.
Because a guy like you who is so good, like in Natural Born Killers.
I'm not that good.
Oh, dude, you're great. You really are. You're one of the great actors.
He's one of the greatest actors of our generation.
And when you do you go like a guy like Brando would just never be off book?
What's that?
Are you off like? Is it important for you to memorize?
I may
the
do a
script
play
first?
about Marlon Brando.
Oh, really?
That my manager, Charles England, who's was Marlon's one of his dearest friends, interviewed Marlon the last I think it was 3-4 months of his life. He actually held his hand when he passed, and he's written a play about these interviews he had with him. And I'm hoping to do this play within the year, and we do it someplace small initially, like Minneapolis, and hoping to move it to Broadway. I play Mr. Brando. But do I work like Mr. Brando?
Is it important to you to memorize the script
when I met
first?
Mr. Brando, you know what he said to me? I spoke to him a little bit. He went, "Well, Tom, one of these days maybe I'll mature and quit acting and become a man, unlike myself."
Quit acting and become a man.
Unlike myself. I don't think he saw himself clearly.
No, huh?
And, I told De Niro that, and he went, I'm not sure. Whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wrote that shit down. I was like, Bob, what does this mean? Is this some cryptic coalition you belong to? You want to interpret this for me? You know, I'm not sure. Fuck it. Am I missing something here? And he went, cryptic coalition. Thought it was great. I said, will you interpret this for me? He went, fuck you, no.
So what is Jimmy? You want to know if he memorizes?
Is it important to you? Because like Brando would just kind of want to see do the script, or you have to know every line.
I think preparation allows you the opportunity to play your jazz, so to speak.
Okay,
so if you know your instrument, you know, if you can play the guitar, I can't play it well. If you're you know what I mean. If you really know something well, you can then riff. If you know an offense, a football offense, really well, then you can you can
work around it.
Work around
with what you got.
Yeah, you know, because you know it so well. So I like to know it.
So your energy is spent trying to remember.
I like to know it crystal clear.
Right.
And if it takes if it goes somewhere, if I have the permission per the director to do that, then I might go that way.
Have you ever been intimidated in a scene with somebody you wanted to work with and working with, and kind of freaked you out, like I'm actually working with this person?
No, I got more excited. It was with Bob De Niro and Heat, and it was more exciting than it was intimidating.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, I get nervous.
I like that one.
Yeah, you've been in some fucking great
I get nervous
movies.
doing this. If there was a TV camera, if there was a TV camera in here, I might be really, really nervous.
Really?
Yeah. I do acting better. I act well better than I do life, but we're really working hard on doing life as well as we do the other thing, if not better. And that's what I'm working on. Really, is learning how to live, you know, a healthy life with my 2 6-year-old sons and. Just making right actions, and if you do right actions, right things happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's easier being sober.
Oh my God! Think about all the things you don't got to do. Yeah. You don't got to think about it for a second. All the time.
Yeah, it's a very
all that copping,
time-consuming activity.
Copping. I mean, no matter how much money you have, the guys you cop from don't have enough to cop. I want to cop for 5 years. So I don't have to cop anymore. So I don't have dope for 5 years.
Give me 5 years worth.
I never said that, but Keith Richards said it to in the Keith book. He wanted 5 years of heroin. The guy went, "Hey, dude, you know, I'll make 5 years of heroin." 5 years of heroin. That's what he wanted. He wanted 5 years of heroin.
I gotta
you know what my habit is. I want 5 years of heroin, man. I don't want to buy them all.
People love that book. I got to fucking read it.
I read it twice in a row.
It's good.
I finished it and I started right over again.
Really?
It's that good.
Can you relate?
And I like to read.
You can relate to a lot of the stuff in there?
It's not just that. It's him.
Being honest.
It's him being honest. It's the period. It's a big seismic shift in America and in London and in Western culture. And he didn't forget a damn thing.
Yeah.
And he writes it on the back of the book. He goes, "It's as hard as this may be to believe, I haven't forgotten a thing, not a word or sentence or anything that happened, especially Mick."
Wow.
And he hasn't. And the other guys in the band have said, now that he said that, that is exactly what happened.
What does he think of Mick? You could give it away.
Read the book.
No, I'm going to read it anyway.
You know what they think of each other. Mick's in it with a new band already. I mean, Mick's been with a new band for a while, but he just announced he's going out with he's better than Rolling Stone.
But they were good for each other for so many years.
I think they're going to stay together. I think they'll go tour again. I think they will.
Yeah.
If not for no other reason, because Keith loves it so much. Keith loves to be a Rolling Stone.
He's the only guy that can tell Mick to go fuck himself and kind of get away with it.
And at the end of the book is really uplifting. He says, "I'm finally what I always wanted to be. I'm a good husband, a good son, and a good man, and I'm playing dominoes with my dad."
His father's still alive.
Well, right near the end of the book, he was. Yeah, he had. I met Mr. Richards, and he plays dominoes all day with his pop.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, I actually want.
He's a real British guy.
Yeah, sure.
I
don't mess with a shepherd's pie. You don't mess with a shepherd's pie. I mean, really seriously, if there's a shepherd's pie made, you don't touch it.
Really?
He dips into it first. He's really cool.
That fucking book is intimidating, man, Tom.
Oh, man, you'll love that book.
It's thick,
Look,
Tom.
It's Keith speak, too. It's Keith speak, though.
It might be 600 pages, I think.
It's 629 pages.
629
I like a good 225.
Is there 200...
you like 25 pages of book?
A 225 book.
225.
Yeah, 225 is about my range, too.
Yeah, I know I could read it while I'm shitting for like 2 weeks. I'll be finished.
Maybe there's 230 pages.
Big Lights, Big City. What was it called?
What?
Bright Lights, Big City?
Yeah, you like that book a lot.
I never read it. I can't read
172 pages.
Ooh,
that's two shits.
That's beautiful.
Two shit shaker and you're out.
But, you know, with the Keith book, if there's 230 pages of pictures, I might be in.
No, there's not 230 pages of pictures. They're like 18.
So I got to read over 600 pages.
That's a real
you know what you can do with that book? You know what you can do? Because I did try to go through it a third time.
Yeah.
And I didn't, I read it twice in a row. I really did. You can skip around. But I already read it, so I don't know if you can skip around.
I don't like that early year shit when you get into
why don't you know?
The family stuff?
Listen, he gets up. He's into them touring by page 72.
Perfect. I like that. Get into the real shit.
They spend too much time talking about family. A lot of biographies spend too much time talking about the history of the
gets
parents.
in there. He says some really important things about his mother and father and the way he grew up, and then bam, he meets Mick.
Okay, I'm going to read this book because of Tom Sizemore now.
Yeah, you definitely make it seem
it's one
like
of the best celebrity books you'll ever read in your life.
That's what everyone's saying.
And it's also about the 60s, the 70s, and drugs. And
big Stones fan, Tom?
I was never a really, truly huge Stones fan, but there are certain parts of the Stones that I love, but I always thought he had, there was something honest about him, even with his troubled life when I was a teenager. And then when I met him finally, he was just such a gentleman and such a kind guy.
Right.
And, he's magnanimous, he's generous, and I think he's completely monogamous with his Miss Pallenberg said he was, and
right.
And I think his wife now, we all know who she is.
What's your favorite Stones song? Tough. I know it's tough because there's so many. Give me a couple.
Give me Shelter, Angie.
Give me Shelter.
Angie, Hear Me Knockin', Exile on Main Street. There's a couple songs on Exile on Main Street. Angie, give me Shelter. Get Off My Cloud. This is Satisfaction. There's a lot. Street Fighting Man.
Yeah, it's hard to pick a favorite
Give Me
Stone
Shelter
song.
is a great song.
Give Me Shelter is that's Keith's song.
Really?
All children, it's just a shot away. It's just it was after the Kent State incident, and they did that at Altamont. It was the first time they ever did it. Was at Altamont when the incident happened with the gentleman Meredith.
The stabbing.
Right, got stabbed.
Meredith, what's his name? He got stabbed by the Hells Angels.
Wow. Hey, you as an actor, have you noticed in the time that you've been working how content has changed a little bit, or the softening of certain content in the?
I'm trying to get used to this new pop culture of basic soft shit.
It's awful, isn't it?
I don't know if it's awful. It's just a different kind of shit.
It's mindless.
Well, I don't think we knew that.
There's no depth to a lot of the entertainment.
Opie, I don't want to say it because I don't want to. I got to be nice. I shouldn't be saying this.
I'll say it for you. You don't even have to agree. There's no depth.
Listen,
the Kardashians are really famous, and I'm obsessed because I don't even know why.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Hawaii 5-0, and I'm not talking about.
Oh no, I know.
I'm talking about that kind of stuff. I'm talking about the TMZ. I'm calling it the TMZ, the
TMZ culture,
information TMZ culture,
right?
And the information sex shit highway,
where someone like Kim Kardashian is ridiculously famous,
a goddamn star,
and I don't know why. Yes, she's beautiful.
Yes, she gives good head.
Well,
she does. Paris does. That's why I like Paris Hilton, because she was a trooper. Like that video, that was a very sexy video.
That shouldn't necessarily make you
a star,
a pop icon,
right?
Yeah,
it used to. I don't know. I might disagree.
It used to be you kind of had to be like John Lennon.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like Bob Dylan better than her.
Yeah,
he's written better songs than her.
I don't know that one. The Stars Shine is a good song. Whatever that
no, I like
Dylan rules.
I like a Rolling Stone better, and I like
Subterranean, Homesick Blues.
I like that better. I like Blonde on Blonde better. I like Blood on the Tracks better.
House of the Rising Sun.
I like a lot of Dylan songs better. Perhaps all of his songs are better than her songs. John Wesley Harding is better.
Yeah,
Ballad in Plain D is better.
All Along the Watchtower.
To Ramona's better.
I think I'm out of Dylan songs. I don't know that many.
I know a lot of them.
Yeah.
I'm a Dylan fanatic.
I've kind of started to like him more later in life. Like
most of the time is better. Most of the time, one of the best songs ever written. It's buried on.
You ever watch?
Most of the time, it's on.
You ever hear his radio show?
Oh yeah, he's there.
That radio show fucking ruled. I don't think it's around anymore.
I got to tell you,
Yeah.
That voice. It was just a bunch of shit,
Yeah.
I'm a troubadour. That's what he said.
You got him down.
Yeah, I'm a troubadour. I couldn't do it again. It was magic, Did you see the interview he did with Ed Bradley? It's a very great interview. You should see it. It's on 60 Minutes. And it was Mr. Bradley's passed away, but the very end of the interview, he's talking to Bob, and he goes, "Okay, how do we end this? What do you want to say? And Bob and Dylan goes, well, you know what? On the way over here, I was in the cab, and I was stopped over there in Central Park South. And I looked out the window, and I saw these kids playing frisbee there in Shepherd's. What's it called?
I don't know.
Shepherd's Meadow or Sheep's Meadow?
Oh, Sheep Meadow.
Sheep Meadow, and I saw him playing frisbee, and when the frisbee went over this kid's head, and it came all the way out to the curb, and I saw him run up the hill, and he couldn't have been 20 years old, and I looked at him, and he looked up, and the light was going to turn green, and I said, hang on, and I looked at him again, and I thought, he's 19, 20 years old, and I thought of myself at 19 and 20, and oh God, how I'm missing it. And he went, what are you trying to say? And he went, oh, I'm saying I'd like to be 19 or 20 again, I guess. He goes, okay, you can go back and be 19 or 20 again, but no guarantee you'll be Bob Dylan. In a second, he goes. In a second.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And Bradley can't believe it. He goes, you trade in. He goes, in a second. So what do those songs mean to you? And he goes, in a second.
Wow. I love
that says a lot about the man in a way.
Fuck yeah.
And I'm not sure if it's neither good nor bad. It's just he'd rather live it all over again.
Right.
How old is Bob Dylan?
72.
72?
No, 70. 70. Just
I wonder if you start thinking that way when you get to that age. I wonder if that's normal.
He's still out 132 days a year.
Sure.
Like, would most people, like, say a Jagger even, or Keith Richards, would they feel the same way as they hit 70 or 75? Maybe that's normal.
Dude,
like, your accomplishments mean nothing because you realize that most of your life is lived.
Listen, I'm 49. I'm halfway to dead. Or 2/3 of the way to dead, really. So,
I would take years in a second.
I take it. I go back. I go back to 19 in a second.
I don't know.
Just for the.
Do you get a little knowledge with you to take back?
No. You can't take any of that with you.
No knowledge.
No knowledge. Just
19 again.
The wonder, the rebirth of wonder.
Nice. That's a good time.
I wouldn't do it.
I like my life. I really do. I kind of like it. I don't think I'd go back.
The feel that rebirth. It wouldn't be a rebirth. It would be the birth of wonder over again. Because when I first moved to New York, it was like a kaleidoscope of of great things.
Right.
I was from Detroit, and it was just gray. And I came here, and it was just a kaleidoscope of beauty, I thought.
See, I was scared and unhappy at that time, and self-hating, and I didn't like it when I was 19.
I got sober. I was actually sober when I was 18, but I got sober too.
Yeah, I was still.
He's been sober since
I got sober when I was 15.
Yeah.
These two guys got sober
years.
really, really early there.
But I wouldn't want to be 19 again. That sucked.
Yeah,
going to meetings and getting all fucked up because not knowing how to bang chicks,
sober dances,
walking up to girls and trying to talk about God.
What are you doing?
Higher power.
What were you doing? Hoofing gasoline?
No, alcohol and drugs. I did everything, mainly alcohol and
really, you were that
coke.
You were that bad a kid?
Weed,
at 15, age?
Yeah.
How did you find that stuff so early?
I hung out with the wrong kids, but it was easy.
Where were you from? Boston?
Yeah. How'd you know? Well,
the B on your hat and your accent.
My shitty accent.
Bobby, you have a B on your hat.
Yeah,
the Boston Red Sox hat, and you have a Boston accent. Besides that, I just guessed.
Did Bobby really go out?
Yeah, exactly. Was either Moscow or Boston? Took a stab in the dark.
Like Red Auerbach going, how did you know I was the GM of the Celtics?
Bobby,
I forgot I had a hat on.
I know you love Hawaii 5-0.
It's like Parcells saying, how did you know I coached the Giants? He's got a Giants cap on.
It's not like I have a mirror in front of me. I forgot I had a hat on. Oh my God. It was a Boston hat. I fucking...
My eyes are a mirror.
That's funny.
My eyes are a mirror.
That's funny. He goes, you dumb B on your hat and you stupid accent.
I didn't say that.
No, that's what he said.
I said that. I meant
your buddy. But that's what he heard.
Best friends.
That's what Bobby hears.
That's it.
That's what I hear.
That's how he hears it.
You're funny.
Thank you, sir.
I know how funny you were, actually.
Tell the listeners.
If I could go back...
What'd you say?
I said, could you tell the listeners?
Yeah, he is really funny.
If I could go back,
nice guy, too.
If I could go back and do it all over again, I'd do that.
Do what over again?
The whole life. I wouldn't go back to 19 because it sucked, but if I could go back to 4
it didn't suck for Dylan.
2.
He had arrived in New York at 19.
Yeah.
He was already a superstar.
No, he wasn't.
At 19?
Right prior to it. It was right prior. They were talking about being right prior to the stardom.
When did he hit?
At 19, almost 20.
Okay.
He went to the studio. He went into the studio and did the first record, which was the Freewheelin' Bob Dylan.
When was he with?
He's been out of 50
Susie
years.
Rotolo?
No, I was saying about Joan Baez. When was
right
that
after
time?
Susie Rotolo? Susie Rotolo is the gal who's with him on the Freewheelin' Bob Dylan on the album cover. Mm-hmm. That's Susie Rotolo, and that is I think it's Greenwich Avenue or Perry. Or Hudson. I'm not sure which street it is. It's one of it's downtown.
Yep.
And that was his love of his life at that point. And Joan Baez, I'm not sure was a lover. I don't know, but he met her at the Newport Jazz Festival, and they did "With God on Our Side." He played it for her. She had heard of him, of course, and he played "With God on Our Side," and she thought he was, touched by him.
You think Dylan gets the proper respect?
Well, I don't think he can get enough. I think he's the greatest artist of the 20th century.
I can't deny that.
I mean, he's one of the greater ones. I mean, he's got to be in the top kind of five.
And Manny wouldn't put him on stage. Manny, who used to own the Comedy Cellar, which we work at, owned Cafe Finjan. And Dylan came in the 60s when he was young and unknown. And Manny laughed about it later in life, like what a dope I was to not see who this guy was. But he just didn't like him. He's like, nah, I didn't think he was very good. And he just wouldn't put him on. And Dylan talked about him in his biography.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something about a friend of mine who's gone, and I never talk about him, really, because it's so sad. Jeff Buckley was a friend of mine, and he was only in the public eye very briefly. He did an album called Grace, and he drowned in Tennessee. He's doing a record. And I just wanted to say that Jeff Buckley had Dylan-like qualities and Dylan talent, but he had a better voice. You guys remember who he was?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He did a version of Hallelujah it's hard to beat. Lover, you should have come over. If you go on YouTube and go Jeff Buckley live in Chicago, and I guarantee you'll be hooked.
Let's do Jeff Buckley as we leave the show. Hallelujah.
Jeff Buckley's performance right off the album, off of Grace.
You hear that, E-Rock? He's just
he's in there. E-Rock, do you hear that? We only have time for like one more minute, by the way. They're telling us 10 o'clock he has to go.
I don't have to go.
Oh, you know? That's what they would
if my manager said so, I have to go.
I believe it's coming from outside.
It's coming from my manager, I have to go. But I want to send out my condolences to Mrs. Buckley.
When did he pass?
Tim Buckley was a contemporary of Bob's, and he passed too.
Did they ever figure out what happened to Jeff Buckley?
He drowned.
No, I know he drowned, but was he on something? I mean, or you don't want to talk about it? That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
He was a sweetheart. I saw him at the...
No worries.
And I knew him before, and he was an angel. It was sad.
Okay.
And Tom is promoted just to...
No, but I wanted to say... No. It's slumber...
Oh, you're...
Wait, I'm confused.
I don't know. Tom's looking at his own bio that we have. Obviously, Hawaii Five-0 is Mondays at 10 on CBS.
Wait, what are we looking for, Tom?
Tom is looking through...
I'm looking for the name of...
our one sheet
Vincent
about
Fryer is the character I play on Hawaii Five-0.
Right.
And that's I'm the head of internal affairs, and Slumber Party Slaughter is a movie that I did with Ryan O'Neal and Keith Carradine and Rebecca. I'm just going to call her Rebecca because she's my dear friend and my biggest one of my bigger champions, her and Heather Caden. And sounds like a silly title, but it's a really wonderful movie, and Rebecca directed the movie. Rebecca Cheney, and is her name, and it's a terrific movie, and 5-0 has been a great experience, and you liked it, and
last week was great.
Raves about it.
You know, it's great because you can always tell a really good actor when they're on TV, because TV actors sometimes just because TV you have to it's very quick shooting. You know, let's go. It's not like a film where you get to take your time and get into it, but you can always tell like a Vince D'Onofrio or Tom Side. They do these little these little things that make you go, "Who the fuck is that?" And then he turned around, you're like, "Ah, shit."
Well, I'm reading your high school journal, or high school yearbook.
Yeah, your yearbook. Yeah,
and I'm just trying to psych her out a little bit, too. Yeah. I mean, that was the idea, because I know she pulls her gun on me because I'm an intruder.
She's got her gun on the back of her, and she goes, "I swear, I'm going to shoot you."
And I go, "Hang on a second. You certainly have a lot of people who care about you," and I'm saying that because I'm not one of them. And she's really good. Everybody on 5-0, from my makeup artist Jeff and the hair department, and Heather and Peter and Steven, and directed the episode with Billy and me, and Alex and Scott and DDK, and it's been wonderful. It's been a great experience.
Good for you.
We have to wrap at 10 or no?
Yeah.
We do? Okay, because Tom has other press to do.
Yeah, your people are saying you
okay,
gotta get out
he has to go. His manager saying,
Tom, I like you, man. I like Tom Sizemore. Absolutely, fucking
Monday nights.
because you're an honest guy. I like your honesty, which is very rare in a position like yours, sir.
Yeah, and everything Tom does, you guys know, just support. He's fucking brilliant.
And our fly fishing video is doing well, Bobby.
Yeah, do you fly fish, really?
Me and Bobby. Bobby is really into it. I go as a goof.
I want to do that.
It's great. You should come with us.
Maybe I get your number when we wrap here.
Yeah.
Ever since I saw the movie with Brad, I've wanted to do it.
Yeah, we go up to Roscoe, New York.
I thought it was a joke, and I went. I do
it's
like
beautiful,
it.
isn't it?
I really do like it. I don't know if it'll become a hobby, but I'll go with Bobby every once in a while. And we film videos and get really silly and stupid. So
Get kicked out of motels.
And get kicked out of
I
motels.
can't do that.
No, I know.
By the way, I just want you to know how much it's going to upset me if you actually become friends with Tom Sizemore and go fly fishing. I'm
going to go fly. I'm going to go fly
but
fishing.
just don't go with him.
No, but I am.
That'll make me very jealous.
Well, who else am I
We'll
gonna go
take you with you. We'll take you. Can come.
Okay, let's all do that.
Come with
Well, I don't know now.
We can't do that. We can't get him to go fly.
I'm sure he can go now. because he objected
one
to
of my
it.
best friends. He won't go fly fishing with me. He thinks
Right.
it's
He'll go fly fishing with me.
Yeah, if you're there, he'll come.
I'd actually buy a boat and bring it up. Come on, Tom, let's go.
Me and you, buddy.
You're bullshitting.
This
You know that.
This asshole won't go fly fishing with us, but fuck.
right, we'll see you guys.
We're going fly fishing with Tom Sizemore, Bobby. I know.
I
know
wait.
it now.
Thanks, Opie. See you guys.
All right, bro.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Throw it away just because,
Nah, absolutely not.
Of the big choke.
A-Rod did not do well. He let you guys down.
Well, we're used to it.
Are you used to the A-Rod choking?
I support the city. You know what I'm saying? I'm wearing the hat in support of the city.
Oh, there you go.
Not necessarily the Yankees.
Not just the team.
Yeah.
No. Oh, so you're not really. Are you a fan?
I mean, no. I know some of those guys. I'm not a fan of baseball.
No.
I'm a football, basketball guy. But you know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of New York though.
What's your teams? Football and basketball.
Well, football, definitely. Well, first of all, for both teams, you got the Hawks and the Falcons.
Right.
But see, then when you grow up in Atlanta, and you have the history in sports that we have, you have to definitely support your hometown team. Then you have to actually pick somebody you think's gonna win.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I like the Hawks. And then I also I like the Heat too.
When's the last time an Atlanta team won? Well, the Braves always did pretty well, but you don't like baseball. So when's the last time the Falcons or the Hawks won? Has it been forever?
Well, the Falcons actually made it to the Super Bowl in 2000, I think it was. 2001, something like that.
Didn't pull it off, though. They didn't pull it off.
Atlanta's a big enough city that they should have some championships. Mm-hmm. They really should get the job done somehow.
Yeah, I think it's ownership, though. I think it's the executive office.
Do you allow like a lot of musicians don't want their music used with certain athletes? Do people use your music to walk out to, or you don't mind?
I don't mind at all, man. If it inspires you and motivates you to get out there and become a champion. And that was my intention. That was my intention in making it in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So,
do you? I have a question too, because I was reading something. Do you write down lyrics, or do you just kind of go from memory?
It depends on the song. It depends on the song. If it's a more introspective, a detailed story, meticulous, kind of story, I do write it down. But if it's just like a party record, or a record that I'm just all too experienced in making, I do that off the top.
How good is your memory? Because I really
good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Did you ever come up with something you think is brilliant? Like you're like, oh, that's just fucking great, and then the next morning you're like, I was fucked up. I don't remember it.
I mean, it happens to me a few different ways and different times. There is no cookie cutter way of it happening. Sometimes I'll be like right here, and I come up with an idea, and by the time I get in the car, I'll say, I forgot. And, if I think hard enough about it, I remember it again. And sometimes I go to sleep and I wake up remembering a song that I thought of in my sleep. So,
do you talk it into a recorder? Yeah. Do you have like a little thing that you'll talk something into?
Nah, I used to try and do that. I always lose those though. So it didn't work out well.
Do you have people around you too? It's like, I guess as a performer, do you have guys around you that if something's not good, like, cause we were talking about the original Star Wars, they did the Phantom Menace, which I thought was terrible. And George Lucas has nobody around him that just is like, ugh,
right.
It's fucking awful.
Bunch of yes men.
You need friends around you who will...
That's
say, hey, you suck.
Career suicide.
Every so often.
Everyone just yeses you to death.
That's career suicide. Yeah.
So you don't toss people out if they tell you unpleasant.
Absolutely not. Nah, man. I mean, you know, honesty is definitely welcomed around me. Honesty, integrity, and you know, just a genuine spirit.
I think if you're confident enough in what you're doing, you could take criticism.
Absolutely.
And it's not, you know, the end of the world.
And if you want to be the best at what you do, you want to know when you're not at your best.
Yeah.
You know.
And I know the difference between criticism and when some of these fucking fans are fucking with me. So, yeah, that's kind of easy to distinguish.
Yeah, on Twitter, how bothered are you by, because we sometimes you try to avoid it, but how bothered are you by, like, people on Twitter who are attacking you or, like...
I'm not. You know, I mean, because... You got to think about it. Anybody who goes out of their way and takes time out of their day to come and say something negative to someone that they don't like, that only speaks volumes as to how much of a life you don't have. Because if I don't like you and I'm not interested in what you're doing and saying, then I'm not going to tune in to where you are long enough to type a long detailed. I'm not even gonna waste my characters on it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that speaks volumes as to what kind of people they are and what kind of life they don't have.
Sometimes they don't say one thing though that kind of goes like, "Yeah, you son of a bitch." Yeah. So, some of them are kind of good at getting like one little screw in there, and you're like,
shot.
You found it.
I do what you do though. I actually I'll private message them something fucking horrific, and then block them. It really is satisfying. Because nobody has to see my response to them.
Yeah, no one else sees the response. You see it. You give them a good beating, and then you just block them and go, yeah, take it easy.
That's it.
I don't have to see you anymore.
You see, I'm not as experienced in my Twitterification.
Because he's actually working, Jim.
Yeah, I know. You probably get more positive feedback than we do. We're used to people hating our guts.
Doesn't it sound like all we do is deal with people? Yeah, son of a bitch.
Well, it's the environment we're in. He's not dealing with that.
It is
crap.
very toxic in here.
He's too busy creating. He's not tweeting as much as we are.
It really is, man.
It's at Tip on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah,
people out there.
So how many followers you got?
1.3, 1.2 million, something like that.
It's gotta be nice.
How many you got?
136,000.
136,000. That's a lot.
Not compared to a million's a lot.
A million is the benchmark.
Yeah,
well, I'm just getting to a million. You know?
Look, I'm just getting there.
You know, Taylor Swift. You know, I seen her. She has like 16 million, I think.
And nothing to say, by the way.
That's crazy.
That's the problem with a lot of those
people with the most followers say the least interesting shit. That's why I like 50 Cent, because he doesn't give any fucking positivity. He just goes out and blasts people and goofs on shit. And I kind of like that on Twitter. Because I have nothing positive to say on Twitter. I really don't.
No.
It's everything I'm too afraid to say to people's face.
You're the same asshole that you get, only to other people. That's what you do.
Yeah, but I use my real name. The thing with Twitter is they can attack you anonymously.
Yeah, I mean, that's cowardly.
Yeah,
that's cowardly.
I have a question about rap. What's the difference? Because I tweeted a joke about something, and some rapper got pissed off at me, and we go back and forth. What was the joke? It was about Steve Jobs. It was nothing that harsh, but after he died, I just
Oh man.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's pleasant, but it's what I do. But he got mad at me, and my friend knows him, and he goes, well, it was a little back and forth, but it wasn't a Twitter beef. What exactly is the difference between a mild argument and a beef? Because a beef is apparently really bad.
Violence.
Oh, beef gets violent?
Violence and threat of violence. Is probably the difference.
Okay, so if there's a beef, there's a problem.
You don't want to
if we have a disagreement. If we have a disagreement, that's one thing. But then if you say, you know what, it's on when I see you. Okay, now it's a beef.
Okay,
then it's a beef.
And you're a guy that throws down. I mean, you don't seem to back down for that. No, man. A lot of guys get successful.
I mean, I've gotten a little old. Man. I'm up in age for that.
Mellowed a little with age, chilling out a little bit. Start thinking about shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You know, there's too much going on out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Too many other things to do. Too many other ways to divide your time rather than be too focused in that.
But you still worked when you were in jail. It seemed like, it's like you didn't just wither away. It's like you still had projects going on and stuff coming out. It was like you did more in jail than most people do on the streets.
That's amazing. That always amazes me, man.
Well, I try to stay busy, man. I try to stay busy and productive.
I read some of the book. I didn't. We had it over the weekend.
How much? How much did you read?
About 20 pages.
What? That's it?
Yeah, I'll tell you why, though. Okay. I'm preparing, I'm interviewing Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath and Ace Frehley from two of my childhood heroes, and they both have books, so I've been obsessively, because they're biographies.
All right, well, you get a pass.
But I have to say, this, okay, I'm not going to give away anything in the book. I'm only going to talk about the first couple of pages, but it really was much more, because look, I didn't know if it was geared towards me as a reader, much more than I thought. By page, let's see, page 5, I believe, the mother dies. And I'm not giving much away. It's the opening of the book. it's the first couple pages. Yeah. By page 6, the stepbrother and stepsister have sexual tension. By page 7, they're fucking. I loved what I read. I really did.
He just sold you a few books.
I honestly mean that. I couldn't believe that it went there that fast. I'm like, this is fucking great.
It's like, let's not fuck around. Let's get right into this.
It's like, I genuinely...
I love books like that, though.
Yeah. Not out of because you're a guest. I genuinely want to keep reading this. I couldn't believe... I thought it was going to be like, all right, is this a book for teenagers? I could not believe it went in that direction
so
that
fast.
Fucking quickly. I was like, wow, that's great.
The book's called Power and Beauty, just so we get
Power
the name
and Beauty
out there.
in stores today.
Nice. And it's about, would you say it's about two teenagers? Obviously, they're both 16, their stepbrother and sister. The mother is killed.
But not exactly stepbrother and sister. Well, I guess, Beauty was adopted by Power's mom when her mom passed. So and that was when they were 11, 12 years old. So they have been living as brother and sister for 4 years at the time when mom's passed. And so, I guess that brought them together in a way and had them see each other, because at that point they were all each other had. So I guess that allowed them to see each other in a way that I guess they'd never seen each other before.
It's still nice to see something addressed, though, realistically, or in a way you don't think it's going to be addressed. Because the part I'm at now is the mother was good friends with the guy. I think he's a pimp, Slim, and Slim Simmons. And he's trying to get them to move in with him. He's got a big house. Yeah. And it's like there's an underlying thing, like, I think, and again, I haven't read it far enough, but I think he wants to fuck the girl. I mean, I think, of course, he wants to fuck the girl. So he wants to stick the brother over the garage, and he wants to have the girl in the house with him. And I'm like, I just love the fact that all of this is happening in the first 20 pages of the book. It's not fucking a soft read at all.
And that's what would happen. Yeah. The guy would be like,
yeah, pimp probably would want to fuck your 16-year-old chick. I mean, I could certainly, but the Slim character reminds me, and again, I'm just starting it with, of Iceberg, not Iceberg Slim, but who was the bald pimp in Iceberg Slim's book? Do you remember that?
I don't.
No, he was a real character in the 40s, and but he's reminding me of that vibe.
I didn't read many Donald Goins. I didn't read a lot of those.
Yeah, it was a real character. He's dead now, and but he was just a fucking hardcore pimp, and this guy reminds me of him, so I kind of like him, and I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, Slim, man. Slim ain't necessarily a pimp. I don't think pimping is in his repertoire.
Oh, he's not?
No, he's not a pimp. He's let's see here. I guess the neighborhood entrepreneurial.
Okay.
Just the guy who's the godfather of that area of Atlanta.
But he dibs and dabs in a little bit.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, because he has diamond earrings and he's wearing silk at a wake.
Legal and illegal. He dibs and dabs in a little bit of everything.
Now, where does this come from with you? Like, just
it's drawn
pull it out of your mind?
It's drawn from my experiences. It's also, I've also drawn from the experiences I have witnessed and observed others around me go through. And I was blessed with the opportunity and afforded the opportunity of working alongside David Ritz, who's done several biographies, and he's just an incredibly accomplished writer. And as we sat down, he said he said to me that he wanted to write a book in a world that I was all too familiar with, and he wasn't so familiar with. So I said, all right, cool. Let's when we began picking each other's brains and tossing around ideas immediately. And before you know it, we had, pages. And we just began to critique those pages and build and expand and this is the result of that.
Do you still pick it up? And because there's something really cool about having because you obviously have so many products out, but of having a box of books that you've written, it's like there really is a cool thing.
It
about
makes you
that.
feel smart, don't it?
But it's a cool thing, especially since it's risky because you've made your living really, really well doing music, and it's like you're opening yourself up to be criticized if it's not good. So it's a huge risk that a lot of guys wouldn't take.
I mean, well, my thing was I wanted to throw people off a little bit, because I know that writing a book about your life, if you have an interesting life, you have an interesting book. You know what I'm saying? So you don't get as much credit for that. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I knew that. I knew that already about him, So I wanted people to actually read this and draw the conclusion of, oh, so he actually invested some time, some effort, some energy, and some artistry into this book. And I wasn't expecting a novel, So he's actually invested in this part of his career. That's what, and also I wanted to motivate people in my culture, people of my culture, of my background, in my neighborhoods, to read more. So I wanted to appeal to their interests as well as their intellect.
Oh, okay. Now, if you weren't doing music, what do you think you'd be? Do you think you'd be in trouble, or were you headed on kind of a decent
Well,
road?
I mean, at that point in time, I was in trouble, but I was trying to find a way out of trouble. So, it depends, man. It depends. Just like power, I think it would have depended a lot upon who I had cultivating my talents and abilities, who I had, leading me to or fro. I think that has a lot to do with where people end up in life when they are at that pivotal age, 16, 17, 15, 16, 17, who they have around them and what they are being motivated to do. I think that would have had a huge determination of where I ended up.
Are you still friends with people that are still kicking around and doing nasty shit?
I mean, I still know them. I mean, we're not around each other enough in order to say, that we're friends still.
Right.
But I know them. We have a mutual respect for one another.
Are you glad you're
absolutely
out of that? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would assume some people would kind of miss the excitement or thrill of it.
You know what? Too much risk, not enough money.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? You can make so much more money doing far less dangerous things.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You're not risking your life, not risking your freedom. You know what I'm saying? And it's just risk versus reward in anything in life.
Yeah.
The risk is too high and the reward is too low.
Do you find that people, Eminem has a song, I think it was D12, called How Come? And it's kind of about people in the old neighborhood who are kind of resentful of your success. Do you find that certain people that you've known kind of expected you to bring them up with you, or resent where you are now?
I mean, it could be, but most of the people who are around me now are people who were, who come from that part of my life. Most of the people who I work with now have been around me for 10 years or more. So they already know who I am as a person. The people who you say could feel like that, they weren't ever really around me before.
Right.
Or they're not applying themselves enough. You're not really you're not helping me to help you. You got to do something worth selling. Anything is supply and demand. If there's no demand created, there's nothing for me to supply.
Do you think characters like this too? And I really am annoyed that I didn't read more of it, because the way it's kind of portrayed realistically or harshly almost, it seems like in movies they're always trying to find the positive note. They're not always. They seem like they don't want to paint things honestly.
Yeah.
Which I think it really is. It's uncomfortable to watch, and it's kind of sugar-coated. And this doesn't seem sugar-coated at all.
Well, that's definitely authenticity is definitely that's the approach we wanted to take. We want to remain true and honest to the life and the world that we surrounded this book in, and and we have to remain true to what we writing about. Or else we just, wasting a lot of people's time and money.
Who would you say coming up was your favorite performer?
Tupac.
Really?
Yeah.
So if is there any music you listen to that people wouldn't expect you to listen to? Like, and we all have that. Like, Like, do you like country or do you like, I mean, that might be a stretch, but
like Maroon 5.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, it's got some soul to it.
Does it? I've never listened to them.
It's It's almost got to sound like God, what's his name?
I like Adele too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That Adele is.
She's great. But this is how shallow I am. She's not. I'm not attracted to her, so I can't really listen to her.
Man.
I know. It's very shallow. It's shitty.
Well, when you see what she looks like, it kind of bummed us all out. You have that fantasy of what you think she looks like with a voice like that. I'm sorry, but it's true.
LaRue, I like her as well. I like a lot of. I like music, man. I like music.
You like rock as well?
I do, but you know what? I haven't really listened to a lot of rock since honestly Nirvana. I like Green Day, obviously.
Why do you say obviously?
Because dude came from Nirvana.
Oh, you know what? You know more about rock than I do. I had no idea.
No, you mean the Foo Fighters?
Oh, Foo Fighters.
Oh, Foo Fighters. Okay.
Foo Fighters.
Even if you had said Foo Fighters, I wouldn't have connected.
Talking about Dave Grohl.
Oh, okay.
Foo Fighters. Dude came from Nirvana.
Yeah.
Green Day. I like them a little bit because they remind me of that type of hardcore, grungy.
Mm-hmm.
I like the rockers who can sing, though. You know what I'm saying? Not the ones who just yell and
and make noise.
Yeah. Like, who's the actual leader of this band here?
Yeah.
Everybody can scream. The drummer can scream.
Good, because I hope a guy on our staff is hearing that because he screams a lot in his fucking death metal band. So I hope he's hearing that. T.I. is telling you you're a flop, stupid. I hope you're hearing that.
I don't do that, man. I don't do that.
And so, I mean, you're out now, and it's like I'm sure you want to stay out. And do you kind of live and learn as these little things happen, like these little traps that people can fall into?
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like things happen to different people for different reasons, and everybody in life has a different lesson to learn, and it takes different encounters and experiences in life to teach those lessons. So, what it may take for you to learn your lesson isn't exactly what it would take for me, and vice versa. So I'm just traveling my path and learning my lessons.
Did people try you in jail, or how did they treat you? Because sometimes with celebrities, it can be either way. They can either respect you and enjoy you, or they can...
I mean, I had mutual respect from all the people that mattered.
So no real problems.
Mm-mm.
I'm always fascinated with jail. We had Bernard Hopkins told some great stories about the
last 2 seconds.
Dude, that's exactly why. Why do you think I pay my taxes? Because I like the government? No, I don't get fucked in the ass.
Yeah, look at us. We'd be a problem in jail.
Of course. Oh, they would love me.
Oh, we would suck in jail.
I wouldn't even get hit. They would probably just pinch my cheeks. What was the most creative? I'm always amazed with guys in jail. The creativity
Hopkins stories were amazing.
How they made microwaves and.
Oh yeah. Now that kind of stuff, man. That ingenuity. They definitely.
Was there something like that? Was there something like that where you were just amazed by, like, wow, how did they figure out how to do that?
Man, they fry chicken. They fry chicken and burritos and stuff by taking. They get like a plastic container, which would be. They get a brand new trash can, a little trash thing, and they'll cut it in half, take the bottom half, fill it with grease, and they'll get what you call a stinger, where you get a positive and a negative wire. You put it in the grease and plug it up, and it heats it up and it fries.
Holy shit.
They make chicken nuggets and French fries.
Is it good? Did you try it?
Yeah, I mean, it was
all right.
Yeah, better than cafeteria food.
Holy shit, that's amazing.
There is such a genius to some of the guys in jail to make wine in the toilet. I mean,
that's another thing. The wine, not in the toilet.
Don't they? I'm watching The Longest Yard. So don't they just kind of put it in a bag and just soak it there to keep it cool, or to hit, or no?
Nah, you got to keep it warm. You just have to have a place to hide it. And yeah, you definitely. They make it out of tomato paste and sugar and other
anything
things.
That'll ferment after
anything
a while.
That will ferment. There you go.
Yeah.
What was the worst part about being locked up? Was it the lack of female companionship or the food?
Up.
Yeah.
The worst part about being locked up was being locked up.
Did you think right when that happened? Did you just think, oh man, I might have fucked up here?
No, there was no might into it.
Yeah, no might. But did you think like that? Did you ever have any doubt that you'd be able to take up where you left off or anything?
Man, you know what,
back
man?
on track?
Professionally, I never really. I don't think that I never thought it would be a problem for me professionally because what I have to offer the marketplace, I don't think anyone else has. You know, they can't fill that void. They're not me. You know what I'm saying? They can do what they do very well, but they can't do what I do. So as long as I continue to do what I do, then there'll be a place for me.
That's one thing you could still do from jail. It's not like, if you're an auto mechanic and you get sent up there, somebody could bring their car by and you could still fix it and make a few bucks. Right, Jim?
Well, yeah,
hear what I'm saying there, Jim?
No, but you know what? It's true because the question is, do you ever run out of thoughts or ideas? Like as a do you get can I get writer's block? If I sit down and say I have to write, I have to create, I'm fucking finished. It will happen at a really bad time. Like if I'm playing chess on my iPad on the toilet, I'm like, oh, idea. It always comes where I'm not looking for it.
And what's coming out of your ass is probably a better one.
It really.
Oh man!
Can you make yourself create, or does it have to just hit you when you're doing something completely the opposite?
I mean, of course, you want it to happen organically, and you want it to be a natural thought. But man, you can, if necessary, if you're a professional. I think performing on the spot is a part of the job. Being able to perform at on command on whatever topic. That's a part of the job.
Do they still do rap battles? I mean, I'm very 80s with fucking rap.
God,
I don't remember. It's fucking. I'm thinking of Red Alert and Marley Marl in the fucking late 80s.
Every Friday on 106 and Park. They do. Yeah, every Friday on 106 and Park.
Well, I always
Freestyle Fridays.
What an amazing skill that is, and also an instant humiliation if you're terrible at it. Instant.
Immediate.
Yeah, it just seems like there's no way to bullshit through that with a fucking a group watching you.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than getting your ass handed to you. I think in a rap battle is going to be quite embarrassing.
What's even worse than that? Doing a good job and doing so good of a job that the guy you're going up against kicks your ass.
Oh, literally kicks your ass.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos where people have gotten pissed off, like, fuck, man, this guy's ripping me apart.
And the guy getting beat up just wants to go, look, this isn't fair. I won. That's not right.
That's really
This
funny.
the thanks I get?
Yeah, I did a good job. I did this so I wouldn't have to fight.
Right.
Is this my pat on the back?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You're right, because you do stuff like that so you avoid fighting.
Right.
There's some video on YouTube of a guy doing that where the guys were going back and forth, but the one guy started getting way too aggressive, and I guess he was talking too much shit in his lyrics and what he was going to do, and the other guy just popped him in the face.
Just popped him right in the face.
Yeah, really just put it on.
Immediately. Bow.
Yeah. I guess the guy knew he had nothing to come back with, and if you can punch somebody in the face and win, I mean, who wouldn't want to win every argument?
No shit.
That's bullying, Jim. We don't like bullying, man. That's not cool.
That wasn't bullying. The other guy was in his face talking a lot of shit.
I'm just fucking.
Did you ever write anything that you regretted? Because I know you've had a couple of minor things, and then they get patched up.
Anything that I regret?
Yeah, like lyrically, once it's out there, I've done jokes and stuff that I kind of wished if I could.
So did the audience.
Yeah.
I'm fucking with you, Jimmy.
Everything I write is
brilliant.
Everything I write is how I feel. Now, I mean, I've wrote some things where I say, "Whoa," I went kind of far. That was kind of graphic.
Yeah,
but they were mostly sexual content.
And that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well,
What do you get, though?
But the thing is, like, I make those songs, and then, you know what I'm saying, my kids will say, "Oh yeah, Daddy, I love your album."
Oh shit!
Wait a minute, which song do you like?
Yeah.
So, but I'm pretty open, honest, and I'm a hands-on dad. So you know what I'm saying, I can navigate them through the filth.
How old are they?
Through to the art.
How old are the kids?
Man, I have kids from 3 to 16. 15, should be 16 soon.
So the younger ones, do you try to do you steer away from the hard lyrics, or do you just give them the radio edit?
I give it to them straight up, uncut, and I explain to them that, now, if you are confused or have any questions about anything said about on this or any other project, you come talk to me about it, because if I catch you imitating or repeating any of these things, you're gonna have to deal with me. And you know, we have that understanding, and I've never had a problem.
You don't want to have a beef with a 3-year-old. No. Terrible.
Do you think people's perception of what rap is or what rappers are like is accurate, or do you think that the media takes certain aspects of the music or the problems that flare up and makes that the entire
yeah, that's what I think.
Genre?
I think they take isolated incidents and try to blanket it over the whole genre of music. But I think that rappers are just like anyone else, just like any other group of performers or group of professionals. You're gonna have good guys, you're gonna have bad apples, you're gonna have good ones who, as far as, you know, they're good at what they do artistically, and you're gonna have ones that suck, and you're gonna have some of integrity, and you're gonna have some that'll sell their mother's family heirloom for a record sale or a record deal. You know, you're gonna have different walks of life in anything, in any area you step into. Rap is no different. We're all not criminals. We're all not gangbangers. We're all not former drug dealers. We don't all go to jail. We don't all even, you know, come from urban areas in society. So we shouldn't all be treated the same and grouped into the same bunch.
It does seem, though, that a lot of people, in order to, I don't know, get the credibility, try to present that, though. You know what I mean? Like some guys, if you're from the suburbs around a big city, you're going to say you're from that city to kind of...
It's not really like that anymore,
really?
You know, because, you know, look at... You know, two of the biggest stars in the game right now are totally away from that, which is Kanye West and Drake. You know, both of them are, you know, hey, this is who I am. This is what I do. This is my life. This is not my life. I'm not going to pretend that this is what I did or what I do. And I mean, they're accepted. They're respected. Their music is appreciated. And I think that, you know, other people who come from that walk of life should take their, you know, they should take their lead on that, because there's nothing worse than trying to pretend to be something that you're not.
Were you as shocked as I was when it turned out Vanilla Ice was from the suburbs? That's just I couldn't believe it. He seemed so street and urban and tough, and then all of a sudden he's from the suburbs. I'm like, you just wrecked my image.
You know, that killed me too.
Do you know what I noticed too? A lot of rappers, like, and this is one thing and again, I'm not as up on rap as I used to be, but like Eminem talks about being afraid a lot, and it's like I always kind of wanted rappers to address that more.
Afraid?
Like he talks about being just what it is that scares him or hurts him beyond. And again, there might be a lot of guys doing it that I just missed.
I've never heard him talking about being afraid. I've heard about him talking about being hurt or being upset, and you know, just unhappy. But
there's one. I guess I'm thinking of something. Maybe it was from 8 Mile, where the lyric is something. I'm afraid, so why am I afraid? It's about, I think, where he's trying to write or create something.
Okay.
And I'm just like, I kind of like the fact that he addressed that part of the psyche that I don't hear a lot of rappers addressing. Although, like,
just trying to be hard all the time. Or?
Yeah, because I'm sure it exists, but maybe there are guys that do it, and I just don't know it.
Showing vulnerability, Jimmy.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, I think that honesty, that true to life honesty, is what people can connect to in music, in rappers. Not only just rappers, I guess music of all genres, but that honesty is what, you know, the listener identifies with, and that's what brings them back and connects them with you and brings them back on your next project and your next project, because they feel like they relate to you and what you're going through. Your pain is their pain.
There's a weird thing too when you meet people, because you tell them things. You know, for us it's here, or it's whatever, and for you it's your music, and they really know a lot more about you than you know about them.
Right.
And that's always an odd feeling, because they expect you to be forthcoming, and it's like, but you know 50 things about me, and I know one thing about you. All I'm asking for is a picture of your pussy. Could you at least just text me a picture of your vagina so we're on even ground?
Oh man. Hey man. You know what? I never thought about that. I never thought about that. That's a classy approach.
I put P. I don't actually write the word.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, okay.
P and PU and 2 5s.
Like PU $sign. Yeah.
You figure out the rest.
You got to be classy. Yeah.
I always find that is an odd feeling with people to know that they know so much more about me than I know about them. And do you ever regret putting personal things out there, or and just kind of want to like wall up a little bit and be private?
I mean, I don't know if I could say I regret it. I've definitely examined the challenge that it brought. I examined the result of it. I don't say I regret it though. I think that everything, all things about me they've contributed to making me who I am as an artist, as a man. So I think that at the end of the day, you just got to accept it. You got to accept it and see how you can make it better and move forward.
How do you deal with the fame? You just sometimes want to fucking just be alone.
Now I would much rather have some quiet money.
Yeah, quiet money. You got that loud money.
I'd rather have some quiet money. Yeah, I got loud money. I see a lot of people, man, with far. We were just talking about this last night. I see, there are a lot more people with far more money than me. And they just, they just go and live. And like whoever owns this thing, whoever owns Sirius, he can go ride the subway. He can, he can go shopping.
That's quiet money.
He's certainly not paying his talent.
Keep a little too much for himself.
You know what I'm saying? And just like, like the guy, Edgar Brofman, one of the owners of Warner, or one of...
I know he is.
You don't know Edgar Brofman?
No.
Well, the Warner Music Group.
Okay.
All right. Well, one of. He can walk around, man, just like you say. You don't know who he is. This guy's loaded. This guy has more money than the color blue. This guy's loaded.
A lot of money.
And you know what I'm saying? He can walk around, do whatever, and people, they'll never bother him. They'll never know to bother him.
Yeah, he's just another suit walking around.
Just another suit.
Yeah.
Can you do anything without being recognized anymore? Like, is there any... I've wondered with guys who have that level of fame, like, what's the last thing you can remember doing, just, like, maybe with your girl, going to a movie where nobody bothered you, nobody knew who you were?
Nah, well, in my line of work, you kind of... You want people to know who you are. You know what I'm saying? That kind of yields to your... That yields a good performance. But... I just learned how to handle it. I learned how to deal with it. If you manage the situation, then you can, you know what I'm saying, you can get through the day. Now, Pete, when you go to, I give you an example. Let's say you go to a crowded area. Let's say it's a mall, okay? You go to the mall, a lot of people start to gather, crowd gathers, everyone notices you. Now, if you just take off running through the mall, then they're going to chase you.
Right.
However, if you say, hey, how y'all doing? Excuse me. Hey, listen, guys, I'm just here. I got to run and get something right quick. I appreciate the love. If y'all just let me shout, excuse me, thank you. And you just, make your way through there. Then, you treat them like people that treat you like a person, and they'll shake your hand, say what they want to say to you, and then move on.
What's worse than when you're having an argument in a text or on the phone with your girl and and I'm always fan friendly, but it is literally the worst. Like, some people have no perception at all, and I like getting photos with people. I'm a bit of an asshole. I love taking pictures with people, but it's like, will you read the room? Can you not see how unhappy I am right now?
Read the room.
But when you're eating, dude, even I won't ask when people are eating, but I've actually had people at the Comedy Cellar sit down next to me.
Yeah.
And go, do you mind if I take a picture? It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, that's like, those are things that I won't do. I won't do it while I'm eating with my family. And I don't like doing it like in public places.
Because one starts and then there's
airports and malls. I don't like doing them in there because, like you say, you do one and you're doing them until you leave.
Listen to this, Jimmy.
And what's worse than a chick with a cell phone trying to take a picture? The boyfriend gives her the camera.
And the worst thing is when they ask you to take a picture, you say okay, then they don't know how to work it.
Yeah, it's not set up.
Oh man, well, wait a minute. It didn't take. Wait a minute.
Hold on, let her look at this.
How do you do this? Oh man, the battery's going dead.
One more.
Let's do it. Wait, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone.
All of a sudden, it's a photo shoot.
Oh wait, I'm doing video on flash. It's like a fucking camera, idiot. Can you figure that out at home?
I need
Never
a flash.
used it before.
I need a flash. Turn away from the light. Turn away.
There's nothing worse than a girlfriend fumbling with an iPhone.
Setting up reflectors.
We have to.
We gotta get T.I. out of here.
We have to wrap him, but just to plug, the book is called Power and Beauty: A Story of Life on the Streets, and I'm telling you genuinely, I have read a small amount of it, but I really liked what I read. It's very ballsy.
And you're going to continue reading it.
I really am, man. A lot of times I don't finish the books. I really
is, though. I asked him off mic.
Yeah,
Jimmy reads a lot.
Yeah, but it's like a lot. Usually it's biographies, and I don't like nonfiction as much anymore. And this one grabbed me immediately. And it was just late, and
That's what's up.
I was being a pig online again.
And you say you need to know that. You read a lot of nonfiction?
Crime stuff, and also just when we're interviewing people, like I'll read the books of people who are coming in to be interviewed. I feel obligated.
That's rather distinguished of you.
Yeah, but you understand, I'm such a sex addict. It just anytime I'm not reading, I'm being a creep on the computer. So I literally will read, look at porn, stop, read, Twitter, play chess on the iPad.
And it's only 20 pages.
And you know what, man? That you're exercising a lot of parts of the brain right now. You stimulated a lot of different parts of your brain.
I really am. I'm holding the book with my left hand. I put it down and jerking off with the right. All right, here we go. He doesn't need to know. He doesn't care.
You want him to come back. You and Diddy are all right now?
Yeah, man. We always have been, man.
There's a little weird thing that happened last week.
That's my brother, man. I guess what the world witnessed was two brothers who have an equal amount of admiration and respect for one another.
Diddy was serving some vodka, someone was drinking something different.
Oh, yeah,
and Diddy did not like that at first, and then T.I. stepped in.
Yeah, relax.
He controlled the situation immediately.
That's my brother, man. You know what I'm saying? He's one of the first people who actually, of his level of success, who actually reached back and said, hey, man, I think you got what it takes. So, I'm always going to have a huge amount of respect and admiration for Puff.
That's it for the worst of Opie and Anthony.